Chapter 1. Paul up. Now. We don't have time to waste. Paul forced his eyes open to his dad, staring down at him with narrowed eyes and stubble. He hadn't had time to shave that morning. It was still dark in the fields outside and at the landlord's house next door. Paul held back a groan that wouldn't make a difference anyway. That look was his dad's silent signal. They needed to pack yet again, and they had to hurry. Come on. We're not Marines. Ever heard of sleeping in a bit? Paul yanked the covers over his head as frustration stabbed through his tiredness. If his Uncle Tanner was catching up with them again, it wasn't his problem. His uncle never came over to argue with him. Only his father made it Paul's problem, and he didn't want to deal with it before their farmer neighbors got out of bed. Every time his uncle and his dad fought, or his uncle closed in, a move followed, and Paul had no choice but to go along. Tanner couldn't stop blaming his dad for stuff that wasn't his fault. Their family situation was tragic enough. We've got to leave right now, his father pressed on, shaking him by the shoulders. Now. Up. Grab your textbooks. You can do your history test on the road. Are you serious? Paul shot out of bed and stared at the boxes in his room. They rarely unpacked completely. Tanner won't get up this early either. I guarantee you. He's a programmer, so he's up until 2 in the morning. And we've been here less than a month. He couldn't have found our address that fast. His father bent over, stacking a couple of Paul's boxes on each other. It's not him this time. Huh. Paul shot awake, sitting up. That was new. The back of his dad's plaid shirt, still dusty from helping Mr. Dobson with the tractor last night, was his only answer as he shoved Paul's boxes around. In the next room, his dad's weather radio crackled through headphones, never quite loud enough to make out. Then what is it? Paul made a show kicking a box of his textbooks across the room. His father kept his back turned, stacking more boxes. I just got back from the payphone in town. Mobley's mayor requested something of us today. If we do him this one favor, he'll give us a huge discount on our house and we can finally move in. For good. The words made him sit up straight. Mobley. The town they'd been supposed to move to for years but could not afford. They even had a house reserved there since before his mother had died. Better yet, they could keep his Uncle Tanner, a regular human, away from them. Finally. Paul acts. The anger melted out of him as he stood and joined his father in hauling his guitar and music books into the living room. Paul didn't even care why his father had gone to the payphone in town at this hour or what the mayor wanted. If it meant no more of this, Paul wouldn't ask questions. Hours later, Paul dropped his magazine in his lap and hit his head on the back of the seat as his father braked suddenly. Dad. He fished down between his feet and retrieved his copy of Rolling Stone, which had fallen on top of his textbooks on the floor. It wasn't his newest, but he still needed something to read about on this road trip other than the Reconstruction era, and he didn't want to scrape off footprints or mud. These magazines were costly, and his lawn mowing money was about gone. It wasn't as if his father allowed cell phones. His father didn't apologize. That was strange for him. Instead, his mouth wrinkled as he stared past Paul and to the horizon. We're here. Perfect timing. Sighing, he followed his father's gaze out the van's window. Wherever here was, it wasn't Mobley. Tall grass blew down in the open fields ahead of some turbulence in the atmosphere. Only a large, low-grade building with guard towers lined the horizon to the left, beyond his father. It was the middle of nowhere out here, like it would be up in Oklahoma, too. Middle of nowhere was the story of Paul's life. He'd never seen anything else, and it drove him crazy. Is that a prison? He asks. It was a rhetorical question. He'd seen plenty of them sitting off lightly traveled roads, surrounded by barbed wire, concrete, and signs warning drivers not to pick up hitchhikers. A bad taste filled his mouth. Does this have something to do with what Mobley's mayor wanted us to do? Maybe his father had to deliver a message to someone, but this seemed so random. Correct, his father said. He had that tone of voice, like he was planning something. His mustache then wrinkled. His dad looked as uncomfortable as he felt. It's the North Texas Women's Correctional Facility, to be exact. We have a pit stop to make right about here, and then we're heading to Mobley. Of course, there's something else too. Paul wasn't sure what to say or what his father was saying. Ahead, the cracked road stretched away into infinity. Dad? There's nothing else out this way. Unless you planned on taking a leak out in the field, which didn't count. What are you pulling now? Is there someone we have to visit in there? The thought sent a shudder down his spine. He'd never been in a prison. No, his father said, staring hard at him. Don't panic, Paul, but there's someone we need to get out of there. A friend of the mayor. Someone who will be executed for a crime she didn't commit. A jolt ran down Paul's spine. What? You're joking, right? His father hadn't joked about anything for years, not since that horrible morning that ruined their lives. Who exactly? And how? It sucked that Paul never got to watch television, and his dad never bought newspapers. Only his music kept him sane. Paul felt like a caveman in the Ice Age. His father readjusted his position, but didn't speak. His gaze stayed on the fields ahead. That's when Paul noticed the darkening on the horizon, a color between blue and black. Paul wanted to smack himself for not noticing it before. The waving grass grew bright for a second in the last of the sun, before fading to a dark, ominous green. Suddenly, the magazine in his lap lost all its importance, as his heart started to race. This was the second reason his dad had stopped. His father's hand clamped down on Paul's shoulder. His tone lightened. The prison break must have been a joke, after all. Today might be the day. Feel anything? Paul concentrated as much as he could on the thudding of his heart, feeling the signs his father had drilled him about millions of times already. Heaviness in the limbs. No. A sudden urge to take a nap. No. Tingling. He was breaking a sweat, but it was the first big heat wave of the year. Nothing. His father yawned, then glanced at him and sighed. Disappointment welled up between the two of them. Nothing had changed in Paul over the past winter. I was a year younger than you when I had my first outbreak. His father yawned again, a sure sign that one was coming on. No wonder he'd pulled over. They didn't need him to fall asleep at the wheel and get into an accident. Dad, you need me to drive? Paul fingered his fresh new driver's license in his pocket, squeezing life out of it and trying to hide his anger and disappointment simultaneously. How embarrassing. He was almost 17 and had no outbreak yet, while his dad was probably approaching his 40th. Perhaps Paul would be the only one in Mobley, which would suck. No. We need to be here. This is timing to kill for. Another yawn, a silent one, filled half his father's face as he eyed the prison again. Paul sighed, studying his reflection in the side mirror. His brown eyes, flecked with pure black, stared back at him. Everyone who was ever going to Outbreak had those eyes. But maybe he was a fluke, and hadn't inherited the ability. Are you sure you turned Mom into an Outbreaker before you guys had me? The trait was only sometimes passed down unless both parents had it. Silence followed for a second. Mentioning his mother always brought a sad, distant look to his father's eyes. He wished he could take his question back. The van felt so empty without her, shuffling through the dash for Paul's favorite CDs. I've told you before, Paul. Yes. There's no chance that you aren't one too. His voice, normally stern when he gave this lecture, sounded heavy and tired. It was almost time, and once again Paul would get to sit there and watch. A crack of thunder washed over the van, making the windows rattle. The first droplets of rain splashed across the glass. The storm was moving faster than most of the ones his father had taken him out to last year. The wait would be short at least. Watch the van, Paul. It's time for the prisoners to be outside. I'm sure she's out there waiting, his father said and slumped into unconsciousness. You're not seriously talking about picking up a prisoner. Paul shook his head. Watch the van. He'd heard that line countless times. Paul sighed and slapped the magazine on his lap, as the rain beat harder on the van, turning the pattering into a roar. But who was she? Maybe his dad hadn't been joking after all. Wow, his day had just managed to suck more. Another crash of thunder rattled his surroundings. The wind howled past, whipping down every blade of grass outside and blowing waves of mist across the road. His father now snored in the driver's seat. He was no longer there. His awareness had left, gone soaring up into the turbulence above. Depending on how long the storm borrowed his dad's consciousness, they would be sitting here between 2 minutes and an hour. Well, at least he had his magazine. Paul opened his magazine, flipping to the concert schedule for Executioner. May 14th in Oklahoma City, only 100 miles from Mobley. He dog-eared the page since he'd be going there soon and meeting up with Brian and Dominic. He last saw his old neighbors when he moved last year. The rain abruptly stopped after a few minutes, and the space around the van cleared and opened up. The field snapped back into view and Paul closed his magazine. He'd seen this on dozens of expeditions last spring and summer, but couldn't help but watch it every time. The grass in the field had stopped waving. Clouds hung low over the horizon now, and one section of the sky had dropped lower than the rest, slowly rotating like an upside-down top. Paul gripped the armrest while his father's body breathed heavily next to him. Then the gray cone descended, hanging there as if it wasn't sure where it wanted to land. Then it took up the distance between itself and the ground. Brown dust rose and swirled around the newly formed tornado as it slowly approached, looming larger and larger. Paul's heart started to race. He couldn't help it, but he sucked in a few slow breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He was perfectly safe. The grass kept waving gently at him, as if laughing at the fact that Paul wasn't out there with his father. Again. Behind it, the tornado seemed to grow, a swirling wedge ripping the dust from the ground and flinging it hundreds of feet. Just flying alone had to be exhilarating. It had to be an experience nothing short of incredible, one that Paul would never have. It was also getting awfully close to the prison. Paul seized the armrest, dropping his magazine again and not even caring this time. The gray building and guard towers barely stood out against the swirling dust, and it didn't look like the tornado would move in time. He'd never seen it happen before. Every tornado he'd seen occurred in endless fields, but he could only imagine that this wouldn't have good results. Dad. He slapped his father's shoulder to get no response other than a loud snore. Careful. What if you do some damn? Too late. A bluish-white ball of light erupted from the edge of the prison. A transformer had blown. Paul held his breath as it faded a second later, to be replaced by something worse, chunks of something flying through the air, darkening the funnel even more. Pieces of building. Maybe even cars joining the swirl of dust. He'd seen plenty of tornadoes, of course, but nothing like this. Paul slugged his father on the arm this time, hard enough to leave a bruise, but he didn't care. Not now. This wasn't right. His father had never had an outbreak near buildings. It was always in a field somewhere and harmless. Dad. Knock it off. Do you realize what you're doing? Another snore followed. His father's head rolled to the side, empty. Meanwhile, the tornado continued its approach, looming larger outside the window. Debris fell to the ground around it, littering the landscape as it slowed. Dad. Paul launched into a tirade of swearing. The tornado slowly grew more transparent as it approached the road ahead, letting dust and debris plop to the ground and into the ditch on either side. The tornado was dying, so his dad would return to his body any second. Paul's fists clenched, as his stomach threatened to heave up the McDonald's he'd had earlier. He was going to have a talk with his dad, as soon as that happened. He didn't care if his dad was the parent, and he was just the kid. This demanded some answers. Then Paul's heart stopped. Something orange slowly fell to the side of the road ahead, as if lowering on a falling feather. Something orange with flailing arms and legs. Something dressed in an orange jumpsuit. No. Someone. The tornado died, and his father grunted next to him, regaining consciousness. Paul paid no attention. The person remained still on the ground ahead, face down. Were they dead? No. His father wasn't a murderer. Was he? You okay, Paul? His dad blinked at him, as if he hadn't plowed through the prison a few minutes ago. He lost it. Paul hit the glove compartment with his fist, making it pop open. Maps and CDs toppled to the floor. No, I'm not okay. What the hell were you doing? You could have hurt somebody. His own words made it all real to him somehow. He pointed to the body lying on the side of the road ahead. Paul. Calm down. She's perfectly okay and will just be dazed. I did not hurt anyone. I have more control than that. The ignition started as his dad turned the keys. His voice trembled as he spoke like he was unsure, scared, or both. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to see that, but we had no choice. I should have warned you about this beforehand. It's the only way to get into Mobley and stop running constantly. A chill rushed over Paul. The tremor in his dad's voice matched the way he felt. He hadn't been joking a few minutes ago. He'd broken a real convict out of prison. Suddenly, Paul felt dirty and guilty. This was a federal offense or something. Paul was suddenly urged to jump out of the van and hitchhike with the first vehicle that came down the road, regardless of the warning signs on the highway. Dad, that's illegal. We could get busted for this. And how do you know for sure you didn't hurt anyone? A bad taste rose in his mouth as the van rolled past a piece of metal on the side of the road to approach the lying form. A chunk of barbed wire. Papers. But thankfully, no one else. His father stared straight ahead, trying to see something in his own words. I only scraped the side of the prison, Paul. She was outside on recreation hour. The mayor told me the time to aim for. Ahead, the figure on the side of the road began to stir, pushing herself up on her hands. Short brown hair growing out into blonde spilled around her head. Just then, Paul realized the stupidity of what he'd said. Nobody could tie the tornado to his dad and convict him for the prison break. At least the woman was alive and okay. She wasn't bleeding anywhere, and she stood without effort. The thought helped to dispel the sickness gnawing at Paul's insides. The prison building was still intact, although the fence might have taken a beating. But she's a prisoner, Dad. How do you know who she is? How do you know she's innocent? He didn't like the thought of one getting in the van with them. They accused her of breaking a man's neck in an airport parking ramp last October, his father continued as he hit the gas, racing up to the now standing woman on the side of the road. She was in a prison jumpsuit with a number on the front. Tell me, Paul. Does that look like someone who has the strength to do that? She's not even an Outbreaker. Paul squinted. The woman had a thin frame, thinner than most. Skinny arms. Small bones. They think that woman broke a man's neck with her bare hands. Paul felt stupid. If only his dad would buy a television or a computer, he might know what was happening in the world. But he'd gotten rid of theirs after his mother died, saying they were a time suck. They're not sure, but they accused her anyway. Figured she must have done it because she had the guy's car. I think she bought it off the murderer, as she said in court. But you know how Texas is with executions. The words swam around Paul's head. He stared at the prison in the distance as they slowly drove around a piece of sheet metal. The first red lights of emergency vehicles spun around the perimeter, inspecting the damage. The whole world was crashing around him. He could see his dad's point, but was this necessary? All this? How did you carry her without hurting her? At least the waiting woman didn't look hurt. Dazed, yes, with hair flying everywhere and her jumpsuit ruffled. Hurt, no. His father pulled the van up to her and unlocked the doors with a click. Paul shook his head. The world suddenly made even less sense to him. The woman scrambled to the van as if she'd been expecting it for a long time and slid the door open without a word. Paul fought back the urge to jump out. Leather creaked as the door shut. Go, she ordered, sliding across the seat. Her voice was sharp and dangerous. The engine revived as his father hit the gas to continue their journey to Mobley. Paul stared at him, all the words flying out of his mind and his life falling from under him. Yes, Mobley would mean they wouldn't have to move anymore, but was it worth risking this? What kind of guy was the mayor? In the rear-view mirror, the woman's eyes seemed to peer into Paul's soul as she sat on a box. They were a dark gray, like the storm that had just gone through, but nothing like an Outbreaker's eyes. Still, they were strange and different, and Paul couldn't decide why. His father glanced at him, smiled, and then back at the woman, but it seemed awkward and forced somehow. "Ma'am, my name is Earl Collins. This is my son, Paul. We'll be taking you to Mobley. Paul, this is the mayor's girlfriend, Cordelia Morgan." Chapter 2. Janelle, I think I'm getting sunburned. Do you think my skin's getting red back here? It was getting that familiar sting. Leslie turned around on the sand and pulled at the back strap of her bathing suit, revealing a light line on her freckled skin. Ah, the perils of being too pale. Why couldn't she have a body made for the beach? Let me see. Janelle shifted on her beach towel to get a better look. Beside her, Gareth snored on his towel, one of his black locks hanging over one eye. Not that Leslie could blame him. Janelle and Gareth often had to sneak out at night to get private time on this island. Yes, Janelle said. You know your skin's really sensitive to the sun. Didn't you put on some sunscreen earlier? Sunburns are so much worse when you're next to a huge body of water. And I think that counts. Janelle pointed to the Caribbean, its perfect blue shimmering in the sun. Leslie sighed, trudging over to the lapping waves and wiggling her toes in the wet sand. Her skin might suck, but at least she could touch the ocean without ill effect. Janelle would trade with her in a heartbeat. I did, but it doesn't do much good. I'm so pale that I must blind even SPF 60. The water rushed over her feet and back, foaming in the sun. You have no idea how lucky you are, Janelle blurted as Leslie kicked the water. I'm not trying to complain, Leslie said. Sure, she felt unimportant on an island of virtual demigods, and Janelle was rich and had a gorgeous boyfriend. I'm glad that you invited me. It's been a good spring break. I'm glad. Janelle left it there. Leslie couldn't find any words, which was rare for her. Something had changed since their last trip to Hawaii. Janelle rarely reached out during non-holidays anymore, and despite the invites, Leslie wondered if her friend was drifting away. Leslie ducked under her own umbrella, flopping down on her towel. Only the thick palm trees of Alara watched them. Janelle was the Tempest High leader now. Leslie was still just a student struggling through school. Leslie, are you okay? That was the umpteenth time Janelle had asked the question today. It wasn't like she could help it, or anything. I know something's wrong. You haven't acted this way since Todd broke up with you. Yes. I'm fine. Really? Leslie stared at the endless water and adjusted her umbrella. I just wish we could see each other more. Janelle faced the outcrop that hid the door to the Alara complex where she lived. I know. Some things are nice now, but others, not so much. We're still trying to determine if Cordelia had any other plans. Leslie hoped that was why Janelle had gotten so distant after Hawaii. Or if she felt bad about putting her in danger. Or if Leslie just wasn't that important anymore. It could be all three. Janelle hadn't even talked to her that much since Leslie arrived yesterday. The longer Leslie stayed, the more she felt like the free plane tickets and vacation were just an easy way for Janelle to distract her from the truth. Janelle rose from her towel and adjusted it so Gareth wouldn't get sunburned, though he was already tan. A gorgeous tan. I'll get you something to put over yourself. We don't want a repeat of Lake Huron without sunscreen. I have a shirt in my guest room, Leslie said, craving the space to think. I'll go grab it. Be right back. Leslie relished the cool space of the marble underground tunnels. She stopped by the tube fish tanks and watched the creatures swim, oblivious. Now, out of the sun, her head cleared. Yes, it was completely understandable that Janelle hadn't had time to contact her much in the past few months. She was the Tempest High leader and had to govern over 2,000 Tempests worldwide, not by choice. She barely got much time with Gareth, and he lived here. Leslie returned to her guest room, on the other side of the sprawling underground palace. Fish swam inside tropical blue tubes at every corner, and skylights cast spirals on the floor, the Tempest symbol. Thankfully, Leslie encountered no one, though she was under Janelle's protection. Her bare feet slapped against the cold linoleum. "Janelle's just trying to keep you safe," Leslie muttered. She turned a corner, passing one of the maintenance workers messing with a pop machine. He looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Leslie drew stairs despite Janelle's order. The gray spiral on his arm stuck out from under his t-shirt sleeve. Leslie pulled her towel around her shoulders to hide the fact that her arm lacked one. The hallway to the guest rooms was vacant. Only muttering came from the next corridor, where some apartments were. Maybe she should call her mother to keep up the cover story about her and Janelle hanging out in Disney World. But she didn't want to, after she told Leslie that she wouldn't send her to college or sign any student loans. Leslie hadn't told Janelle yet, because she didn't want to look like a charity case. But seeing all this wealth hurt. Leslie rummaged through her suitcase and pulled out her longest-sleeved shirt. "You have no idea how lucky you are." Leslie snickered as she picked out a bright blue shirt with long baggy sleeves to hide her lack of a gray spiral. She was losing her future and her best friend. Leslie didn't belong here. Her cell phone waited on the bedspread, begging her to pick it up and call her mother. "I'm washing my hands of you, Leslie. I've done my time raising you. Better get back out to the beach and smile then." It beat the alternative. Automatically, Leslie slid her phone down inside her bathing suit top. If it rang there, everyone would get a laugh. The hole inside her seemed to close as she left her guest room and headed back down the hall. Janelle sat up on her towel. "Gareth, I feel bad." Her boyfriend had woken up since Leslie had gone inside, blinking the sun from his eyes. "Is she getting all sulky again?" Gareth had a way to be blunt, but at least he just came out and said stuff. Janelle sighed and sat up. "I just can't keep up with everything. Had a meeting yesterday while she was here. Someone saw a Tempest experimenting with their water-controlling powers last week in North Carolina. That talk lasted all day, because we had to call the girl's parents for every detail. It sounds like someone was spying on her, and she didn't realize it until too late." "Yikes," Gareth said. His gorgeous hazel eyes widened, revealing the tan rings around his pupils. They were bright, colorful eyes, unlike the grays of most Tempests, which was why she loved them so much. "Did they find out who saw her?" "That's scary." "No. But the girl knows someone saw it, because she heard them running away through some underbrush. We're paying the family to move as soon as they can." Janelle swallowed. "It's getting harder to hide. Too many people live on the coast now. When I found you, some people saw you changing back to human form." Gareth wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. His skin was so warm, like it had absorbed the sun, and his hair tickled her cheek. "For all those people know, I got caught in a water main break. Nothing ever happened from that. But that's not what's really bothering you. It's Leslie." Blunt and right again, of course. "I think Leslie's starting to hate me, Gareth." "I can't blame her." She rested her head on his shoulder. "Hey. It can be fixed," Gareth said, smiling. "I'll help you. We can talk to her as soon as she's back." At long last they were alone on the beach, and it was time to take advantage of it. Halfway on her walk back, Leslie stopped short in the corridor. A group now stood in the main entryway, mostly older folks in formal wear, talking about someone's knee surgery in the Bahamas. Even though Mel, Janelle's old pilot, stood with them, Leslie wasn't sure she wanted to pass through that room, even though that was the quickest way back to the beach. Some of them looked like they could be Elder Council members. While Leslie liked Mel, an Elder Council member, Elise, worked with Cordelia in Hawaii. It could be a better idea to cut around. Quietly. Janelle would understand. Leslie had just started to head down the opposite corridor when the main entrance door, the boat dock entrance, swung open with a mechanical click. Leslie paused as ice filled her body. A janitor stood with his arms held by two large men in ski masks that Leslie didn't recognize. One grabbed the man's wrist. They had used his palm to unlock the door. The conversation in the lobby stopped as everyone whirled. Leslie's legs turned to stone. The two big men looked like goons from a bad crime movie. A memory flashed of Kevin, Cordelia's minion, breaking into her house, tying her wrists, dragging her to his rental car, and eventually here to Alara. Right in this same spot, he'd threatened to break her neck before Janelle. The memory struck so violently that Leslie sucked in a sharp breath. Why didn't the janitor just wrestle out of the grasp of these guys? He was a tempest with the strength of a dinosaur. In the lobby, everyone else stared, silent. "What?" Mel began as he and the elder council members broke apart. "Freeze," one of the men ordered from under his mask. "You will not be harmed." A second later, a dozen masked people ran through the door, all hidden behind ski masks and coats. Some of the figures held fire extinguishers. Others fired them, bathing the elders in cold white foam. The sounds of hissing filled the room. A few of the old women screamed. The air chilled. A blast of wind shot through the air as the tempests tried to defend themselves, but it was weak, a breeze at the most. The cold robbed a tempest's powers. Then a thought stabbed through Leslie's terror. The island was under attack. There had to be a fire alarm somewhere around here. Pulling it would alert everyone. The other tempests would rush out and deal with these guys. Who were they? Janelle was worried about people finding the island. Leslie scanned the corridor wall, as the attackers hadn't seen her yet. The red box hung on the wall, ready to be activated. Leslie's bare feet slapped against the floor as she rushed past another janitor running in the opposite direction. Another sound of spraying followed as he ran into the pandemonium and shouted in the lobby. "That's not necessary," a voice said. The freezing spray hit and made all her limbs seize. The icy foam stole her breath away. Leslie screamed from shock, and then a squeak escaped her as she hit the wall. It was as if a river of ice were pouring onto her. Tempest or not, there was no resisting this. Her skin seemed to freeze and her blood chilled as Leslie tried shouting. She kept her eyes squeezed shut. No one could stand up against this. No one. She had to warn Janelle. But only a hoarse cry came out, dying in the footfalls filling the air around her. A man in a ski mask leaned over her as she shivered on the floor, unable to move with the shock of the cold. He held a pair of handcuffs in one hand and took her right arm with the other, snapping one of the cuffs in place. Leslie tried pulling away. "What are you doing?" "Relax. You're going to be okay. This is for your safety. We're moving all tempests to a new location." The man's voice was strong, almost reassuring, but Leslie believed him as much as any supervillain. Whoever these people were, they knew what they were doing. They knew tempests were weak to the cold and thought she was one too. Leslie couldn't speak or tell the man he was wrong. Way wrong. Her sleeves still hung down to her elbows, hiding that she wasn't a tempest, as the man helped her up from the floor and put the cuff around her other wrist. Behind him, other men in ski masks and winter coats, at least a dozen, led handcuffed tempests out the main entrance and towards the boats docked out in the cave. Mel staggered along, shaking and covered with the melting fizz. No one seemed to have the energy to shout for help. The whole thing was over in seconds, as if these people had rehearsed this repeatedly. Who are you?" Leslie managed at last. They could be someone's government, tipped off about the existence of tempests, or even other tempests working for Cordelia. Either way, it was bad. Very bad. Janelle could be in danger. The man glanced at her through the eye holes of his mask. His eyes were full of sympathy, as if he hadn't wanted to spray her with the contents of a fire extinguisher. But they were strange somehow, not the stormy gray eyes that most tempests had, but brown with spots of pure black all through the irises. "Come along," her captor said as more masked men rushed past him and down the hall. Her friend was in danger, and there was nothing Leslie could do. "Leslie hasn't come back. I'm going after her." Janelle rose from her towel, tugging Gareth and tightening her grip on his hand. The last tingles from their kissing vanished from her body as worry rushed in. Janelle had lost track of time during their make-out session. Maybe she's just calling her mom or something, Gareth offered. You know she's all worried about her mom discovering all this. She probably had to go tell her she just got done on the Pirates ride. Or that corny Dumbo one. Well, how else do you explain her vacation? Janelle waved her hand at the island itself. Hawaii was one thing. An uncharted island is another. Gareth shrugged. Easy. Shipwreck. Come on. She slapped Gareth on the arm. We should check on her. I saw Eric glaring at her yesterday when she came in the door. I'm sure I'll get a lecture about this when she leaves. Eric was the oldest elder council member who typically headed all the meetings. He didn't like having a human around. Gareth sighed and trekked across the sand with her. She could never forgive herself if anything happened to Leslie on her watch. It was up to her to protect her friend. What if her protective order wasn't enough? Are you sure you aren't being paranoid? Gareth asked as she opened the door. Sand cascaded down from the hill face as the camouflage door revealed a dusty hallway. I mean, I understand what happened last time Leslie was here, but... Janelle sighed and opened her mouth to tell him to stop accusing her of paranoia, but the noises inside beat her to it. Shouts echoed down the hall, followed by loud footfalls and a crash. Her heart stopped. More footfalls and shouts came from everywhere inside the complex. From the direction of the kitchen. From the basement. Even from the hallway that led to her apartment. What? Gareth started, freezing. It sounded like a war scene inside, only without the guns. Janelle's stomach twisted. She knew. Somehow, it all came to her in an instant. Gareth, she said, shooting him a wide-eyed stare. We're under attack. Leslie decided it was best not to tell these guys she wasn't a Tempest. If they were with Cordelia somehow, they might decide to kill her if they found her out. Cordelia was like that. She'd almost had her killed before, just to get Janelle to bend to her will. Those were the only thoughts swirling through her head as the masked man led her down the dock and towards the line of waiting boats. Only the electric lights hung off the cave ceiling. Leslie's heart pounded. She felt like she'd throw up. They could easily roll up her sleeve, check for a gray spiral on her arm, find none, and simply toss her in this water. She'd never be able to swim with these cuffs. Suddenly, she wanted to return to her boring school, classes, and homework. Janelle's yacht bobbed in the greenish water, shining under the lights hanging off the ceiling. It seemed untouched. How did these people get here? Where are you taking us? One of the elder council women asked as their captors led them along. To a safe place, another man responded. He didn't elaborate. The men continued past the usual boats, and even the fishing one used to ferry supplies to the island from the nearby Bahamas. Another large fishing boat waited at the end of the dock, a large blue one that hadn't been there before. It was enough to hold a few dozen men, as well as prisoners. How had they steered that thing in here unnoticed? Precious little warmth crept back into Leslie's body as some fizz fell off, joining the mess already on the dock. Her captor led her over a railing and onto the white boat, following his comrades to a door below the decks. Leslie sucked in a deep breath. She had to think. Use logic. The Tempests could fight back once all this fire extinguisher stuff wore off. They could break their cuffs. These guys had overlooked that fact for sure. Then they'd be out of here before the boat pulled away from the dock. These men didn't even have their fire extinguishers anymore. They seemed to have given them to the others running through the complex. She didn't dare say anything as her captor led her down a narrow set of white stairs into a boat lined with bunks, fishing supplies, and a salty smell. Ahead, Mel had regained some strength, walking fully upright with the last fizz dropping off his suit. The other elders were in the same state, as were the two janitors. Hope trickled back into her veins as she walked along. Until she saw the door to the walk-in fridge. It hung wide open around the next corner, blasting cool air into the corridor. Another masked man held it open. Leslie tried to drag her feet, even brushing up against a pipe, but it was useless. Of course, a fishing boat would have a large fridge, which smelled like the boat's usual catch. The masked man at the door patted Mel's pockets, taking out his keys and phone and handing them to one of his partners. Mel said nothing about this. He hung his head as they led him into the cold metal room, where several chairs sat in rows. "You don't have anything on you, do you?" The man near the door asked as he quickly patted Leslie down. She flinched at his touch as he slapped at her pant legs. "And no," she said, heart fluttering in her chest. Words had left her. They didn't do that often. "Don't roll up the sleeves, please don't roll up the sleeves." "She's good." A hand waved her through. She noticed that the man guarding the door also had those brown eyes flecked with black. It might not mean anything, but it was best to be on her guard. She had already met human hurricanes and a newly matured volcano goddess. If there was anything Leslie had learned, it was not to dismiss any possibility. "You can sit here," her captor said, leading her to a chair. There were quite a few in here, crammed side to side, enough to seat a few dozen people. These men had come prepared. "We'll get you blankets shortly." Leslie's breath swirled into the air as she sat, muscles weak with relief. The chair was freezing, but it beat death. These men were hurrying. There might yet be another chance for escape. She barely noticed. These people hadn't found her out after all. Then a thought struck her, and the relief flew away like a leaf in a storm. Cordelia had once stuck Janelle in a freezer to drain her power and keep her under control. This was precisely something that she would have her followers do. Chapter 3. My Dad. Janelle broke away from Gareth and rushed down the hallway towards her apartment. Her dad was sitting on the computer there, emailing her tutor, before she'd left for the beach with Leslie. And whoever was attacking would want to go for her apartment first. "Wait. Janelle." Gareth's feet slapped the floor as he chased her. "We don't know who this is. It could be the CIA, for all we know." A blast of wind whistled somewhere but died. Her people were putting up a defense, but against who? One option was the CIA, or some other government agency that had found them out. The other, she didn't want to think about it. Cordelia was in prison, far from the ocean in North Texas. Her Tempest powers would be gone there. No way she could have broken out. That didn't mean others didn't work for her. Her biological mother had a bigger reach than most realized during her rule. Janelle bolted past the pot machine, tipped over on its side. Tools lay scattered everywhere, along with some strange white fizz that gave off coldness. But the janitor was nowhere to be found. It was as if something had dragged him off down the hallway. "Janelle," Gareth said behind her, keeping pace. "We don't know who's here." Her dad was up there. Leslie was in here, the friend who had stuck with her all this time. Janelle couldn't just run out on her now. Fish swam in their tanks as she rushed through the room under the glass spiral in the ceiling. Sunlight poured down on them, making Gareth's skin shine. More fizz lay on the floor here, as if whoever was armed with the fire extinguishers had sprayed someone coming down the stairs. "Dad." Giving away her location was stupid, but Janelle's emotions welled to the surface uncontrollably. They'd started getting along better lately. And now this. On top of the wide staircase, her apartment door stood wide open. A crushing pressure seized her heart. The apartment door was normally locked. Only she or her dad could get in. The alternative would be to bust the door down. Tempests could definitely do that. Ordinary humans know, unless they had bombs or battering rams, and she hadn't heard either. "I don't hear anyone," Gareth said. "I think it's a trap." "Don't go." Janelle couldn't resist climbing a few steps to look into the apartment. "Janelle, he wouldn't want you to," Gareth started. Footsteps sounded inside, cutting him off. She staggered back into Gareth, who took her arm and pulled her down the remaining stairs. Male voices spoke above in the apartment. They weren't familiar. In fact, one of them had a faint Midwestern accent. Janelle had never heard of a tempest with one. "Stay up here." "You crazy," the voice said. "I don't like this, Steve. We're breaking the law." "What law?" "We're not in the U.S. anymore." Another voice, this one with a Texas twang, responded. These are Bahamian waters, but we're too far away for them to notice. Quiet. Janelle remained frozen inches from the doorway. Most of the thumping had stopped throughout the building. Footfalls thudded somewhere. Janelle slid around the door's edge, squeezing next to Gareth. The carpet muffled her footsteps, and the soft lighting did nothing to calm her nerves. The two men weren't in the lavish living room or the attached kitchen. They probably stood in the hallway, which curved out of sight. Whoever these people were, they knew who she was. Was there a tempest named Steve? She didn't think so. Not even in her panic. But how had these guys broken open the door without tools, if they weren't tempests? Don't hear anyone, Steve said from the adjacent hall. His Texas drawl seemed thicker now. He was relaxing. They're all loaded into the boat. We should go. Our 10 minutes is about up. But the high leader, the other man started. Someone else might have got her. If not, she'll go after her father. Do you want to try fighting her? Do you know who she is? And besides, Ms. Morgan said to hurry. A pause. Janelle's heart felt as if it had fallen down to the floor. She seized an end table. Ms. Morgan. Cordelia. She was somehow planning this, even from prison. And now these people had her father, who tried drowning her years ago. No doubt, he wouldn't survive long if her people had him in custody. Leslie, too. Gareth pulled Janelle back and she let him, at first. They left the apartment and crept backward down the steps. The only thing that kept her from rushing back up the stairs was the two men thudding down at the same time. Gareth pushed her back with his shoulder, and around another corner just as the two men appeared in the marble corridor, rushing down the opposite way. Both wore ski masks and coats, but neither had her father. Instead, they brandished plain red fire extinguishers. It would have looked ridiculous under any other circumstances. But the cold sapped their power, and these guys knew. The only saving grace was that the men had turned the opposite and missed them. The intruders ran past the aquarium tubes and vanished, footfalls echoing. Gareth, let's go, Janelle hissed. Trap, he mouthed. My dad. Leslie. They were both in danger if Cordelia was involved in this. Mortal danger. Didn't you hear what they said? It's to lure you in, Janelle. Gareth's voice rose just enough to replace the footfalls fading away. He held her in his wide-eyed stare. Those men had to go through the main entrance, towards the docks, ready to take their prisoners away. Then Gareth swallowed. Maybe they knew you were here. He could be right. But Janelle couldn't stand by and let something happen to Leslie or her father. She was shaking, and a tingle filled her body. Her power waited for use. The complex stood empty all around her as she ran. The fire alarm hung over her head, its door open, but its handle was still in the up position. More of that fire extinguisher stuff slumped down the wall around it. Someone had tried to activate it. Then Janelle went down to the floor. Up. You slipped, Gareth said. His voice contained relief. He didn't want her to do this. Janelle took a deep breath as she stood. But she was the strongest tempest in the world. At least, according to everyone. She should be able to handle this. Yet a voice inside yelled back at her. These people probably weren't tempests, but how had they broken down her doors if they were human? When they got there, more cold fizz spread out on the lobby floor, covering the gray tempest spiral. Janelle stood closer to Gareth, taking in the silence. These guys had already taken the tempests to this part of the building. This gang had subdued and captured the island in less than 10 minutes. The only thing saving her and Gareth was making out on the beach. These people knew their weaknesses. The location of their secret complex. Everything. No doubt Cordelia was involved. Gareth shot her a wide-eyed glance. His hazel eyes seemed dark even in the skylights. The door to the dock stood wide open, leading away into the cave. The silence dragged out and Janelle's stomach turned. As if someone were expecting her. Gareth was right then. It was a trap. She took a breath, struggling to think. This was why her father taught her to control her emotions. Janelle didn't dare to speak. The entryway had 3 hallways branching off from it. There could be dozens of men in masks waiting in the other 2. Sure, she was a Tempest and could hold her own, but one shot from a cold fire extinguisher and she was done. Tempest powers sure hadn't helped the others here. They couldn't continue. There was no safe way to go after Leslie or her father, who was probably loaded onto a boat out in that cave, only 10 seconds away. The seconds turned into a minute, then another minute. No movement. And then, "Hide," Gareth hissed in her ear. Before she thought about it, her legs carried her down the corridor and into the meeting hall. At the same time, slow footsteps met her ears from the direction of the dock entrance. Those men were coming to see what the holdup was. Unfortunately, the meeting hall had no exit. Janelle rushed to the back of the room, out of the range of fire extinguishers that might shoot through the door. She needed room if there was going to be a fight. Gareth nodded, joining her at her side. She took a breath as the footsteps approached. "Hello, Tempest High Leader." One of the men in ski masks appeared in the doorway, red canister in hand. He wasn't aiming it at her, which was good. But he appeared sinister in his black ski mask and coat. He had strange eyes somehow, but Janelle couldn't quite understand why. "Who are you?" she demanded, standing taller. Her fists clenched in anticipation. She could send a blast of wind through the room and knock the guy over in a heartbeat, especially while angry. Then she and Gareth could run out of here and down the hall before the others knew what happened. "Are you Tempests?" The man shook his head. His strange brown eyes spotted with black she noticed never left her. "No, but your mother considers us to be your close cousins. If you'll come with me, I'll explain EV." No. She was not going with them if Cordelia was involved. Nothing good came from her plans. Avoiding capture might be her only hope to get her dad and Leslie out of this. She wouldn't be any good, shivering and powerless. The wind started before she even raised her hands. The power was coming easier now. Gareth backed away as it screamed through the room, whipping her hair before her face. Chairs slid across the floor and tumbled. A plant fell from its perch and crashed into the wall, sending shards flying. She expected the man to stagger back. To fall. To run away screaming. Not this. The man stood there in the full brunt of her power, unaffected. His coat flapped against his body but nothing else. The wind died, and Janelle backed away into the mini-stage. Whatever these people were, they were immune to her abilities. It was no wonder they had taken the complex. Gareth shot her a wide-eyed glance. "Get behind me," he said. "Go." The strange man entered the room, flanked by 2 others who brandished those red cans. He clicked the nozzle. "Sorry, High Leader," he said, his voice filled with genuine sympathy. "We didn't want to use force on you, but you're not giving us much choice." Chapter 4. Paul didn't speak much during the rest of the trip. It was hard to focus on his magazine as his father drove in silence with that strange woman sitting on their moving boxes. Studying for his history test wasn't possible either. Knowing they were transporting a wanted prisoner, how was he supposed to take his test? How did his dad know she was innocent? Maybe he didn't know. This was the only way they'd be allowed to move to Mobley. Paul couldn't get the thought of the tornado damaging the prison out of his head. His father had said nothing more about that, and Paul didn't want to ax. "Can I just take my test tomorrow?" Paul asked. "You know, after we unpack." His father wrinkled his mustache and nodded. "Yes. That would be fine. I'll have time to grade it then. When we get to Mobley, can I actually go to the school there?" Paul would say anything to break this awkward silence. The blonde woman, Cordelia, was watching them. Her strange gray eyes glanced at him through the rearview mirror. He looked away. "And can we get internet too?" "We can't have any internet or cell phones with your uncle refusing to let up," he said, repeating the same line he had for several years. "I don't need him tracking us down. I'll think about having you attend Mobley High." You'll be in good company there. All Outbreakers. An entire school of Outbreakers. Paul couldn't imagine. He'd spent years homeschooling, always in some house way out in the boonies, away from people his age. He'd been neighbors with Brian and Dominic last year, who lived a mile away, but they were human, and his father wasn't crazy about that. That was different. Maybe even he'd get to meet some girls. Yes, you will, the woman added, speaking for the first time in hours. The mayor's seeing to it. Mobley's his baby. It's going to grow. Others will be joining us. Something in her voice told him that there was something Paul didn't know yet. He glanced at his dad, but he shook his head. He was just as clueless about what Cordelia meant. For the first time, it seemed like his dad was a pawn in something he didn't even entirely understand, and Paul didn't like it. He had to say something. You're human, right? So do you mean we'll have some living in Mobley? Paul didn't mind the idea of that, if they didn't mind Outbreakers. So long as they weren't like his Uncle Tanner. This woman knew about them already, as did many regular people who married Outbreakers. That made sense, he supposed. Cordelia wrinkled her mouth like she wanted to say something huge. But instead, she nodded to Paul's magazine. Interesting. If you like heavy metal. His words felt dry in his throat, though the woman looked awfully thin and incapable of breaking a man's neck. The thought made him feel a bit better. I'm going to see Executioner in a couple of weeks. Not sure if you've heard of them. It was a dumb conversation, but it beat asking her if she'd killed someone. No. Cordelia sat back in her seat, glancing down at her jumpsuit. Earl, I'll need a new set of clothes before we reach Mobley. Can we stop at the next store? Sure, ma'am. His father took the freeway exit and hit the brakes, banking around the curve. Ahead, a small town spread out on the plains, with a few fast food signs towering above it. Dad, I don't like this, Paul said as they ruffled through women's t-shirts at a huge dollar store. They'd left the prisoner in the van, and Paul was glad to breathe fresh air. Then, his father glanced around the store and spoke in a low voice. I'm not sure I do either, to tell you the truth. But I couldn't bear to let her go to the chair, if she was innocent. I just couldn't. Something still seemed suspicious here. Paul had the idea that this really wasn't a request at all. His father wouldn't have partially destroyed the prison if it wasn't. He just wasn't like that. Okay, Dad. What exactly did we get in return for this? He sighed. Bingo. His father turned his mustache downward as he frowned. I know moving all the time is tough. We aren't just getting a house, but a free surveillance system. The mayor also offered to have Mobley's police force keep an eye on us. That'll make Tanner think twice about approaching us again. He turned with his mustache relaxing. Paul, I think she's innocent. It was all a mistake. Paul sighed. Maybe. If his dad would get a TV, Paul would have a better idea of what to think here. Cordelia was thumbing through Paul's magazine when they got back. She handed it back and took the clothes while Paul and his father stepped out of the van to let her change. A knock on the door indicated when they could return, and they were back on the freeway 5 minutes later. Click. Janelle braced for the frigid spray to rush over her body, sapping all of her power and making her helpless in front of these strange beings. She braced herself to see Cordelia again. To find out that Leslie was dead, her father was dead, or both. Click. The masked man pulled the trigger of the extinguisher again, but nothing exploded from the nozzle. In response, he shook the canister to get a tiny, faint shaking sound. Janelle expelled her breath. The extinguisher was out of juice. Or dry ice, or whatever. She and Gareth had a chance if they moved fast enough, and Gareth beat her to it. He rushed forward in nothing but his swim trunks, unshielded if the canister wasn't out after all. The man tried to move, but it was too late. Gareth crashed into him with all the force of a truck, knocking him back into his two companions like they were bowling pins. Thuds and cries echoed down the hall as they fell. Hope swelled into Janelle's chest. So they weren't immune to the tempest strength. Come on. Gareth took her hand, but she didn't need convincing. The first man was already pushing off the floor. Janelle jumped over the moving bodies, feeling vulnerable in her bathing suit. And then, 10 more masked men appeared in the domed entryway from the neighboring halls. 5 of them held red canisters. Chances were against them all being empty. Ice spread through her, though they hadn't fired yet. But when they did, it was over. "It's them," another man shouted from the entryway. "Gareth!" She seized his arm and pulled him along as she ran, bare feet slapping against the floor. They needed to hide, and now there was no way 2 of them could fight all these guys. Her apartment was out. The doors were broken down. But the beach, thought she had an idea. Heavy footfalls fell behind them, and another clicking sound rang through the air. Her bare feet slapped the marble. "Stop. We won't hurt you. Cooperate and you won't get sprayed." Janelle leapt over the fizz she'd slipped on earlier. For some reason, she didn't believe that. "Where are we going?" Gareth breathed as they cut around the corner and the tubular fish tanks. His hair flopped around on his head as he ran. "The ocean." Gareth nodded. It was their last weapon. Janelle wasn't sure if this would work. Summoning a windstorm was one thing. The water was a lot heavier and harder to control. Janelle had never been very good at it, even though everyone told her she should be. She hadn't practiced and wished she'd listened to her dad. Another spraying sound came from behind. Ice splattered the back of Janelle's leg, threatening to make it seize up, but the shock only made her run faster. No stopping. The salty smell of the ocean wafted through the door ahead as sand on the floor stuck to her feet. Gareth slammed into the door at the end of the hall, making it squeal open as the lock broke. They had no time to leave it in its hinges. Her towel and umbrella waited on the golden beach. Gareth leaped over the towel, barely missing the umbrella. "Ready for this?" he called, reaching for her arm. She wasn't. But she had to be. Yes. They'd have to be careful. Too much ocean, and they could transform completely. Whatever boat these guys brought to take their prisoners away wouldn't stand a chance in a hurricane. It would kill Leslie. Plus, they'd be breaking the law. Their turn to change had passed already. Gareth took her arm. His grasp was reassuring and strong as she followed him into the water. Ocean lapped over her feet, hugging them. Instantly, the ice vanished from her leg, and the footfall stopped on the beach behind them. A roaring sensation filled her like an oncoming train, growing louder with each step she took into the ocean. How deep did they have to go to trigger the complete change? "What are you doing?" one of the men asked from the doorway. His voice went up an octave. He knew about tempests, all right. Gareth stopped and faced her. The hazel was gone from his eyes. Now gray storm clouds spun around his pupils in a rage. This was normal, her eyes must look the same, but she had to resist the urge to pull away. It was something she could never get used to. Janelle turned. 5 masked men stood on the beach, trampling her towel underfoot and holding the extinguishers. They suddenly looked ridiculous, gaping at the 2 of them. "Ma'am," the leader started. It was their chance. Gareth faced the water under him. It was swaying and slapping in the sand. "Focus." Gareth had told her that he tried to teach her how to do this every time. She turned her gaze to the shining water under her. The roar in her head grew more vigorous and threatened to consume her. Another spray came from an extinguisher as one of the men desperately tried to stop them. The foam coated the front of her bathing suit, but Janelle couldn't feel it this time. She was too consumed by the ocean's power now, too gone. The water lurched more, rising around her feet as she focused. One of the men turned and retreated through the busted door. It was too late. The water rose around Janelle's shins, bringing the roar inside her to a scream, and it rushed toward the men. They had no chance. The water struck, and all 5 of them tumbled to the ground as the ocean rushed over them, rolling over their bodies and foaming against the sides of the doorway. The first made it through the doorway, dripping wet and leaving sloshing footsteps in his wake. A second man struck the sand beside it, pulled himself up, and followed. Within seconds, the last 3 intruders piled through the doorway, coats and ski masks sticking to their bodies. The water retreated around Janelle's feet, letting the roar inside her slowly calm and fade like a departing thunderstorm. She ran her hands down the sides of her body and her legs, ensuring they were still there. Good. They were. Judging from the roar in Janelle's head, she must have come within seconds of the worst. She faced Gareth as soon as it had stopped, just in time to see the storm clouds in his eyes disappear and form back into their usual hazel. Good. Tempest or not, she hated seeing that. Then, another thought struck her as her feet sank in the wet sand. My dad. Leslie. The men were heading back to their boat or whatever. She had no doubt. The invaders wouldn't come back here if they had the ocean behind them. This time, Gareth didn't argue. He knew. This was their last chance. They might never see Leslie or her father again. Janelle rushed back through the door and back down the hall. She didn't remember anything, not tearing back through the now empty complex, until she found herself running through the cave dock doorway and finally out onto the dock itself. Everything seemed to collapse inside of her, and her knees buckled. Another boat, a large fishing boat not unlike theirs, was pulling out of the dock and already steering itself through the cave entrance and out to the ocean beyond. Janelle would have rushed to one of her yachts, which sat beside the dock, if it wasn't for the fact that the bow was sagging fast, with water flowing over the deck. These people had somehow punched a hole in the front of her boat. Judging from the oil slick spreading out from the fishing boat on the other side of the cave, they had done the same to that one too. The captors had sabotaged them. Janelle cried in anguish as the invading boat turned the corner to the cave, heading for the sunlight outside and disappearing from sight. Chapter 5. Paul's legs had started to cramp by the time they reached Mobley. The sun was already setting, casting an orange glow over the plains around them. The trip had taken them all day. Paul had thumbed through his magazine many times, all too aware that the woman in the backseat seemed to be watching him. His father made small talk occasionally, but things were just as awkward as earlier that day. Relief coursed through his limbs as they pulled off an expressway exit, turned onto a 2-lane highway, drove past an abandoned house and a caved-in barn, and finally into the town limits. Mobley. The world's first Outbreaker town. It didn't look special, just rows of houses, a marathon and an Admiral, a convenience store called the Mobley Party Stop, and an old high school with a sign that announced its mascot, the Stallions. As they passed, some guy walked a dog down one of the side streets. A couple of kids rode bikes down another. If Paul didn't know better, he would have thought it was another Midwest town. But his dad said it was good that Mobley didn't look like much. Mobley was the place that would never attract attention to itself, which was what they needed. What do you think? His father asked. Definitely better than the middle of nowhere, Paul said, glancing back at the high school, which was disappearing behind a row of 100-year-old downtown stores. The lights were starting to come inside the stores and restaurants. A waitress moved inside one called the Family Grill, stopping to talk to a man in a suit. His father stopped the van, taking up 2 parallel parking spaces with a travel trailer. That's the mayor in there. I have to talk to him, and then we'll get to our house. I doubt we'll finish all the unpacking tonight. Cordelia bolted out of the van without a goodbye, and into the restaurant, where she promptly wrapped her arms around the blonde man in the suit. He returned the hug, embracing her for almost a full minute. Yes, they were a couple, and one that hadn't seen each other in a while, for obvious reasons. His father followed Cordelia, disappearing inside the glass door and behind some pink curtains. The streetlights came on, revealing a fire station down the street with one of those megaphone sirens rising above it. Old Cold War sirens, his dad always called them. This town had been here since before then, and the rust covering it was proof of that. Paul really needed to get up and move. He couldn't sit much longer. The Family Grill had a fan blasting inside, which felt good. The place was mostly empty, except for Cordelia, the mayor, the waitress, and a couple of twin guys about his age sitting in the corner booth. He guessed they were the mayor's sons. They had the same sandy hair as the man in the suit, and the same wide eyebrows. They were watching a movie on something that might have been a phone. It was hard to tell since he was so out of the loop. He waved to them as he headed to the bathroom. One of them returned it. He had brown eyes spotted with pure black like his. As he passed the counter, a glance from the waitress confirmed that she did too. The mayor's words floated toward Paul. Years of work here. Real estate agents had difficulty convincing the last non-outbreakers to move out. Hard time making it not look obvious too. The mayor's voice followed Paul to the bathroom. Anyway, I have your key for you, Earl. I can't thank you enough. I promise I'll work it out to cut your house payments in half. Security will be out to install your system tomorrow. He coughed. If you want, you can attend the old Masonic temple for our guests of honor tomorrow. They should arrive at about 2. Paul paused outside the bathroom. Guests of honor? His father asks. This clearly wasn't something he knew about. From where? Paul held his breath to stretch his hearing. He pretended to check out a green pop machine, hoping no one knew he was eavesdropping. Caribbean. You could say that we have close relatives out there. He wrapped his arm around Cordelia, who snuggled closer to him. But I don't want to spoil the surprise. Just show up and have fun. Of course, Paul pressed his father for whatever special guests the mayor had been talking about, but he didn't know. It seemed likely that the prisoner they'd rescued had something to do with this. Was there more to Mobley than either of them thought? The thought kept bugging him as he lugged his boxes to his room, unpacked his CDs, and placed his guitar on its stand against the wall. Outside, a family walked past, enjoying the warm weather. Paul had never lived in a suburb before. It seemed so crowded, so closed in. Maybe that was why Paul was a little uncomfortable. We won't have time to go to the Masonic temple tomorrow, his father explained a little later as he put the pans in the kitchen cupboard. He was putting more things away than usual, Paul noticed. Did this mean they were actually going to stay here for a while? It's probably just a gimmick to get the mayor more votes next election season. Paul nodded, but he couldn't let this go. His gut gave him bad vibes, and there was only one way to settle it. If he finished unpacking tonight, he might have time to go there and figure out what was happening. You don't think Tanner's going to come here? Even if he does, Mobley's police are on this. His father turned away to put glasses into the cupboard. This is the safest place for us. Why is he still mad at you about Mom? Paul blurted. The question hung in the air. Paul's father froze and let out a breath. Paul wished he could take the question back. He wasn't even sure why he blurted it out. He'd never had the guts to ask the question before. Something always held him back. His father spoke in a heavy tone. He doesn't like that I made her an outbreaker. Says it might have caused her to have some health problems that led to the heart attack because she was so young when it happened. He never did like it, even back when we married. But that doesn't make any sense. Paul gripped the counter. She was fine up until that morning. He should know it doesn't kill you. Their dad was an outbreaker, and he lived to his 70s. Paul's mother and Tanner were both born human. They hadn't inherited the trait. But his father's parents hadn't wanted him to marry a human woman, so his mother had asked to become an outbreaker herself, so they'd approve. His father said it was the only way they could have been together. Yes. I know. A tinge of impatience crept into his voice. Your uncle was just angry, Paul. I was too at the time. He was always protective of his sister, and didn't know where to direct his anger. The exhaustion of his existence crept into Paul. Then why do you keep running from Tanner? Just confront him already. I'm tired of moving. He didn't trust the security system to keep Tanner away. His father turned to finish stocking the cupboards, punctuating his sentence with a slap of a plate. The air thickened. His father was shaking. No matter what Paul said now, the conversation was over. The whole day kept rushing back at Paul as he stared at the ceiling of his new bedroom, counting the cracks in the ceiling. It was an older ranch house, like the others in Mobley. A car rolled past outside, blurry through the raindrops on the window. Paul turned his head to see a police cruiser rolling past. The Mobley police. They were on patrol, checking on them. Paul was sure they were overreacting, but suddenly, Paul didn't blame his father for carrying out the mayor's request. If the reward was a stable life at last, without having to move every few months, so be it. Maybe that Cordelia woman was innocent after all. If she had been, then they'd done a good thing. The right thing. Paul closed his burning eyelids and walked out of his bedroom in his kangaroo pajamas. His bare feet slapped against the floor as he passed his growth chart, pinned up by his mother several years ago. There were several ticks on it now, well past the 4-foot mark. His parents always told him he was going to be a tall kid. The smell of his mother's coffee drifted down the hall. Somewhere, the television droned the morning news away, barely audible. Paul ignored it. Why did his parents want to watch something so dull anyway? Once he got his cereal, he'd turn it to the cartoon channel before his dad woke. If he was lucky, he'd gotten up early enough to watch Dragonclaw X and wouldn't have to start his lessons for another hour. His parents didn't usually let him watch the news anyway. They wouldn't mind if he turned the channel. "Mom, can I turn it?" Paul rounded the corner to the kitchen, where the coffee machine hissed on the counter. The glow of the television poured into the room, turning the floor blue. His mother was slumped over the kitchen table, coffee mug barely out of reach of her outstretched hand. "Mom!" Paul rushed to her side. His stomach told him that something wasn't right before his brain did. He searched the kitchen for his father, but he was still in bed, so he shook her sleeve. "Mom!" Nothing. Her arm slumped off the table, nearly hitting Paul in the chest. She was facing him. Her brown eyes stared at him, blank, empty, dilated so much that he could no longer see the black flecks in them. The next moment, Paul tossed the bedcovers off his bed and sat in his new dark bedroom. He wore boxers, not his 10-year-old kangaroo pajamas. He sucked in a breath as his gaze focused on the raindrops on his window. Somewhere, thunder rumbled. His stomach felt ready to lose its contents, and he prepared to rush to the bathroom just in case. Nothing came except a bad taste in his mouth. He swore and wiped the sweat from his forehead, trying to distract himself from the image burned into his head since that morning years ago. No matter how many times he moved and turned his thoughts to something else, it followed him. Another faint rumble came and went. Paul fell back onto his bedcovers, sighing. The cracks in the ceiling came back into focus. He could count them again and fall back asleep in a hurry. Counting would always shut out the horrifying thoughts. The same memory rarely plagued him more than once per night. He'd likely fall into oblivion until late tomorrow morning. Paul closed his eyes, letting the rain lull him back to sleep, but started a second later when a strange sensation washed over him. His limbs felt heavy and started to tingle. Chapter 6. Despite the blankets their captors had given them all, Leslie shivered as she sat in her chair. Next to her, Janelle's father, Lucas, shivered under his. His wavy brown hair hung in his face, nearly hiding his glasses. She could tell the boat was moving now, and had been for several hours. Hardly anyone spoke. The elders huddled together for warmth, and the younger Tempests mostly kept to themselves. These people had taken 40 or 50 people prisoner. The men in ski masks wouldn't tell them where they were headed. About everyone trapped in the freezer with her had asked that question. "Just sit tight. It's nothing bad, we promise," one would say whenever someone asks, or something along those lines. Or, "We're not allowed to tell you yet. Sorry." Sometimes a masked man would open the door and ask, "Do any of you need a bathroom break?" It was frustrating, but at least whoever these guys were, they had some compassion. They'd passed out water bottles and crackers soon after the boat had started moving and undid everyone's cuffs. But 3 men always stood right outside the door, fire extinguishers in hand, ready to subdue anyone who made a break for it. Leslie's only comfort was that Janelle and Gareth were still out there. "Where do you think we're going?" Leslie asked Janelle's father for the millionth time. He didn't answer her this time. There was no point. He wiped the hair from his face and studied the closed door in front of them, where a man in a mask stood with his back to the glass pane. I'm just glad Janelle managed to get away. I hope she stays away. His tone betrayed his doubt. Janelle wouldn't. They both knew it. When her best friend wanted something, she would get it no matter what. But Leslie didn't have the heart to tell him that. And worse, Janelle would be desperate to make everything up to Leslie. She knew things were tense. The freezer door swung open again as the boat engine slowed. Everyone up. We're going to be boarding a plane, the masked man in the doorway ordered. His brown eyes swept around the room like a suspicious teacher's. We'll take you to the airstrip in groups of 5 and 6. Front row first. If anyone needs bathroom breaks, now is the time. Leslie sucked in a sharp breath. They were going far from here. The elder council rose from their seats, as if they were willing to sacrifice themselves first. A bald old council member nodded to the masked men. Eric, his name was. Leslie lifted an eyebrow. Were they communicating? She would have to tell Janelle if they ever saw each other again. Handcuffs went back on before the elder council got let out. The front row cleared, leaving only the folding chairs and discarded blankets. The freezer door closed, leaving the room silent of footsteps and scraping chairs. We must be in the Bahamas, Janelle's father said. One of the South Islands, I think. They usually have small airstrips. Leslie shivered again, as her brain thawed a little. Then we're not staying here. In the Caribbean, I mean. They'll want tempests away from the ocean so they can't fight back. This was only a stopping point. Lucas nodded, staring at her through the fog on his glasses. You're probably right, Leslie. I wouldn't be surprised. Leslie was about to respond when a faint buzzing sound filled the room. She jumped as the vibration from it hit her chest. The buzzing stopped for a second and started up again. Her cell phone. Thanks to her shorts having no pockets, she still had the device tucked inside her bathing suit top. You have a phone? A woman asked from down the row. She stared, inviting everyone else in the freezer to do the same thing. Yes, she stammered, pulling the blanket over herself to fish it out. Her limbs trembled with nerves. She could at least call the Coast Guard or something for help. Or Janelle's dad could. If she did it before. Leslie, turn it off. Janelle's dad slapped her on the back. They're coming back. Her heart leapt into her throat. She finally produced her phone, which had just stopped buzzing. The display showed a number she couldn't recognize. Spam. She couldn't have it buzz again until they had privacy. Leslie had just shut it off and tucked it back in when the door came open again, and 5 more men in ski masks motioned to the second row. They were working fast, pit crew fast, too fast for Leslie to turn her phone back on and send out even a simple text. In less than 2 minutes, the men returned for her row. She didn't struggle as they cuffed her and Lucas again. There was no point. Maybe there would be some privacy on the plane. That was the only hope. Above decks, it was nighttime already, with the full moon almost right overhead. Palm trees shone with it everywhere along the coast. Their captors gave her little time to look around. They jogged down the dock with them in tow, towards a waiting food delivery truck with ice lining the walls inside. No one spoke. Another truck was already rolling away down a narrow dirt road nearby, disappearing behind tropical foliage. Leslie struggled to keep from tripping as they led her up the truck ramp, right behind Janelle's dad and in front of the woman who'd asked her about the phone. 2 more prisoners, a boy of about 10 and one of the complex's janitors, brought up the rear as they packed into the rolling refrigerator. This ride will only last a few minutes. We promise, one of the unnamed men said and slammed the door behind them. Fortunately, he was right. It was completely dark inside the back of the truck, and the road was rough. Leslie didn't dare take out her phone. She wasn't sure when the ride would end and if she could keep her grip. If she dropped it, it would be discovered by the wrong people. Only 2 minutes later, the truck stopped, footfalls thudded outside, and the door opened again. The man opening the door was a Tempest. His tank top did nothing to hide the gray spiral on his arm. At first, Leslie thought it might be Dion, a friend of Janelle's father. He had the same dark skin and muscular build. But this was a different guy. Leslie's heart sank. She liked Dion, and he'd never be aiding these people. He'd even taken her back to the mainland after she'd been kidnapped the first time. "Out," the man ordered. "I need to take off in 10 minutes. "What are you doing?" Janelle's father asks. His voice trembled just a little, Leslie noticed. "How much did they pay you for this?" The man didn't answer but joined 3 masked men on the sprawling pavement. Lights lined what looked like a wide road stretching into a grassy field. The airstrip. They moved quickly again, pulled along by masked men and their Tempest buddy. The large, bulky plane was probably used for cargo jobs. The interior was lined with bags of ice, effectively bringing the interior temperature down to the point where Leslie had to hold back a shiver. Chairs were chained together in the middle, and the other prisoners were already seated in the front 2 rows. Conscious of her phone bouncing inside her top, she fell into one of the chairs and stared at the dirty floor, praying that she didn't look too suspicious as more footsteps thudded in. At last, the sliding door closed, shutting in everyone and lowering the temperature even more. Once this thing was in the air, Leslie would have to try making a call. Or a text, whatever could get to Janelle. She'd beg her friend not to come chasing after them, but to call the authorities instead. They could both win here, and no one would get hurt. "My name is Steve," one of the men said, shuffling to the front of the cabin and removing his ski mask. Like so many others, he had a forgettable face, a smooth oval one, and messy black hair that spilled around his ears. The only thing that stood out about him was his eyes. Brown, with flecks of pure black that didn't look entirely natural. The same eyes as all the other captors. He gave a polite smile, as if he were in front of a dinner meeting at some fancy hotel, instead of on a beater of a cargo plane full of prisoners. "I will do what I can to keep you all comfortable during this flight. I am limited in the questions I can answer. Still, I am happy to say that your people and mine are about to unite for a brighter and happier future." Murmurs filled the cabin, but the plane's engine started up before anyone could speak, sending a rumbling sensation through Leslie. To her horror, Steve wandered over to a seat on the other side of the room, while the other men headed up front to the cockpit, leaving her no privacy to take out her phone. If he had stayed there, she might never have gotten the chance. Paul couldn't so much as lift a toe off his bed covers. His eyelids refused to cooperate. A paralysis stole over his body, as if an iron hand from within was holding him down. He felt the mattress sagging underneath him, worn from years of use and travel, but he couldn't peel himself from it. Thunder rumbled again, farther away. Out of nowhere, his heart raced impossibly fast. His thoughts raced. His heart felt ready to pound its way out of his ribcage. If he could have leaped off the bed, he would have. But he was locked in silent panic, unable to part his lips and scream for help. Paul could feel himself breathing heavily, slowly, like his father had earlier that day when... Was this his first outbreak? Even that thought couldn't break him from the paralysis. His dad never told him about these symptoms. Was this normal? Or was he about to die, like his mother had that morning years ago? Maybe being an outbreaker could kill you. A roaring noise filled his head as if an oncoming train was bearing down on the house, and into his bedroom. An electrical pulse raced down from his head to his toes, intensifying, until he was sure he was being electrocuted. "Dad." His cry fell silent in his head. And at last, the roar faded somewhere behind him as the pulses died away. Silence followed, along with darkness. Paul still had his eyes shut, and yet he didn't. He was floating somewhere in his bedroom. He couldn't see a thing, but somehow he knew. His bed sat about 2 feet away, with his sleeping form still on it. Just to his left lay a stack of CDs he'd unloaded a few hours ago. Another box was propped against the wall next to him, right where he'd shoved it before getting into bed. Another clap of thunder rang out like a summons, and Paul zipped upwards as if a giant's hand had seized the back of his shirt and started pulling. He left his room and his body behind. The roof shot past him as his vision snapped into place. Streetlights seemed to spin and zip. Rows of houses grew smaller underneath him, brightening for a second as lightning jumped from cloud to cloud. His mind seemed to have frozen. He couldn't stop. Some force held him and it wasn't letting go. The world seemed to blur around him. Dark clouds rolled past, blocking his view of Mobley below. He was leaving it behind 2 miles behind. Only huge rolling fields spread out under him now. He wasn't sure how, but he could sense something different about the storm ahead, something great and rolling and powerful. Paul drifted towards it, savoring the heat and turmoil as it wrapped around him like a giant mother's embrace. There could be no pulling back from this. Paul's thoughts melted, whipped away by the wind screaming around him. His life vanished, fading to black somewhere behind the storm clouds, and the last thought before his mind seemed to break apart was that he couldn't remember his name, where he lived, or where he was even from. Lightning flashed, an eerie glow turning the clouds around him a brilliant yellow before it died. He was merging with the storm around him. Breaking apart. Spreading out. Spinning. Taking up more and more space between himself and the ground. A strange roar filled his whole being, both overwhelming and exhilarating, as he raced across the landscape and left everything he knew behind. Steve didn't leave his chair much during the plane trip, forcing Leslie to keep her cell phone hidden for hours. No one asked him questions, probably hoping he'd feel unneeded and go away, but it was hopeless. He only got up once to use the bathroom at the back of the plane, but left one of his buddies in his place the entire time. Leslie might as well not even have her phone with her. The men removed the ice bags a couple of hours into the flight, and Leslie could see the sun rising out her window. She'd been awake almost 24 hours by now, but didn't feel tired. Not like the elder council members slumped in their seats, snoring, and not like Janelle's dad, who stared at the wall in a daze. Instead, the cogs spun in her mind. Where were they? They must be well over land by now, or the men wouldn't have taken the ice bags out of the room. Tempests had no power when they were far from the ocean. Whatever these guys were, they had the advantage now. A single cloud raced past the small window, leaving a blue sky in its place. Then another. Wherever they were, it was a lovely spring day. It might help if she could see the ground. One of the doors swung open to the cockpit, and a masked man spoke to Steve in a low voice. A couple of heads perked up around Leslie, but there was no way she could hear what he was saying. The pair separated, and Steve stood up to address them again. "All right, everyone," he instructed. "We're going to be landing in about 15 minutes. I suggest everyone be awake for the landing. I don't want anyone taking a surprise trip out of their chairs." No one chuckled. A few people shifted in place but said nothing. Leslie felt her phone poking into her again, very close yet far away. Janelle's father shot her a look and shook his head. "Don't call Janelle," it meant. But other gazes met hers. The woman with her 10-year-old son. The janitor. A young man with rings under his eyes. People expected her to be the savior, and the pressure settled on her shoulders. Leslie would have to compromise. She got the chance a few minutes later. Steve left his chair with a scrape and headed to the cockpit. The door closed behind him, leaving the cabin empty of those creepy brown-eyed guys. "Your phone," the woman whispered, tapping her arm. "No." Lucas's face was all desperation as he shook his head. "This is what they want. We can't tell Janelle where we are." "Leslie, keep the phone turned off." Her heart pounded. This might be the last chance. Pleading glances surrounded her on all sides. I'll tell her to stay away. But I'll have her send help. Look out the windows and see where we are, everybody." She stood as a few others did the same. Flat land that seemed to go on forever appeared in the windows. Leslie turned on her phone, muffling it in her shirt in case someone could hear it nearby. Her stomach rolled. Janelle might not stay away, and if she didn't. "Hurry," someone whispered to her left. Leslie dialed Janelle's number as her dad gripped her arm, but it was too late to stop her. The other Tempests leaned closer. He was outnumbered. "Dad?" Leslie? Janelle's voice sounded higher than usual as it poured out of the phone. Leslie's brain seemed to freeze. Janelle's dad motioned for her to give him the phone. Don't follow us, Janelle. We think it's a trap. Send someone instead. We're on a plane, about to land. Janelle sighed. Can you see out the windows? Who took you guys? The knob started to turn to the cockpit. Leslie had seconds. She pressed the phone tighter to her ear and stood for a better view. Her heart felt like it was shooting to her head. The plane lowered enough to show brown and green rolling fields and a landscape so flat she could see forever in the direction of the rising sun. They were as far from the ocean as they could be. We're in the Midwest. It's all flat out there. And these guys are, Leslie nearly choked as it hit her. Suddenly, she knew what these guys were. Her brain had put the pieces together before she even realized it. Are what? See any signs out there? Anything? The cockpit door flew open and footfalls thudded towards her. Around her, chairs squeaked as everyone shifted. She had only a few seconds. Janelle. Leslie realized too late that speaking her friend's name was a huge mistake. Her insides collapsed. A hand wrapped around her wrist and removed her phone a second later. No. Leslie and Janelle's father swiped for it, but it was too late. Steve backed away as Lucas lunged for him, smashing the phone against his ear as Janelle's dad crumpled to the floor. Mobley, Oklahoma, ma'am, he said into it as Janelle's dad stood for another attempt. We hope that you can join us soon. The plane landed with a thud, sending Lucas to the floor again. Steve caught his balance, threw Leslie's phone to the floor, and brought his foot down on it with a horrible crunch. Chapter 7. Paul wasn't sure where he was when he woke. He was lying down, staring at some cracks in the ceiling as the sun streamed into the room. One looked like a gremlin creature standing next to a tree. Another like a dog's head. Then it hit him as he blinked. His room. His new bedroom. Only 24 hours ago, he'd woken up in another state. Now he was in Mobley, Oklahoma, the Outbreaker community where he would fit in and where everyone shared his secret. Oh. The memory hit him like a freight train. Paul shot out of bed as a wave of shock passed through his body, tensing all his muscles. Last night. He'd just had his first outbreak. It had happened so fast, so suddenly. The flying. The spinning. The roar of power consumed Paul and took him over entirely, just like his father had said it would. But even after years of waiting and anticipation, he wasn't sure he liked it. His gut didn't. The experience had been utterly alien. It felt unnatural. An uneasy feeling settled as he took a breath. Paul wasn't sure how he felt right now, period. The whole memory of who he was had been gone with the wind. Literally, and his dad had never warned him about that part. His father's voice floated down the basement stairwell, talking to someone who must have come over. Paul glanced at his clock to see that it read noon. His exhaustion had kept him in bed forever this morning. After navigating the boxes in the basement and going up to the kitchen, he found his father by the table, talking to the mayor and his fugitive girlfriend. That increased the tension by double. Footfalls sounded out in the living room as a technician dragged a wire from one end to the other. The guy installing their security system, Paul decided. He'd forgotten all about it. Can't stop thanking you, Earl. Let us know if he still tries to bother you. We'll make sure it doesn't happen anymore. The mayor was all smiles as he spoke. Paul wished he could be done. He needed to talk to his dad, and the nervous tingling in his limbs wouldn't stop until he did. He shot his father a glance that he hoped communicated what had happened last night. His dad faced him briefly, studied him, and turned back to the mayor. When is the installation going to be done? Give it an hour. I really need to be going. I'm due at the Masonic Temple in 15 minutes, the mayor said, glancing at Paul. Still hoping you both can make it. He and Cordelia were heading out the door seconds later, leaving the technician behind to install a numeric pad next to the door. This was good enough, about as good as it would be for a while. Nervous tingles covered his skin. Dad. His voice must have carried a lot of urgency, because even the mayor and his girlfriend turned to stare at him for a second. Paul swallowed. There was something about Cordelia's gaze he didn't care for. It was like she was peering into his soul with her gray eyes. But it didn't last long, because she turned and left, leaving a heavy feeling behind in the house. Paul. Now it was his father's turn to stare at him. It seemed to last forever. Finally, Paul managed to choke it out. There's a lot you didn't tell me about your first outbreak. Dawning realization stole over his dad's face, widening his eyes and opening his mouth. So it was those storms last night? He shook his head as if trying to pull his thoughts together. I didn't expect it to happen so soon after yesterday. He clapped him on the back, the family equivalent of a hug, and gave him a smile. Everything you felt was normal, Paul. Normal. I felt like I was being electrocuted right before it happened. And it sounded like a freight train was going through my room. He couldn't help but think of his mom and heart attacks. It was the only thing that kept him from mentioning the racing heartbeat sensation. Those sensations are normal, believe it or not. I didn't want to tell you about that before. It only would have made you nervous. Trust me, the more outbreaks you have, the less you'll get those symptoms. Nobody's sure why we have them or how it works. So Paul hadn't come close to death or anything, but that didn't stop a flare of anger from rushing through him. I still wished you would have told me. I was in a panic. Then you wouldn't have looked forward to the experience nearly as much. I didn't want to ruin it for you. His father's voice carried sincerity with it. Paul's anger melted away a little, letting a touch of guilt replace it. He couldn't help it. Maybe he wouldn't have looked forward to his first outbreak as much if he'd known about all the weird feelings. He could see his father's point. There hadn't been anything else to look forward to in the past few years. Sorry. Overreacting, Paul said. He turned away and fished through the fridge for some milk. A rush of emotions stole over him, but he wasn't sure what he felt. He'd always thought he'd feel elated or something after his first outbreak, but now he wasn't sure. I forgot who I was while it was going on. I couldn't remember that I was even a person. I'm not sure I like that. His dad didn't say anything for a few seconds. It can happen, especially when you're young, and this was your first one. Newly turned outbreakers can have that issue too. It's nothing unusual. You'll learn more control as you get older. I almost always remember who I am when I outbreak now. Paul absently poured himself a bowl of cereal and splashed a good deal of milk on the counter. His dad's words hung in the air. He hoped they were right. If he didn't have control of himself every time he had an outbreak, then no, he didn't want to think about it. He needed to get out of here and think about this. He wasn't sure why, but he did. The whole world floated past him, surreal. I think I need to go for a walk. Understandable. Don't worry, Paul. It'll get better. The words followed him out the door and into the fresh air, but they did nothing to dispel the storm growing inside him. Paul walked for quite some time past rows of old houses, ancient oaks planted when Model Ts were cruising down the streets, and a couple of old people sitting on their porch. The rusty gate to Mobley High stood open, revealing a few cars in the parking lot. The teachers were stuck grading papers or whatever they had to do over spring break. The school towered 2 floors above the pavement, made of brick and straight from the 50s. Paul might go there soon. The thought helped to distract him from last night's events and helped his stomach to settle. His father had brought him here because it was the best he could do. He watched his feet slap against the pavement. His shadow was short and stubby in the early afternoon sun. Last night. His first outbreak. He'd forgotten who he was. Paul turned down a side street and ducked into the nearest store, out of the spotlight sun for a few minutes. It helped. He distracted himself by spending some money on an energy drink and a bag of chips, stopping to talk briefly about the warm weather with the pretty clerk behind the counter. Her brown Outbreaker eyes shined without a trace of stress in them. Had she ever felt this way about her first outbreak? Paul couldn't remember leaving the store. The next he knew, he was walking under the sun again. He wanted to think about last night, and he didn't. A white van rolled past him in the direction of downtown. And then another, and another. Paul broke out of his daze, and let his gaze follow the procession. Several white vans, none marked, continued to roll past him and through downtown. The first turned the corner, parking in the lot of a building shaped like an old airplane hangar. The building had a small crowd gathered in front of it, families and the local police standing in their dark blue uniforms. Fanning himself in a fancy gray suit, the mayor waved his hands at people to clear the doorway. He looked like a politician on a campaign with all the balloons sprouting from either side of the building's entrance, which looked like a small airplane could fit through it. The mayor's twin sons stood propped up against the open doors, both occupied by their cell phones. Around them, several families gathered on either side of the walkway, forming twin walls in the mayor's direction. Cordelia was nowhere to be seen. That was weird. She'd been at the mayor's side since his father brought her here. Another white van parked in the lot, and then another, until no spaces were left near the front row. A glance at the side of the building told Paul that it was the old Masonic temple circa 1937. Thomas's invitation reared back up in his mind. The special guests. That was what the vans were for. Whoever they were, they'd arrived. Paul let his legs carry him towards the temple, as if they were desperate to escape the thoughts racing through his head since yesterday. He still needed to figure out what was going on. "Hold it," one of the cops ordered, staring hard at his face. Making sure he was an outbreaker, Paul supposed. The cop wrinkled his mustache and nodded. "You're good." Paul joined the wall of people waiting for the mystery guests. Paul had never seen so many outbreakers in one place. Then again, he hadn't met very many outbreakers, his grandparents mostly. Everyone looked as confused as he felt. The last white van squeaked into place, and all at once, as if this was something rehearsed, men jumped out of the fronts of each van shedding coats. The nearest, a black-haired man, nodded to Thomas. Like cogs in a machine, the rest of the men made their way to the back of the vans, hands on the doors as the police rushed over to join them. Doors opened, and people started streaming out of each van. Judging from the security around here, Paul had expected people in suits or something. There were a few older people in suits. Still, most passengers looked like average families he'd seen walking through stores on the weekend. A mom and her kid. A man in a janitor's uniform. A cute red-headed girl looked around nervously, tugging the sleeves of her shirt down as if it were January. Something seemed off. None of the arrivals smiled or waved at the crowd before them. Most glanced around at their surroundings, and no one spoke. "This way, everyone," an officer said, waving the arrivals down the sidewalk. If Paul didn't know better, he'd think these people were prisoners. Their mood contrasted with the bright balloons floating on the Masonic temple. The cute girl hugged her arms to her chest as her gaze floated across the crowd. Her skin paled, turning her freckles a darker brown color, so much that they looked like dabs of paint. The mayor positioned himself in front of the entrance, puffing himself up. He was all teeth as he greeted the guests. "Welcome to Mobley," he said, shaking the hand of the first older man so fast he might burp. "Go on in, help yourself to some food, and have a seat." A line formed on the sidewalk as the guests filed past the mayor and into the Masonic temple. The mayor shook each hand and gave the same greeting, until he sounded like a robot. The red-headed girl was staring right at him. Paul stiffened. She had striking green eyes, eyes that came from a world outside his. Eyes that didn't belong here. Hey, Paul managed. He felt oddly exposed and speechless, and he wasn't sure why. The girl twitched nervously as she passed. She hurried away, head down against an invisible downpour, and only slowed again when the mayor forced a handshake. She was the last of the guests inside the building. "Well, what are you waiting for?" The mayor asked everyone left outside. "You're all welcome inside." Leslie ducked through the door of the meeting hall without looking up. Her stomach threatened to lose its contents, even at the smell of hamburgers. This was an entire town full of those strange brown and black-eyed people who were all studying her. All those families outside. That long-haired boy. There were no signs of any other regular people around here, people like her. She already had the company of dozens of human hurricanes, even if they were powerless out here. And this town, this entire town. You guys all must have had a long trip. Here, come on over and grab something to eat. A woman's voice cut into her thoughts. Leslie dared to look up, and found two women and a man dressed in white aprons, standing near several long food tables and underneath the blue Oklahoma flag. Yeah, Leslie didn't need Captain Obvious to point out the nature of these people. And that Cordelia probably knew them. Leslie hugged her shirt closer and studied her surroundings for any escape route. Stacks upon stacks of dusty chairs and tables blocked the emergency exit door. The Mobley police patrolled and hung around the front entrance. It was another prison that was cleverly disguised with balloons, food, and curious families. What would the police do if she tried to make a run for it? Catch her, haul her to jail, and discover she wasn't a tempest. Everyone, grab a bite and have a seat. The suited man entered the building, flanked by the Mobley police force. More people came in behind them, the families from out on the sidewalk. Among them was the long-haired boy straight from a rock band. The front of his shirt read Executioner in angry red letters. It sported a hooded man with an axe. Leslie didn't find that amusing. Don't look obvious. Leslie scooped some baked beans onto her plate, accidentally slopping them onto the side of the tablecloth and nearly hitting Janelle's dad with the spoon. He stared at her at the state flag and then he frowned, dead serious. He'd figured it out too. Sit behind someone tall, Leslie. And away from me. If she has people here, they'll be looking for me. Lucas's breath blew hot into her ear. He didn't have to say who she was. Leslie chose a chair behind the tall janitor in the middle of the room. Confusion stole over faces everywhere. No one knew what was going on. All right, everyone. Find seats. The suited man shuffled onto the stage and pulled the curtains back to reveal a flat-screen TV in the center, with wireless speakers on either side. I apologize. Not everyone has room to sit, but we have limited space. Guests, you are probably wondering why you are here. You took us against our will, the janitor shouted, letting his plate fall to his lap. Are you working for our former high leader? This is her style. Mobley's people looked around at each other, as if they weren't sure what to think. None of the police budged. The suited man looked at the janitor, as if he knew nothing about Cordelia. No, the suited man said, waving his arms. I know who you speak of, though. Rest assured that she is still in prison. He glanced around the room and smiled. My name is Thomas Kurt, and I am Mobley's mayor. I did have contact with your former leader several years ago. She was quite outgoing and in search of others like you, and a few of you in the Elder Council have met me through her. She was highly ambitious, to say the least. However, I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting her successor. Thomas Kurt nodded to the Elder Council, who sat in the front row. Two of the men returned his nod. Eric, if you could step up, please. We need to get the video rolling. Eric stood and shook the mayor's hand like they were old friends. Mutters rose. Leslie had been right about him. Everyone, there's no need to panic. We're all safe now, Eric announced, holding up a hand. The room quieted, leaving only the squeak of a fan. I'm afraid to announce that we had a security breach that mandated the swift evacuation of Alara. As some of you have heard, an unknown human caught a tempest displaying her powers on a North Carolina beach last week. Leslie shifted. Janelle had mentioned that yesterday. It was why she'd spent all day in that meeting. What's a tempest? A Mobley woman asked from the side of the room. I'm confused. What's going on? Eric ignored her. However, there is more. The video got onto social media. Leslie's stomach seemed to twist itself into a knot. She, of all people, knew what a wildfire social media could be. Did Janelle know about this? Her friend hadn't mentioned that aspect. And Janelle hadn't ordered an evacuation. You used force, Gareth's mother said. Very uncomfortable force, I might add. Eric stepped back, putting his hand up to silence the room. It was necessary. We did not have time to explain the situation or to fight. Government agencies may be invading Alara as we speak. Let me show you this footage before we continue. The television came on. The camera was shaky, with a leaf in front of it like a green blur. Still, the scene was unmistakable. A brown-haired girl standing on the beach in cut-off shorts and a pink hoodie, the ocean lapping at her feet. Next to her stood a man with the same color hair, also with his back turned. Chairs squeaked as people squirmed around Leslie. No wonder Janelle was in a meeting all yesterday. A fist of guilt squeezed her somewhere in the chest. The girl stood perfectly still on the deserted stretch of sand, concentrating on the gentle waves lapping at the shore, as if they were whispering to her. The camera focused, zooming in, as the girl lifted an invisible plate with her hand. The water moved with it, bobbing up and down with more and more intensity, as the girl kept holding out her hand. I've got it. She glanced at the man, who must be her father. The camera trembled more, as if the person recording had started to shake. Maybe they had. The girl dropped her hand, and the water sloshed back to its almost flat state. Then the girl took a step closer, wringing out her hand, as the camera zoomed closer to the back of her head. Now you won't be the only one on Alara who doesn't know how to do that, her father said off-screen, his voice terribly clear. Relax. The convention next month will be just fine. You won't be embarrassed. More shifting around Leslie. The girl had named Alara the Tempest capital. This was bad news for the Tempests. Somewhere a twig snapped on the television and the girl squeaked. She whirled around, and the spy leapt back, camera tilting, but not fast enough to miss capturing her eyes or the storm clouds swirling inside of them, or the surprised look on her face as she realized she was discovered. The screen filled with static for a second, leaving black in its place. The recording had ended. People shot up from their chairs everywhere as the room filled with shouting. How many websites is this on? Did you catch the guy who did this? Quiet. Quiet. Thomas Kurt waved his hands again. He looked strangely like a gray duck. I'll allow Eric to explain. This is the reason for our sudden evacuation, Eric began. Our former high leader knew about Mobley for several years, and I learned of this community through her. I also knew that the risk of tempests being discovered was growing by the day. Even though Cordelia is gone, we needed a plan in case something like this occurred, so I hatched the Alara evacuation plan with Thomas Kurt. We apologize for your forceful removal, but with this video spreading around the internet, we needed this to happen quickly and quietly. I doubt any of you would have come, had a bunch of strangers just arrived at Alara and explained the situation. Silence followed. Eric had a point which scared Leslie. He sounded too convincing. The mayor spoke up. We also apologize for removing your electronics. It was for security reasons. The government is capable of monitoring phone calls now, and maybe even tracking their locations. We will compensate you through the city tax fund. Also, we will provide temporary housing here in Mobley until we can be sure this situation will blow over. Bad pun, I know. No one laughed. You've brought us to a place where our power is drained, Janelle's father said from 2 rows away. What do you have to say about that? It was awfully brave of him. They still couldn't know that Cordelia wasn't involved in this. Thomas Kurt puffed up again, raising his voice for the benefit of the whole building. If the authorities want to look for human hurricanes, they won't start in Oklahoma. Now, enough with the talk. Let's mingle and get to know each other for a couple of hours. Chapter 8. Paul stiffened. He couldn't have heard this Eric man or the mayor right. What's a tempest? Human hurricanes. He'd read about hurricanes in his textbooks before, those powerful storms that grew in the oceans in late summer and early fall. He'd even read about how they could cause damage to coastal communities, if they got too close to land. 6 years ago, he'd even seen a donation jar labeled Hurricane Relief in a dollar store. Still, he learned very little with all the newspapers sold out that day. Could these people, these tempests, sitting in the middle of the Masonic temple really be capable of leaving their bodies and turning into those storms? All around him, people shifted nervously. A dad tugged his daughter a little closer to the entrance, where the Mobley police stood with radios in their hands. The tempests all hunched down in their chairs, their secret out in the open, as the Outbreakers stared back. The green-eyed girl's gaze landed on him again, then quickly moved away. Paul had not imagined that Mobley would be anything like this. Well, go on. No one's going to bite or spill anyone else's secret, Thomas Kurt announced, his voice contrasting the mood in the building. Shake hands. Talk. We're close cousins. Consider this a family reunion. At last the guests started to stand. Everyone moved slowly at first, returning to the food tables. Somewhere, music started, a top 40 station playing some electro song Paul didn't recognize. It broke the ice in the room. A woman finally made it to the food. She had a strange mark on her upper arm. A gray spiral. Was it a unique Tempest trait, or just some kind of tattoo? Paul's throat locked up. He was too nervous to ask. The red-headed girl made her way down the table towards him, her gaze on the floor and her hand running along the checkered tablecloth. Her long blue shirt hung over her small frame as if she were hiding inside it, and she was about to bump right into him. Hey, Paul said automatically, unable to back away. His limbs were freezing, keeping him rooted to the spot like a terrified animal. He hadn't imagined talking to girls like this. He was having a weird day. The redhead looked up like someone had yanked a string, attached to her head. Her green eyes widened. Paul couldn't imagine that she was some kind of human hurricane. The idea seemed wrong somehow. The girl stood taller as if puffing herself up before a predator. She reminded him of a peacock, bright, graceful, beautiful. Hey, she said, her voice high with nerves. It matched the way he felt. Behind her, 2 men reluctantly shook hands, one an Outbreaker and the other one of the guests. I'm Paul, he blurted. Heat gathered under his shirt. Look, I'm sorry if I scared you outside. I didn't know any more than you as to what's going on here. I know what you are. The words made him stiffen again. The girl continued to stare into his eyes. Paul felt as if he were standing there, naked and exposed. What? She babbled, not moving, stretching out to gain more height. I've figured it out. I know what you are. What you're connected to. Your mayor didn't need to tell us. The heat intensified under his collar, as if the sun had hidden there. His tongue wrestled with itself, but he finally got the words out. What then? What am I connected to? It was a big mistake, but he couldn't help it. The part of his brain that regulated speech had short-circuited, as if a magnetic field radiated from this girl. She lowered her voice. Tornado. Paul's legs wanted to carry him out of the Masonic temple and land him in the nearest hole, but simultaneously he couldn't move. The naked feeling intensified. Well, he choked on his own spit. His secret was out in the open too, and it was a horrible feeling. His father had told him never to reveal it to anyone. Man, he was going to be so dead. That might be a good thing, with how he was embarrassing himself in front of the first girl he'd spoken to in forever. Well, sort of. It's complicated. The girl took a step back but righted herself. And you're a Tempest person, right? It was a stupid question. This conversation was a 0 out of 10. And yes, I am, she said, stepping closer. She glanced at the entrance as if she wanted to fly out of there herself. Is everyone in this town like you? Yes. I just moved here. He held back after that. The girl seemed to be on her toes enough, not that he could blame her. They were both having a 0 out of 10 experience then. The thought helped Paul to relax. Sounds like you had a long trip. Hey, there's no reason to be nervous. We're just people. The girl stared at him, as if he were a lobster creature from space. He didn't like it. Was she just a person too? He had probably stared at her the same way when Eric had referred to all the guests as human hurricanes in front of everyone. Of course you are, she said a little too quickly. She busied herself, reaching into a bag of potato chips. Paul grappled with something to say, anything. What's your name, anyway? She answered as if she were answering a question on a game show, lights and pressure blaring down on her. Leslie. The same pressure felt as if it were crushing him. Heat rushed to his cheeks. And nice to meet you, Paul said, extending a hand. Leslie took Paul's hand as much as she wanted to pull away. His handshake was firm as much as any tempest's, and she could tell that if Paul squeezed, he could shatter all the bones in her hand. But he didn't. His palms felt as sweaty as hers. Paul glanced outside and back at her. Well, nice talking to you. I've got to head home now. I still have some unpacking to do. I guess I'll see you around. You too. She could hardly contain her relief as Paul turned and went for the exit, weaving around the police. Or was it fear that she was being left alone in this place? Did part of her want that awkward, nervous guy back? A few stray tears gathered in the corners of her vision, but she blinked them away. They would only betray her now. She turned back to the food table to lose her gaze in the punch bowl, but not before she caught an indistinct blur of motion from the kitchen. But when she turned, nothing was there. Paul walked several laps around the block for the next hour or so, cursing himself for looking stupid in front of Leslie, and waiting for the guests to come out of the Masonic temple. They didn't. Paul should have stayed longer and been nicer to that girl instead of ducking out like a coward. An apology would be the right thing to do. Even if she was a human hurricane who'd guessed his secret, she hadn't meant any harm. Leslie had come a long way, and her people had to hide out here. She was a refugee. The chatter grew louder inside the Masonic temple as more conversations started and grew less awkward. The Tempests and the Outbreakers were warming up to each other a little. The sun battered him harder, making sweat roll down the back of his neck. He stood for a long time on the sidewalk, facing the almost closed door, before he decided he didn't have the guts to go back in. His life was too complicated right now as it was. Time to go home then. He'd look for Leslie again around town if, in fact, she was staying here. Things might get a bit less awkward once she and he settled in. It took him a few minutes to remember which street to go down to find his house. Paul had never realized that the suburbs were so confusing. All the houses looked the same, as if the builders had used the same floor plan for every single one. At last, he located his, with his father's van parked in the driveway and several empty boxes lying by the side of the road. A pang of guilt ran through him for not being there to help him unpack this morning. Well, his dad had excused him. A green van parked on the side of the street was empty. Paul's stomach lurched. He'd seen it before, right before every other time they'd had to move. It was the same van that belonged to his uncle Tanner. His guts felt as if they'd fallen to the pavement. It was a coincidence. It had to be. Tanner hadn't had enough time to even know about this place, and even if he did, the police would be out here in an instant. They even had one patrolling the neighborhood at all times, who was. A few curse words escaped him. At the Masonic temple right now with all the other cops. If Tanner was here, they'd pack their things back in the van and leave this behind to continue their nomadic life. The thought of staying in one place had been too good to be true. He'd been stupid to hope for it. He tried the front door, but it was locked as if someone were trying to keep him out. The thought made him madder. He was pushed out of the picture whenever his dad and Tanner met, until his uncle left. Made to do an errand or made to mow the lawn. This was a sure sign that Tanner was probably inside. He'd try the back door then. The sliding glass door in the back was locked too. Another sign. Paul would have to settle with just eavesdropping. No one stood in the kitchen, but a shadow crept across the living room wall, its owner out of sight behind the corner. Even from here, Paul could see that the curtains which hadn't been up on the living room window this morning were drawn closed, bathing the living room in a faint blue glow. The glass wouldn't absorb much sound. It would have to work. Paul pressed his ear to the sliding door, not caring if he got caught. There wasn't anything his father could ground him from. Won't happen to Paul here. I promise. I've got the solution. This is the best place for him. His father was talking. Then, a higher voice with a slightly nasal tone spoke. Paul's stomach sank even more. It was Tanner, all right. He remembered the voice from a year ago, arguing with his father from inside their house. He spoke quieter than his father, and only some words came through the glass. Can't be certain. You're always moving. Indistinct mumbling followed, but for the first time ever, no yelling came. Why this time were they talking in civilized tones? The two of them had never done that. I'm just as worried about it as you are. I don't like your approach to this, kept everything away. It was all I could do. How did you find us so quickly, by the way? Tanner must have moved closer to the window, because his voice came through clearer. I know people, Earl. I'm not completely detached from the Outbreaker community. You shouldn't be here, his father countered. If the police catch you, they could even arrest you. They'll be back any minute, to finish doing my security system. Paul braced himself for the yelling to start, but there was none. Instead, footsteps echoed through the glass, making it shake against his ear. I'll go. The front door opened and closed, leaving silence in his place. A heartbeat raced through his ears as Paul peeled himself from the glass. His dad would shake him awake again tomorrow, and tell him to pack. He was so angry right now, he couldn't even fathom talking to his dad. Paul stalked back up through the yard. He couldn't face it right now. The crap would be here when he got home. Chapter 9. Stay still. I just need to do some touch-ups. The brush tickled the side of Leslie's upper arm. Gareth's mother, Annette, finished the awkward gray spiral that all tempests shared. Leslie's feet had started to cramp from standing in the apartment bathroom. I'll never pass as a tempest. Or your niece. It won't matter so long as we're here. Annette's messy black hair fell into her face as she worked. It was so much like Gareth's, a bit mopey and cool at the same time. None of us can so much as summon a breeze out here. You'll fit right in. We've got to find a way out, Leslie said, the familiar panic invading her gut. She'd be found out sooner or later, and even if she wasn't, the Mobley police were sure to be watching this shiny new apartment complex 24/7. Earlier that day, when the party at the Masonic Temple had ended, they'd been loaded back into the vans and driven to a large tan building with the words Woodview Apartments out front. Group by group, the Mobley police escorted them to different apartments, according to family groups. Annette paused. I know. These places had come complete with beds, clothes of all sizes, towels, and food in the cupboards. One thing, however, had been missing. Did you notice that this place has no phones or computers? I didn't even see a cable cord anywhere. They want us isolated. A surprise brushstroke made Leslie jump. Annette nodded. I noticed it too. We're prisoners, as much as they're trying to tell us otherwise. What gets me is that Janelle wasn't brought along with us. If it was a real evacuation, they'd want the high leader out first no matter what, wouldn't they? She dipped her brush in the running sink. At least they didn't bring Gareth along. I'm sure he was with her. And I have doubts that the video they showed us really got leaked onto the internet. Annette was right. I bet there's a cop car at the gate behind that bush. Leslie stared out the sliding door window, past the porch, and to the fence that surrounded the whole complex. 6 feet of metal poles shut them out of the world. Beyond them, downtown Mobley started to light up in the evening. A store of some sort. A fire station. Even, ironically, a rusty tornado siren. Did you happen to hear what these people call themselves? Another tickle from the brush. They're called Outbreakers. You were talking to one. Didn't you catch it? Paul flashed back into her mind with his long hair and executioner shirt. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. We had a short conversation. Well, for me. Usually, I talk all the time, but for some reason, I was uncomfortable talking to a guy who can turn into a tornado and stuff. Annette snorted with laughter. It was the first happy thing she'd heard all day. Well, you're talking to me. And your best friend. I know. But that's different. I've known Janelle all my life. We went to preschool together. I know she's not a bad person. How do you know any of these people are different? Leslie didn't have a response for that one. She didn't. Even if they'd been kidnapped, those curious people at the Masonic Temple hadn't seemed to know what was going on. Maybe Mobley was a town of secrets only some residents knew about. And if Paul had stuck around, she could have asked to borrow his cell phone to warn Janelle about this place. Her best friend was almost certainly on the way to danger, and it was all her fault. Now that she thought about it, Paul hadn't seemed like that bad of a guy. Done, Annette announced, waving air onto Leslie's arm to dry the paint. Now, if someone pulls up your sleeve, they won't know the difference unless they look very close. Annette had done a good job. The now familiar gray spiral decorated Leslie's arm. It looked so real at first that she nearly flinched. Thanks, she said, trying to hide that it gave her the creeps. I really appreciate this. I'll sit on the porch and stake out this place. See if there's any way out. Looking for weak spots in the fence might be a good idea before she or anyone else tried escaping. I've got to get out of here before Janelle decides to come here. Call her. The quicker she got out of Mobley, the better. Even if she got to the next town, wherever it was, they'd have phones. Leslie had just stepped out of the bathroom when there was a knock on the door. Leslie's heart felt ready to explode as every muscle in her body tensed, ready for flight. Annette gave her a pushback as she made for the door. Stay back, she whispered, putting her eye up to the peephole. Oh. It's the mayor guy. He's been going around all day. She opened the door to reveal Thomas Kurt and two twin boys who might have been his sons, because they had the same sandy hair. No Cordelia or Elise stood with them, and no police. Leslie felt about to crumple to the floor with relief. Just checking to see how everyone's settling in, he said, wearing that fake smile. Is there anything either of you need? Oh, I think we're good, Annette said, keeping one hand on the door. We've got plenty of food here. Thank you for accommodating us. You're welcome, Thomas Kurt said, taking a step inside the apartment. Leslie started to tense again. And shifting his glance over to her. His smile refused to fade, but the brown and black in the mayor's eyes seemed to deepen in the light. However, one small problem needs to be rectified. All her muscles went off like a spring, and she started for the sliding door before the mayor left the front entrance. Annette moved before Thomas Kurt, but he took her arms and swept her aside without effort. Even a tempest couldn't help her here. It's okay, Leslie. You won't be harmed, the mayor pleaded, pushing past the couch. He knew her name. Leslie yanked open the sliding door so hard that it squeaked in its hinges. Her legs carried her off the porch, slipping for a second, nearly sending her down to the freshly mowed grass, towards the front gate, towards... A squeak escaped her throat. A police car rolled in through the front gates, as if it had been waiting there the entire time. A spotlight swept her, filling her vision with a blinding glare. Leslie stopped and turned away. Where could she run? Only for a set of hands to clamp around her wrists. Be calm. Thomas Kurt's voice rang out near her ears as his steel grip tightened. His silhouette stood out against the glare of the spotlight. Car doors swung open nearby, and a flashlight darted on the ground. There's been a mix-up, Leslie, but you're not in trouble. We'll sort it out at the station. They knew she wasn't a tempest. They even knew her name. Leslie pulled against his grip. Outbreakers were just as strong as tempests. There was no hope. Her knees threatened to give out. Even words had abandoned her. Annette yelled somewhere for them to let her go, but her words were falling on closed ears. The ride in the back of the police car was too short. The two officers, who had both been present at the Masonic Temple, wouldn't even look back at her through the bars as they drove under the lights of Mobley's downtown. Headlights bobbed in the rearview mirror as Thomas Kurt and his sons followed in their vehicle. The handcuffs dug into Leslie's wrists as she tugged at them. Annette's pleas to release her still rang in her ear. But she couldn't follow, nor could any of the Tempests. Well, the ones who wanted to help. The second police car blocking the apartment complex's entrance had given that away. The hole inside her turned into a canyon. Calling Janelle had all been for nothing, too. She tried to ask the cops what would happen, but the speech center in her brain seemed to have shut down. That only happened when things were bad. Despair threatened to drown her inside as the canyon filled with muddy water. At least her mother wouldn't have to worry about college expenses anymore. The car slowed near the fire station, turned a corner, and parked in the back lot of a white building that might have once been a schoolhouse because it had a small bell tower. The cop cars in the lot told her what it was used for now. A couple of officers filled out paperwork at desks inside while security cameras watched overhead. Leslie ducked her head as her captors walked her under it, then realized how stupid that was now. She was already caught. It wouldn't make any difference. "In here," Thomas Kurt said, stopping at a door with a frosty window. He faced her and squinted. "Stay quiet, and everything will be okay. We can't send the wrong impression about our police force." The mayor sounded honest for a second, but Leslie knew better. But she nodded. The last thing she wanted to do was anger a building of Outbreakers. The mayor nodded. "Okay. Come on in." The door came open, revealing a small meeting room with maps on the wall and a dusty television in the corner. Leslie panned her gaze around the room, searching for a possible exit, but there was none. "Well, if it isn't my daughter's best friend. How did you end up here in Mobley? I saw you at the meeting." Leslie's guts felt like they twisted in on themselves. The same voice had haunted the dark halls of her memories since last September, never quite going away, never quite leaving her alone. At the end of the meeting table sat Cordelia. Her dyed brown hair was growing blonde now, approaching her shoulders. Somehow, she had escaped prison. Her gray eyes brimmed with hate, disgust, and jealousy. And behind her stood Elise, dressed in a fuzzy pink sweater with a puppy on it, as if she was trying to disguise what a monster she really was. "Sit," Elise ordered everyone. Leslie searched her blank mind for something to say as the police led her to a chair and undid her cuffs, but she only managed to blurt, "Please don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about this place. I promise." It sounded weak and terrible, but she didn't care. She wanted to be out of the building, out of Mobley, and back home, even if she had to flip burgers for the rest of her life. At least it was life. "Killing you is not in the equation this time. That would be worthless to us," Cordelia said. The tone of her voice and the look in her eyes said that she wanted to take the knot out of her first sentence, and it didn't make Leslie feel any better. It would generate too much suspicion among Mobley's new residents. Unfortunately, many of them will be less likely to settle in if they even suspect that I'm here. With the coming war, we can't afford that. She meant the Tempests. Coming war? Leslie asked. She flexed her wrists, glad to be free of the cuffs. It didn't matter. The two cops stood behind her, and Thomas Kurt's sons blocked the door, looking bored. They weren't going to let this information out of the room. Cordelia stared at Leslie. "You saw the leaked video. It's only a matter of time before they come for us. I've known it was coming for years. The world will know about people like us within a decade at most. Our best chance of survival is to be the first to move, and time is running out. Janelle failed me on my first attempt. Kenna failed me on the second. It's time for drastic measures. Eric came through for us, and the wheels are in motion. That is why people like us need to unite." Elise's face twitched behind Cordelia like she didn't quite agree, but she remained silent. Leslie could only stare at her. Why was Cordelia telling her all this? But she didn't dare ask. There had to be a reason. "I need my daughter more than ever now," Cordelia continued. "She will show up. I know it. You know it. It's another reason I need you to be alive. I must take another approach to get her to my side." Did Cordelia really think she could win Janelle over? Leslie wanted to ask her that, but kept her mouth shut. It wasn't going to happen. Cordelia had killed Janelle's grandmother, and then tried to make her destroy New York City. That by itself would prevent that for life. But Cordelia always had plans up her sleeve. However, Leslie, you are still a security threat to Mobley, Thomas Kurt continued, flattening both palms on the meeting table opposite her. We will keep you alive here, and let the Tempests see you appear around town at times, so that they know you're all right. But you must remain supervised, so you don't tell anyone that Cordelia is here. Mobley isn't ready for that yet. Also, we can't risk a human knowing Mobley's secret, especially one with no Outbreaker relatives. Thomas Kurt stared Leslie down, expecting her to get something she wasn't. Her heart hammered. You're going to kill me later. After you have Janelle. He continued, the black in his eyes deepening. We won't do that, Leslie. We don't do this often or lightly, but we need to be certain that you'll never tell the world about Mobley's secret. This is why we will be making you an Outbreaker. The words hung in the air as Leslie struggled to process them. Outbreakers could turn you into one of them. Tempests couldn't do anything like that. The two cops behind her took her arms, forcing her out of her chair. Her whole body had suddenly turned to rubber. Terror exploded in her chest. Thomas Kurt straightened up, giving his sons a single nod. An image roared into her mind. Janelle was getting dragged onto that fishing boat before Cordelia, the ocean surrounding her on all sides, terrified of the disaster she was doomed to become. Kenna, lying trapped in that flooded car in Yellowstone, eyes filled with flames as the supervolcano rumbled below, ready to end civilization. Even Paul, with his long hair and dark eyes. What then? What am I connected to? The mayor's voice cut into the images in her head, bringing her back to the police station. We need to do this quickly. Robert. Ronnie. One of you is going to turn her. Now. The twins balked on the other side of the room. One stuffed his phone back into his pocket. Dad, it's spring. I'll miss out. If I give her my breath, it'll be months before I can outbreak again. Thomas Kurt's face darkened. Don't argue. Those of us who can control our outbreaks need our abilities right now. You can afford to drain yours for a few months. Now, Robert. Or I'm taking your phone away. Leslie's heart hammered, trying to escape. She hoped they would keep arguing. It would buy her some time. Any time. But Robert didn't. The office's grips tightened on Leslie's arms. Robert sighed and trudged through the meeting room straight towards her. Leslie shrunk back. If they made her an Outbreaker, she would one day have to turn into. No. Her shout made everyone in the room jump. She kicked at an officer's pant leg, but her shoe only scraped fabric. She could never break free. Come closer and I'll scream as loud as I can. Robert froze, staring back at her with those awful eyes. The color in them had started to spin now, the brown and black turning into a maelstrom, revealing something inside that wasn't even slightly human. Somewhere outside the room, a phone rang. An officer answered it. Thomas Kurt shifted as everyone listened. Okay. Your trash cans, the receptionist asks from outside. Ma'am, a dog might have knocked them over. Has anything else been vandalized? Take her outside and turn her. Fast, the mayor ordered his sons. I don't want callers hearing the noise. Cover her mouth until you're out. Then bring her back in. Leslie tried to scream. Too late. Robert clamped his hand over her mouth before she could suck in a breath. She struggled to breathe. The police released her just in time for Robert to take one hand and his brother the other. As they dragged her out the door, Cordelia stood on the other side of the table, smiling cruelly in her direction. She wanted Leslie to suffer. To remove any human influence on Janelle. A cop kept talking to a woman on the phone, turning away as Robert and Ronnie forced her past. She dragged her feet as much as possible but didn't slow them down. Neither spoke, maybe because one was ready to give her his breath. Leslie struggled to think against the ice rising inside of her. She would have to keep her mouth shut then. It was her only chance. "Well, Dad says you have to turn her," the second twin, Ronnie, told his brother as they walked outside along the side of the building. "I'll watch and make sure she doesn't run away." Robert sighed again and moved his hand off her mouth and down to her jaw, shoving her up against the side of the building. Leslie felt as if a truck had her pinned. Her legs flailed under her. She would have fallen if Robert wasn't holding her up. He tightened his grip, forcing her jaw down and opening her mouth. There was no fighting it. She let out a squeak. Downtown Mobley looked dark behind him, except for a bar way down the street. If she screamed for help, no one would come. Luckily, Robert hesitated. "Hurry up, man," Ronnie ordered his brother. Leslie screamed anyway. The sound filled the world, but Robert seemed prepared this time. The brown and black in his eyes swirled with rage, and a wind began to scream inside her head. Robert leaned closer as the sound grew deafening, until his lips started to brush hers. Chapter 10. A thud rang through the air, and the howling wind stopped. Robert yelped and fell away from her, tumbling into his brother. Two bodies fell to the pavement. Leslie closed her mouth as another figure rushed into Robert's place, fists clenched and staring down at her. "Who did that?" Robert asked, stunned. The newcomer sent a kick at Robert, and he grunted as he fell over his brother again. "What were you doing to that girl?" "It's none of your," Ronnie started, but the stranger grunted with rage and lifted his foot, shutting him up. Then Leslie's eyes fully adjusted to the dark. Her rescuer was tall, with long hair and a shirt that read Executioner. "Paul." He breathed heavily like he had run here from nearby. He'd come up behind Robert and slugged him. Leslie didn't know where he'd come from, but she'd take the escape. She peeled herself from the wall as Robert and Ronnie lay beside her, pushing themselves off the pavement. Paul nodded at her. He didn't need to say a word. Leslie dodged around the two of them, following Paul down the sidewalk along the side of the police station. Panic swirled in her head. She didn't have long to get away before the cops inside knew she was missing. "The cops. They're right here," Paul breathed as he ran. His brown eyes locked on hers, then shifted to the front of the police station. "Man, those guys were stupid attacking you right here." He didn't know the truth. "No," Leslie pleaded, taking his arm and steering him toward a dark set of railroad tracks that ran straight across downtown. He didn't resist. "Just help me hide somewhere. They're after me." She didn't know Paul, but she had to trust him. He nodded as his eyes widened. "Okay. This way." Had he just realized something? She nearly tripped over the train tracks as they bolted across. Paul shot her a confused glance. He didn't know what was really going on in the police station. "Dad," one of the twins shouted behind them. Paul stopped on the other side of the tracks to look back at the station. The back door opening and slamming echoed through the night air. Shouting followed. "We've got to go," Leslie pleaded again. She gave him what she hoped was her most intense look. "I have enemies here, Paul. Come on." Without another word, she pulled him down the train tracks, hoping that, like Janelle, Paul wasn't a monster. They ran down the railroad tracks some way and ducked off into a cluster of trees when the sound of cars started to drift down the streets. Leslie knew what kind of cars they were. Police cars. No doubt Thomas Kurt and his officers jumped in as soon as they'd found out she was missing, and his sons had failed at turning her. Or had they? The feel of Robert's lips was still on hers. He might have given her his breath right before Paul had punched him from behind, and she might already be an Outbreaker. Did she feel any different? There was no way to tell. Not now, with a police car rolling past the railroad tracks. "Get down," Paul hissed. She did, ducking beside him in the thick underbrush. Leaves tickled her skin, and a stick poked its way up the back of her shirt. The glare of another spotlight shined down the length of the railroad tracks only inches away, stayed put for a few horrifying seconds, and moved on. Leslie allowed herself to breathe again. Tears of relief filled her vision, making the night blurry. The sound of the car's motor faded. Hey, Paul said next to her. What's going on? I'm confused here. Are the cops looking for you? But it was those two guys who were bothering you. They were the mayor's sons, she managed hoarse. A huge lump had formed in her throat. How much could she tell Paul? And would he turn her in? You probably saw them at the meeting thing earlier. He stiffened next to her, a silhouette. She imagined that if she could see him more clearly, he'd have a look of shock on his face. That's who I punched. I couldn't tell. I just heard you screaming, so they had their backs turned and it was dark. You okay, by the way? Was she? She imagined a twister tearing up a farmhouse, and the color in Robert's eyes swirling with rage as something in her collapsed. She might, I don't know if I'm. Quiet. Footsteps crunched on the gravel next to the train tracks. They'd sent someone down here for another look. Find whoever did that. My head's pounding, one of the twins said. Robert, it would have to be, and he was furious. You sure you didn't see who landed that hit? Every second brought the twins closer. Leslie held her breath, glad the underbrush was thick and the twins hadn't brought a flashlight. Their silhouettes stopped feet away. No. I didn't. Give me a break. We'll find out when the cops catch her. Come on. The footsteps stopped as Ronnie must have seized his brother. They must have run really far. And they should have. A pebble rolled down next to Leslie. She didn't dare move. Two figures stormed past their cluster of trees, one swearing under his breath about what he wanted to do to the guy who'd punched him. This had to be awful for Paul, too. Guilt bubbled up inside Leslie. Had she put him in danger right along with Janelle? Paul had met his second fugitive in 48 hours. Now he was taking her home because he didn't know what to do, and Leslie was terrified. The whole idea made Paul's head want to explode with pressure. What the heck was going on? He wasn't even sure why he was leading Leslie through backyards, down dark streets, or just walking up and punching guys. This girl was messing with his head. Or maybe he'd really been punching Tanner, after the day he'd had. There had to be some psychological explanation. Paul should have just walked in and told the cops there was a mugging outside. But the cops were after Leslie, not trying to protect her. I have enemies here, Paul. Terror shone in her eyes as they ran down another street, their feet slapping against the pavement and dodging trash cans. It was that genuine fear that kept him going, that kept him leading her back to his house. It took a long time for him to find a safe way back to his house with Leslie in tow. Neither said much on the way, just in case someone was listening. Twice, Paul spotted patrolling police cars turning around distant corners and waving their spotlights. He pulled Leslie into a nearby yard or behind a cluster of trash cans until the danger had passed. His head spun. Was he doing the right thing? Leslie might have tried to murder someone for all he knew. She was a tempest, and he didn't know what kind of past she even had. But every time he saw those freckles and her quivering chin, he couldn't imagine that she had. Here's my house, Paul said as they stopped in the driveway. The kitchen light was on at home, and the curtains were open just a little, but there was no sign of his father inside. That meant he'd already gone to bed and left the door unlocked for Paul. He hoped he hadn't worried his dad, but it wasn't his fault he couldn't get into the house earlier. Not bad, Leslie said with a hiccup. My dad's in bed. I can take you down to the basement, Paul said, facing Leslie. She stared back with those huge green eyes of hers. No, I'm not a serial killer. That's where I set up my room. I play guitar, so I should be down there. She let out her breath. You play guitar. Did she sound impressed? It's something to do, and I love music. Now Paul could talk like a normal person. Wow, how was he going to explain this to his dad? Or should he? A sinking feeling filled his gut. His dad knew the mayor, so would he turn Leslie in when he heard about everything? He didn't know, and that was the scary part. But Leslie had nowhere else to go right now. The faint smell of fast food lingered in the kitchen as Paul made his way across it, and Leslie followed. His heart pounded as he closed the curtains. Leslie eyed all the exits to the room, as if she were expecting an ambush any second. He noticed she also had a faint sunburn ring on her arm, like she'd been on a beach earlier that day. Someplace far away, where they didn't have to wait for spring to have those first nice days. His father never appeared. Paul had stayed out way too late, and would probably have a lecture tomorrow morning. With a nod, he opened the basement door and nodded at his guest. She hesitated for a second but followed him downstairs. Paul prayed that his footsteps were masking hers. "Watch your step," he whispered, barely missing a box his dad must have placed down here earlier today. "You should be okay in here." Color blasted into his vision as he crossed the threshold of his room and clicked the light on. His guitar. Mountains of CDs. Magazines. Even his executioner poster he'd taped up last night, thinking he'd be staying. "This is retro," Leslie said. Then she sucked in a breath and hesitated. "Paul, what color are my eyes?" "Huh." He whirled around to face Leslie, who hovered in his doorway. She looked so bright and full of life compared to the dark basement behind her. "Green." "Why? Do yours change color?" It must have been a stupid answer because she sighed and walked past him to his bed, plopping down. A girl. On his bed. Late at night. Paul wouldn't have to worry about moving again if his dad came here now, because he'd be dead. "No," Leslie said. "I'm just relieved, is all. Thanks for that back there and for hiding me in here. You didn't have to do it." "I wasn't going to let those guys rob you," he said. He could ask her about her weird eye question later. So many other things didn't make sense right now. Why were they bothering you, anyway? They should know better than to mess with a tempest. And outside of the police station. He could speak. At least he wasn't making himself look like an idiot now. Leslie stretched off the bed, wincing as she pulled a sore muscle. "It's a long story, Paul. A lot is going on that I'll tell you about later. Can I use your phone first?" The heat rose to his cheeks for a few seconds before he answered, and Leslie turned her gaze to him, shifting foot to foot, as if she wasn't sure if she wanted to run. "Sorry. We don't have a phone. It's complicated. Not my choice." Leslie's face fell and Paul felt his doing the same. "Do you have your internet set up?" She searched his room, posters and guitars that the outside world rarely saw, face falling further when she found no computer. She was disappointed, and it made Paul feel the same way. "My dad banned anything that uses electricity years ago. Says it takes away from family time. We used to have a TV, but he got rid of it when he caught himself before he spilled his whole past in front of her." He had barely been able to talk to Leslie earlier today, and now he was talking too much. What was happening to him? "Look, I'm sorry about running out of the Masonic temple on you earlier. It's okay. I'm sorry that I just flat out said what I thought you were. I was just trying to act tough because I'm not a tempest. I'm just a regular person. And I'm in trouble because I'm not supposed to be here." Chapter 11. Paul didn't even act surprised when she spilled her secret. As Leslie held her breath, he only nodded and said, "Okay." Relief coursed through her chest. Cordelia had seen her, but she had a hiding place now. Leslie had to take this one thing at a time. But at least she'd escaped becoming an Outbreaker. That alone made everything around her seem brighter, but she couldn't tell Paul that. He seemed like such a nice guy and not a killer. Something felt off about the whole situation though. Who in this age didn't even have a phone? It almost sounded like his father was trying to keep him cut off from the world. After meeting Janelle and Kenna, Leslie could believe anything about what parents would do to keep their kids from the truth. But Paul knew what he was, so it made no sense. What was there to hide? "I didn't think someone like you could be a human hurricane," Paul said, sitting on the bed next to her. Her pulse quickened, and she wasn't sure if it was due to fear. "How'd you get mixed up in all this?" She told him, starting at the beginning, where Cordelia's henchman, Kevin, had broken into her house late at night and kidnapped her. Then Leslie told him of her trip to Alara, where she learned that her best friend was a Tempest, and her other trip to Hawaii after the fact, where she met Kenna. She finished with the Outbreaker men, who had managed to subdue an island of Tempests, and her ordeal at the police station. This time, she had no choice but to tell Paul about their actual plans for her. But he was easy to talk to. Not once did he interrupt, and his eyes remained soft throughout the entire story. He waited until she was done speaking to let his jaw fall. My town kidnapped the Tempests. And you're saying there's such a thing as volcano goddesses, too? And Cordelia, his brown and black eyes widened like he recognized her name, but no color swirled inside them. No sound of a screaming wind filled her ears. Only the sound of a car, probably a police car, went past. Paul had no intention of turning her. You know her? Leslie asks. Her muscles all tightened again, but she didn't stand up. Paul blanched, which meant that he'd at least heard of her. Oh man. I didn't realize. He put his face in his hands like he was about to confess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My dad's the one who broke her out of prison. Despite Leslie's forgiveness, Paul couldn't release his guilt as he tried to sleep. Your dad probably didn't know what was really going on, Paul, when he got Cordelia out of prison, Leslie had told him at least a dozen times that night. He didn't know Tempests were real at the time. None of you did. Except the mayor. Probably. Paul relaxed, staring at the ceiling as Leslie breathed heavily on the floor and snuggled in her own blankets. Maybe she was right, and his dad thought Cordelia was an innocent human woman caught up on the wrong side of the legal system. Thomas Kurt might have hoodwinked him with a discount on the house and the security system. But could Paul be sure? His alarm clock read 2:30 in the morning, casting a faint red glow in the dark, and a car was going past his house every 15 minutes or so. The Mobley police were all out, searching for the human girl who was a security threat to their town. What if they started knocking on doors? Where could he hide Leslie? She could stay down here for a while, hiding in his room, because his dad never snooped and would probably only come to do laundry, and the washing machine was over by the stairs. And worse, Paul had spilled almost everything to Leslie after she'd told him her story. His constant moving, his uncle, his mother, everything. It was only fair after she'd had her turn. The only thing he'd held back was his first outbreak. Leslie had been so relieved when she learned that her eyes were still green instead of brown, when she realized that she hadn't become an outbreaker after all. Well, it would be scary to change species and gain new abilities. Had Paul's mother been afraid? But she'd requested it. Leslie hadn't. It wasn't right to force something like that on someone if they didn't want it. Paul's stomach turned over. Outside, Mobley seemed darker than ever. The idyllic rows of houses were all a lie. Was a war coming between people like them and the rest of the world? He could make out Leslie's sleeping form on the floor, breathing slowly with exhaustion, red hair spilling out over the spare blanket he'd given her. He alternated between watching her sleep, staring at the cracks in the ceiling, and staring out of the basement window at Mobley outside, the place really being run by a Tempest woman who had slaughtered hundreds. That hurricane relief jar he'd seen 6 years ago did have the name Cordelia on it. Watching Leslie sleep couldn't chase away the gnawing tension in his gut. Still, at last, he drifted away to the sound of another police car rolling by, vowing that tomorrow morning he would drive Leslie over to the next town and out of the nightmare they had both landed in. All aboard. Janelle thanked Dion, her father's old friend, as she climbed onto his yacht. Gareth kept her hand clutched in his as he helped her over. The morning sun filtered in through the cave entrance, revealing the sorry state of her boats. Her yacht had sunk halfway down in the water, listing to the side. It didn't compare to the sad state inside the complex she was leaving behind. No one walked up and down the halls, and the only sounds left were the snack machines humming and the water boiler working. She and Gareth had spent over 24 hours there, wandering around and waiting for Dion to arrive. It was a day to themselves at last, and it was impossible to enjoy. It sucked that they couldn't make contact with Kenna. They could really use her fire-traveling abilities right now. But Kenna was off on vacation with her father this spring break, camping on the East Coast without any phones, and they didn't have time to look for her. Getting to Mobley, Oklahoma, was goal number 1. Goal number 2 was to avoid falling into whatever trap those guys in the ski masks had set up for her. If Leslie and her father were still alive. The thought kept pushing its way into her chest, making breathing hard and painful. Even Gareth's kisses couldn't quite chase it away. You do know what those people were, don't you? Gareth snuggled closer to her as Dion steered his yacht out of the cave, leaving the empty complex behind. The Bahamian flag waved in the morning wind as the ocean parted around them. You're always the first to say anything when something bad happens. Janelle let her head fall onto his shoulder. It was nice not to have to look like the leader right now, and it was nice that Gareth never skirted around the truth. I've figured it out. I think. What else would be from Oklahoma and still be our close relatives? The frantic phone call from Leslie and one of her captors had confirmed it. Gareth stayed silent, staring down at the ocean as it passed. They would soon be leaving it and their power behind. Oklahoma was almost as far from the ocean as they could get. It was why those guys in the masks had taken the other tempests there. What else do you think is out there? Gareth asked after a long time. Huh. She lifted her head from his shoulder. Well, there's us, he said. His eyes met hers, and a faint gray trace began swirling inside them. But he blinked as if sensing it, and the hazel returned fully. And then there's Kenna, and now there's these guys. It makes me wonder if that whole legend about tempests is true after all. You mean the one with the Mayan storm god? Gareth had told her the legend when she'd first learned about her tempest identity. Still, she had yet to give it much thought. How he made the first tempests by giving people his breath. Gareth gripped the boat's railing, staring at the bubbles seething past. Yeah. It makes me wonder if Huracan is out there somewhere, dormant like the whole legend says. Maybe he really did exist, and he got ticked that no one was worshipping him anymore, so he went to sleep somewhere. Now we get to carry his torch. That's silly. Janelle leaned on his shoulder again, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his skin. It was so different from the gray swirling she'd seen in his eyes a second ago, so opposite of what tempests indeed were. Maybe not, Gareth said. Well, we know Kenna's real, and her mom is too, even though I hate mentioning her. Why couldn't other gods be out there waiting to be discovered? He was right. Again. Janelle didn't want to entertain the thought that a storm god had cursed her to her tempest status 500 years ago, all by giving one of her ancestors his breath. Dion, how long will it take to get to the airstrip? Janelle called, trying to clear the thoughts from her mind. Dion stood with his back to her, staring out at the open sea as the conical island of Alara grew smaller behind them. Too long, he said, twisting around as much as he could. Several hours, at least. Then we need to secure a pilot. There was another issue. Mel had been taken along with the rest of her people, and her backup pilot, Steph, had also been kidnapped. Thankfully, she still had her money on hand, but hiring another plane would take some time. They might even need to hire a human pilot. Janelle hoped that Dion knew someone and could find them fast. Paul lent Leslie one of his smaller executioner shirts. He couldn't do anything about getting her some new shorts without generating suspicion. The cops were bound to swarm all over the town, searching for any sign of her. They might stop him if he got caught buying women's clothing and returning to a house with no women living there. Sorry. I don't have anything better, Paul said as his father made the floorboards creak upstairs. His heart thudded against his ribcage. If his father did come down here, he'd have to shove Leslie in the closet. As soon as he's not in the kitchen or the living room, I'll have us go for the van. I'll tell him I'm going to the store for some things. Then I'll drive you until we see another town. Leslie's eyes grew wide with hope, making the green inside brighter, more alive. She extended her arms and rushed at him, only to wrap him in a tight hug a second later. Thanks, Paul. You don't know what you've done for me. He returned the hug without thinking, his hand brushing down her hair. The sunlight pouring in through the window was so soft and warm. His brain fumbled for words. At least you'll be able to call your friend. Keep her out of whatever trap Thomas Kurt has set up. I'm not sure I want to stay here either. Upstairs, his father's footsteps creaked towards the bathroom down the hall. The door closed. Paul nodded, a rush of nerves washing up his spine. Now. The two of them thudded up the stairs, Leslie right behind him, as he called, "Dad, I'm running to the store. Be back in a while." "Okay, Paul. Don't wreck the van," he called from behind the closed door. After scanning the street for cops, he got Leslie into the van and started it up a second later. "You might want to get down," he said, nodding to her. She did, eyes shining. With relief, maybe. It wasn't fear, unlike at the Masonic Temple. He'd miss her. Leslie was nice and understanding. Easy to talk to. Well, once he got to know her a little better. Now he'd never see her again, but that was the story of his life. It would be too dangerous for them to keep any contact. They passed one patrolling police car on the way to the highway, during which Leslie stayed down below the window, knees folded up against her chest. Paul's heart almost stopped as it passed, but he kept looking straight ahead, hoping that he looked casual, and the cop wouldn't find a reason to pull him over. The cruiser passed without incident, and his sigh of relief brought a smile to Leslie's face. "Are they gone?" she asks. "Yeah. But you might want to stay down." Paul hoped she wouldn't hear the shaking in his voice. If the cops caught her, which was bad enough, what would they do to him? He immediately felt guilty for the thought. Paul made the turn onto the 2-lane highway, glancing at Leslie. Even though she was squashed down out of view of the window, a tremble racing through her arms betrayed her worry. Paul resisted the urge to hold her arm. It would look too strange, him leaning over as he drove. Maybe, once they were out of the town and past these gas stations. There was another cop car waiting next to a clump of trees ahead, watching the only highway out of Mobley. Waiting to pull the next vehicle over. "Stay down." Paul slammed his brakes and put on his blinker for the marathon. Leslie cried out as he turned into the station, making her lurch into the seat. "What's going on? Are they pulling us over?" she asks, gaze darting around the van, no doubt trying to see if any flashing lights were closing in outside the window. Her hand closed around the door handle, ready to bail. No. No. The cops are watching the road ahead. If she bailed now, the cop would see. There's a cruiser waiting. They'll try to pull us over if we go past them. Especially since we're in a van. I'm sure they'll make up an excuse. Leslie stared down at the dirty floor, releasing the door handle. Her arm flopped down in defeat. Is there another way out of town? Paul hadn't seen any road beside the highway leaving Mobley. Oklahoma's roads were few and far apart, with only endless fields separating them. He knew from all the moving he'd done in the past several years. If he tried to head out of town the opposite way, there might be another cop waiting there too. It would arouse suspicion. "Leslie, I must go to the gas station and buy something. If we leave now, the cops will know we're avoiding them, and they'll chase us." Her eyes shone with terror. It made something twist in his guts. Leaving her here even for a few minutes was horrible, but he had no other ideas. If they left now, he might as well plaster a sign on the van that said "Pull me over. The girl you're looking for is inside." Leslie nodded. "You're right. I'll stay down. Look natural." Looking natural was the hardest thing Paul had ever done. He had to hold back from looking at the cop car and the van as he walked to the mini-mart and let the door swing shut behind him. As soon as it did, his mind locked into panic mode, wondering if the cops were pulling into the parking lot to examine his van. A quick glance out the door confirmed that they weren't. It would still pay to hurry. He wrapped his hand around a loaf of bread and a half-gallon of milk. He should be getting stuff since he moved in only yesterday. No one would suspect that. "Watch out if you make a left out of here," the guy behind the counter told him as he paid. "That cop's been pulling people over all morning. Must be on a quota." Paul nodded his thanks as his stomach shrunk in on itself, making the sight of the bread on the counter make him want to gag. He'd been right. It meant Leslie was right about everything. He couldn't afford to get in a police chase. Now he couldn't get her out of Mobley. But even as he walked towards the van with bread and milk in hand, some greedy part of him was relieved that Leslie wasn't leaving yet. Chapter 12. Can you tell me more about Outbreakers? Leslie sat down on Paul's bed, limbs still trembling after the near miss at the gas station. She hoped it wasn't too personal of a question. But she needed to hold it together and not panic. And having a conversation always helped. She might not get out of here for a long time. Leslie had no access to a phone or a computer. But at least she had Paul, who wouldn't hand her to the cops. Paul went over to the corner of his room and sat next to his guitar, a shiny red one with some kind of dark wooden trim, as she watched. There were piles and piles of heavy metal CDs, including the Executioner discography, on his nightstand and stacks of music magazines and guitar books. Paul was like a blind person, with sound the only thing that kept him connected with the outside world. What do you want to know? He leaned back against the wall, making a magazine shift under him. He was getting more comfortable around her. And Paul had such big brown puppy eyes. They were nothing like Robert's swirling ones, so full of rage. Paul had zero in common with those twins, the mayor and Cordelia. He might be an outbreaker, but he seemed so innocent, so human. I don't know. How do you transform and stuff? Do you have to do it at a certain time like tempests do? Does someone keep you all on record? Tempests have crazy laws like that, so I figured you might too. Leslie shrugged. She could pretend this was a normal conversation, right? Paul waved at her, dismissing her ideas. He forced a smile. No. No. It just happens on its own once you hit your teenage years. Or it starts a few months after you become an outbreaker if you weren't born one. Well, that's what my dad told me. And I wouldn't really consider it a transformation, because that would be weird. What happens is that we leave our bodies during thunderstorms and... Paul coughed. He didn't need to finish, as he shifted on the floor, yanking the magazine from under him and thumbing it. Somewhere above, Paul's yet unseen father moved around. A box slid. Has it happened to you yet? Leslie blurted. Immediately, her face heated up. Paul stared down the magazine, then shifted his gaze up to her. Once. Right before you came here. Were you scared? Somehow, that felt like a good question. He licked his lips, as his brown eyes widened with a hint of anxiety. Kind of. At first. It was weird, you know. I couldn't even remember who I was. A hint of fear bloomed in Paul's eyes. But weren't you scared that you'd... Footsteps creaked down the stairs. Paul shot her a glance as Leslie's heart raced. His father was coming. Her discovery could be seconds away. She scrambled for Paul's open closet, which hadn't yet filled. Paul closed the door behind her, shutting her in near darkness as the creaking stopped, and another box slid somewhere not too far away. Hey, Dad. Paul sounded cool a few feet away. I picked up some milk and bread this morning. Great, his father said, voice full of enthusiasm. Look, I just wanted you to know that your uncle stopped by last night, but we won't let him make us move again. I worked out an understanding with him. He won't return here now that the security system's all set up. All we have to do is hit the alarm if he comes to the door. I'm unsure how he found out we were coming here, but it's done now. We're staying put here in Mobley. What did you guys talk about? How come you didn't give in to it this time? Oh, about how you needed a stable life. Even he couldn't deny that. And? Paul's voice rose and Leslie couldn't read his tone. Was he relieved or nervous? She could only see his silhouette through the door slats. The usual. Your mother. The voice of Paul's father filled with gray gloom. But it's all over now. We're here to stay. By the way, I'll need you to return to the market to pick up a couple of frozen pizzas. There's a little grocery store over by the police station. That way, we'll have something besides fast food tonight. I'll wrap up the unpacking upstairs while you do that. Okay. Leslie could sense the reluctance in Paul's voice. That meant he'd have to go out again and leave her here. She didn't like the idea of staying down in this basement by herself. Paul's father said something else and headed back to the stairs. The closet door only came back open when the creaking had stopped. At least your father's not a snoop. Leslie climbed out of the closet. Mine used to inspect my room daily to ensure everything was in place. It drove me crazy. She stopped as she spotted the look on Paul's face. His brows were furrowed in confusion, but not at her. He stared more at the wall beside him, at one of his executioner posters. Finally, Paul spoke. What were you asking me before he came down? That I was afraid of something? That's when Leslie realized the truth with a gut punch. Paul knew what he was. But he didn't really know. The lack of technology in the entire house, and how his father dodged his questions added up. Paul knew what he could turn into, but didn't truly understand the implications. We're just people, he'd said. I don't remember, Leslie said. She couldn't tell Paul she meant to ask if he feared killing someone, not while he stared at her like that. The news might crush him. Can you control when you have one of your, what's it called? An outbreak, Paul said, that confused look stealing over his face again. And no. You can't control when it happens. The walk to the market took longer than driving, but Paul needed to stake out as much of Mobley as possible. And he needed to figure out how to sneak Leslie out of here. The cops would certainly pull over the van, even if he did 5 miles under the speed limit. A single patrolling cop car passed him as he turned onto Main Street and past the Masonic Temple, not daring to even glance at it. No one stopped him. They wouldn't, if they wanted everyone in Mobley to go on thinking there was nothing seriously wrong with the government and law enforcement here. At least Paul could buy Leslie some lunch without looking suspicious. That thought sent tingles through his body. And because of that, Paul didn't notice the vehicle sneaking up on him until the brakes squeaked only feet to his left, and the hum of a window rolling down followed. Hey Paul. Haven't seen you in forever. He stopped, turned and sucked in a breath. His Uncle Tanner leaned out of his green van, smiling as his blue eyes widened. Paul's legs started a few steps, but there was nowhere to go. The sidewalk ended before it reached the store, and there was a fence he'd have to go around, which would take him into the road. If he ran, it would look suspicious. The police station was nearby too, and the last thing he needed was them. Paul, you look alarmed. I just stopped by to say hi. His uncle laid his arm on the rim of the window, as if he came by like this every week or so. His square glasses reflected the sunlight. You know, I never get to catch up with you anymore since you move so much. Paul started to turn away. Were you stalking me? His uncle had the nerve to comment about them moving so much. Tanner held up a hand. Paul. Of course I'm not stalking you. Your birthday is in 3 weeks, and I wanted to see you before I head back to Nebraska. His uncle sounded hurt. I have seen you walking around here quite a bit, so I hope to catch you, but that's all. Why don't we grab lunch in the family diner over here? It's on me. Lunch? His uncle had accused his father of causing his mother's death for the past 7 years, making his life a living hell, and he wanted to buy Paul lunch? I don't have time, Paul said. And he didn't. Leslie was waiting back home for her own food. Sure you do, Tanner said. It'll just be half an hour. We can talk. Catch up. Just one visit, and I'll never approach you again if you want. The hurt was back, rolling over his face like rain. This wasn't the Tanner Paul was used to. The Tanner he knew was always behind a closed door, having a shouting match with his father, but never talking to him like this. Paul had always known that his uncle's problem had never been with him, but this seemed to confirm it. It made him almost want to have lunch. But you're in a town of outbreakers, Paul said. Would the police arrest him if he was caught? Do you think I'm not aware of that? The wall of rain parted from Tanner's expression a little, as his gaze darted to the restaurant ahead. I know all about Mobley. Knew you'd show up here sooner or later. Come on. Like I said, I'll buy. The family grill was almost as barren as the night his father met Thomas Kurt here. The same waitress led them both to a table in the corner of the room, underneath an old photo of a steam train. Paul caught her studying Tanner's blue non-Outbreaker eyes as they sat. Tanner smiled at her to his surprise and said, "Don't worry. I'm from an Outbreaker family. Just didn't get the lucky gene." It might have been Paul's imagination, but it sounded like his uncle stressed the word lucky, and not in a good way. But the waitress didn't seem to notice. She smiled. "That's okay. People visit their relatives here all the time. What do you want to drink?" They ordered as a swarm of bugs ran underneath Paul's skin. Tanner might have an ulterior motive behind this, as friendly as he seemed. Leslie was still waiting. Paul could save some fish and chips for her and take them back in a box. It beat frozen pizza. Outside, another cop car rolled past. Tanner shifted and produced his laptop bag, unzipping it on the table. "Happy early 17th birthday," he said, revealing a box covered in red and blue wrapping paper. His uncle had brought him a present. Instantly, a feeling of guilt filled Paul. He'd been rude to Tanner out on the sidewalk. But it was short-lived. Paul relaxed. Maybe his uncle had only wanted to catch up with him. Thanks," he said, taking the box. It was a decent-sized gift, too. "You can open it. I didn't plant a bomb in there or anything." The smile had returned to his uncle's face. Paul unwrapped the gift, heart pounding. He didn't know what to expect. He started, unable to believe it. He'd only glanced at these devices in the stores. "The newest tablet on the market," his uncle finished for him. "It can surf the internet, play music, and download games. Granted, you'll have to find some wireless hotspots to go online, but at least you can have some contact with the outside world. It's not much for gaming though. Plus, you can hide it from your dad." Tingles of excitement raced over Paul as he pried open the box and fished out the styrofoam inside, along with plastic-wrapped cords and the tablet itself. "So I can use this to email and help Leslie get out of here," he wanted to say, "and watch movies and download music?" His uncle laughed. "I forget how much your dad's kept technology out of your house. That and more. You can also check the news and the weather. Not that you'd care much about the news anyway. It'll give you a better way to keep up with your friends. I'll also give you my email address if you want to chat. Stay off social media though. It's full of politics and drama." "Thanks again," Paul managed. He resisted the urge to reach over the table and hug his uncle. Paul wanted to run back home to show Leslie her key to escape. It took all he had to stay in his chair. "You don't know what this means to me. This is great. I mean it." A voice in his mind warned him that Tanner might still be up to something and that this could be a bribe, but it was too good to turn him down. Especially now. Tanner smiled, but it looked like it was taking him some effort, and dread filled Paul's gut. It wasn't like he'd bought Paul an encyclopedia or something. "I'm glad you like it. Sounds like it'll come in handy. If you have any questions about using it, I'm staying in Yazlet for a few more days. Just drop me an email and we can meet back here." Paul thanked him a few more times as the waitress brought their food to the table, eager to return to Leslie more than ever. But Tanner hadn't pulled any stunts yet, so Paul knew he should entertain and at least see where this went. He didn't even know his uncle. And something told him to stay. "So, how did you know when we'd be here?" Paul asked. "Oh, Mobley's been in the works for a long time," Tanner said. The waitress was staring at him again, Paul noticed. "Your mother wanted to raise you here so you wouldn't be an outcast. She had your father reserve your house years ago. It was only a matter of time before he moved you in. He must have gotten in good with the mayor to get that security system." The waitress stiffened on the other side of the room. Invisible spiderwebs crawled across Paul's skin. Tanner meant it as a joke but was too close to the truth. "My mother wanted to come here," he asked, changing the subject even though he already knew the answer. "She was thinking of you. That and your family would have been a great fit here. Your mother was a powerful outbreaker, you know. I don't think she could handle it. It was a lot to deal with. Chapter 13. Show me how to use this. Leslie emerged from Paul's closet to find him holding a styrofoam restaurant box in one hand and a brand new tablet in the other, with the plastic still hugging the frame around the screen. He offered her a wicked but adorable smile as he held the catch above his head. How? She rose, heart racing not with terror but with hope. Where would he have gotten something like that in this town? That little piece of technology could be her answer to getting help. Paul, I love you. Leslie flung her arms around him, nearly making the netbook fall to the floor. Paul caught it, gasping. Careful, he said, taking a big breath and expanding his chest into Leslie's face. My uncle got that for me. Yeah, it's the first time we've talked in years, and he didn't even mention all the fights with my dad. That was really nice of your uncle, Leslie told Paul as the tablet fired up for the first time. She almost wondered if Paul's uncle knew about their situation, but he might have given Paul a phone instead if he had. It was easier to hide than a tablet. I wasn't really expecting it. The screen's blue reflected off his eyes as he stared transfixed. I don't get why he did it. He and my dad have been at each other's throats since my mom passed. Maybe he never got to see you and wanted to make up for it, Leslie said. She wished she had relatives like that, but they only talked to each other if they needed money. Maybe. We actually had a good lunch, Paul said, staring at her with surprise. My uncle knows everything about computers. She glanced around his room again at the lack of technology imposed by his father. Paul's uncle had found a way around it, and the isolation. Her throat went dry. Tanner had given Paul a window to the world and the truth about being an outbreaker. He would discover it sooner or later if he got internet access. Pain balled up in Leslie's throat next. Paul seemed so innocent and oblivious as she guided him through the setup, watching as he slowly typed his name, unsure of where all the letters were on the keyboard. Leslie suddenly hated Tanner, even though she'd never met him. Still, she hated his still unseen father more for keeping the truth away. But Paul would have to learn it someday, and his uncle couldn't have told Paul he could kill people in public. How did you break the news like that? Leslie knew she couldn't. Her fear made her no different than Janelle's father, Kenna's parents, and all the rest. Like it. Paul held up the tablet to show the username he'd typed, ExecutionerMan1. Leslie managed to nod. Suits you, she said, forcing herself to glance around his room at his music collection. She thought about hiding the tablet, but she couldn't. It would make her just as bad as Paul's dad. Here, I'll show you all the programs you have on here. And let's check for an internet connection. If we're lucky, you can pick up one of your neighbors. Thanks. Paul smiled just inches from her. Leslie's heart swelled with hope as she pulled up the list of available networks, and the third down was an unsecured network wavering between 2 and 3 bars. Janelle's phone beeped in her pocket as Dion pulled his yacht to a dock. Behind them, the orange sun crept closer to the ocean's horizon, dyeing the water a blinding orange. She paid no heed as she pulled it out. An email. From Leslie. Yes. The phone trembled as she held it up. Leslie's alive. That means my dad might still be alive too. And your mother. She looked at Gareth, who stood on the deck beside her. Read it, Gareth begged, hovering over the phone. Even Dion rushed over, concern spilling over his features. It was challenging to read the small print. Janelle had to block out the sun with her hand. But it was there, and as usual, Leslie had written a small novel in her email. Yes, this was her and not someone else using her account. Janelle scanned the words so hard they might burst into flames, taking in every detail Leslie could give her about Mobley, Oklahoma. Janelle's father was alive but imprisoned in some apartment complex with the other Tempests and Gareth's mother. The video Janelle had forgotten about was supposedly leaked onto the internet. Still, Leslie didn't know if it was a lie or not. Eric had moved all the Tempests to Mobley in some fake evacuation. She sure hadn't been told any plans. Anger rose in her chest, and the surrounding water grew choppy enough to tilt the boat. Well, it looks like you're right about those guys. They're called Outbreakers, huh? Gareth wiped his bangs from his eyes and squinted at the email. He pressed his cheek to hers. I suppose. Janelle's heart raced more and more as she scrolled down. There was more. Too much more. The next words cut their way into her skin and started crawling around, refusing to go. They caught me and took me to the police station, and Cordelia was there. She's working with Mobley's mayor in secret. One of the Outbreakers broke her out of prison. She doesn't want Mobley or the Tempests to know she's there right now, and she wants you to go there before her war starts. Elise was there too. They kept me alive because they didn't want people to get suspicious, but they tried to turn me into an Outbreaker so I couldn't blab about Mobley. Luckily, a guy named Paul helped me escape, and I'm hiding at his house right now. He's an Outbreaker, but he's really nice. And cute. I'm safe right now. I typed Paul's address below. Please don't come here. It's what Cordelia wants. Send Dion. Or your uncle. Oh, and Paul's trying to find a way to get me out. The cops guard all the ways in and out of town, so be careful. Leslie. Janelle, careful. Or you'll crush the phone. Gareth moved his hand over hers, gently prying her fingers away from the screen to reveal the text again. She relaxed her grip, barely catching herself in time. She could easily smash her phone to bits with the ocean all around. They tried to do what to Leslie? Her muscles tightened more with each time she read the words. The Outbreakers tried to inflict our hell. She wanted to say that on her. The prison escape hadn't surprised Janelle much. Cordelia had connections, and Leslie's other news made that look like an ant next to an elephant. She knew what Leslie had felt when she was threatened with that. We can't leave her there. I don't care what my dad says. If they find her. I know. She faced him while Dion waited at the dock. Gareth's wide-eyed stare met hers. He gripped her arms and slid his hands down them, his smooth skin brushing hers. Janelle, promise me you won't go into Mobley. We'll stay somewhere close to it until we figure out what to do. You can make phone calls and have others help us. Or I'll get Leslie and our parents if I have to. Gareth, you're not, she started. The look in his hazel eyes was stone and love simultaneously. He was serious about this. Gareth, you're not going up against a town of Outbreakers in the middle of Oklahoma without your powers. Without the ocean, we're screwed. They have the advantage. A fluttery panic rose in her chest. Sending Gareth into danger after what had happened in Hawaii was not her idea of rescuing Leslie. Promise me. Janelle swallowed. I can't. Not after you nearly died. I won't. It's crazy to go in there without the ocean. Gareth flinched, a hurt look stealing over his features. It was the same look he gave her whenever they brought up his near death. Her boyfriend's pride was scarred, but he didn't realize that a suicide trip into Mobley wouldn't fix it. But the wounded expression passed quickly. Gareth glanced at the ocean and back, his mouth turning into a smile. Who said we had to leave the ocean here? He turned, releasing her arms. What do you mean? Janelle acts. But Gareth was already talking to their boat captain. Dion, do you have any plastic milk jugs or anything on this boat? We're taking some of the ocean with us. An ominous crack of thunder sounded as Leslie read Janelle's response. Coming. We won't barge right in or anything. I'll get help. Dion's with us. Let me know if you find a way out before then, and we'll pick you up. Leslie could barely hold in a squeal of joy. Another roll of thunder came over the house, but it sounded far away. Next to her, Paul tensed. It went through. Janelle and Gareth know I'm here, she said, wrapping her arms around him. His body felt tense against her arms, and he refused to relax. Paul, what's WR? Another distant crack of thunder followed as he stared at her, and the dark spots in his eyes somehow got deeper. Oh. She relaxed her grip as his eyes met hers. The black spots in Paul's irises seemed deeper, somehow darker. His other nature was floating to the surface, and a shudder ran down Leslie's spine. It might happen. If the storm gets too close. His voice rang flat in the quiet basement. Above, his father paced around the house as if sensing the tension in the air. I might pass out, so don't panic. Just stay quiet and hide in the closet if my dad comes to check on me. She nodded, unsure of what to say. Okay. Paul wasn't smiling, she noticed. Then he blinked and asked, "Can I see the weather on this?" He patted the top of the device that Leslie still held. Leslie's stomach turned over. Paul wasn't ready for this. The ads on there might slow down the tablet quite a bit. It's worth a shot. Paul pulled up the internet, and Leslie prayed that the neighbor's router had failed. It hadn't. Paul typed something in the search bar and was on a weather site seconds later. Paul, you're not going to. Do I type where we're at here? It was an unneeded question, because he was already putting the zip code into the weather site's search bar. There was no stopping it now. The train was in motion, and it would hit Paul in seconds. The news had to be broken, but she didn't want it to happen right now. The brown in Paul's eyes deepened as his gaze landed on the screen. Leslie couldn't see his entire face in the blue glow, but she didn't have to. She could tell he was starting to crack from how he blinked at the bold words "tornado warning" bordered in red at the top of the screen. Leslie trained her ears and stared at the sky through Paul's small basement window, taking in the dark, ominous gray. It was almost nighttime. But no sirens wailed here in Mobley. They didn't need to. Mobley was perfectly safe. She watched as Paul traced his finger down the small screen, mouthing the warning text to himself for an eternity, until his finger stopped on one word near the bottom of the page. Paul, Leslie started but didn't finish. She didn't need to. Her one word contained everything it needed to. I'm so sorry, Paul. There was nothing left to say at this point. But it seemed he hadn't heard her. Paul muttered a curse, stiffened, and rose so fast the tablet fell to the floor. He disappeared up the stairs a second later without looking back. Leslie sat for a minute on Paul's bed, staring at the tablet on the floor, still casting a glow on the carpet that seemed to have fallen from him. Upstairs, a door opened and closed as Paul left, leaving her sitting there alone in Mobley without another word. An ache rose up in her chest that she hadn't expected before, and it hurt so much that she couldn't lift the tablet from the floor for what felt like minutes. Another crack of thunder rang through the air as she looked at the screen, but it was more distant now. The storm was moving away. If she squinted, she could trace where Paul had moved his finger on the screen and stopped. The faint line ended down the middle of the warning text, over a word she'd heard him mention earlier that day, when talking about the surprise visit with his uncle. Yazlet. The town Paul's uncle was staying in. Paul grabbed the keys off the kitchen table, rushed past his father, who was cleaning the oven in the kitchen, and ran outside. Seconds later, Paul was in the van, foot mashed down on the accelerator, and headed east towards Yazlet as his world gave way and crashed around him. Chapter 14. His Uncle Tanner. Yazlet. The tornado warning. The truth. He had lived his life in denial, and his father allowed it. Distant lightning flashed across the sky as the storm moved ahead of Paul, lighting the plains ahead for a split second. Paul couldn't get too close or he could outbreak again. Hurt somebody. Kill somebody. That waitress from the family grill had been suspicious of his uncle's words. She'd reported him, and now Mobley's elite had sent someone out to deal with Tanner. There wasn't another good explanation. They thought he was a threat, like Leslie. The thoughts swirled through Paul's being as his foot crushed the accelerator, urging the van past the marathon and down the highway. His brain wouldn't let in anything else. Not his dad back at the house, wondering where he'd gone. Not Leslie, who he'd left sitting on his bed. Not the fact that the cops had the exits to Mobley staked out. The sudden flash of red and blue lights in the rearview mirror made Paul jump in his seat. He swore and slammed the brakes, not caring if the cop gave him a ticket. It didn't matter now. His uncle could be. The cop arrived at his window within 5 seconds of Paul pulling over. Going a little fast there, aren't we? A flashlight shone in Paul's face and into the rest of the van. Paul suppressed the urge to put the van back into drive and pull away. Even in his panicked state, he knew it would be a mistake. A police chase would only land him in jail and earn him a house search where Leslie was hiding. "Come on," Paul begged. Ahead, the storm continued to move away, lightning illuminating the bottom of the clouds. "I really have to get going." "Oh, I see." The cop smiled, leaning in and scanning every shadow of the van. He was searching for passengers, notably young female ones with red hair. Paul was careful to keep staring right at him, hoping he looked clueless. "You're trying to rush to the action. You might be too late because that storm's moving very fast." Paul started, his insides twisting in on themselves. The cop thought he was going out there to have an outbreak on purpose. The thought made an acrid taste rise in his mouth. Paul had wanted one only a few days ago, and now. "You don't want to be driving when it comes on." The officer circled around the van, shining his light in each window. Eventually, he came around to his window again, nodding. "I'll let you off with a warning. Be careful out there and slow down. Pull over if you start to feel drowsy." "Okay," Paul said, shifting the gear as the cop walked away to prepare for the next car that tried to leave town. He'd wasted time sitting here. He was back on the road when the second the red and blue lights went off behind him. Yazlet was about 40 miles from Mobley, straight down the highway, judging from the map he'd seen on the weather forecasting website. Paul was good at following maps and directions, having moved so much all his life. Still, the drive took an eternity, driving through the dark fields with only lightning ahead to guide him. Each mile felt like the distance to the moon. Each minute an hour. At last, dark buildings stood out against a flash of lightning. Paul squinted as the lightning faded, but no normal light was coming from the town ahead. There was no glow, except a few pulsating red spots that tightened every muscle in his body and nearly sent him off the road. The van lurched as he pulled it away from the wet gravel and back onto the pavement. A sign loomed out of the darkness, but something was wrong. The word Yazlet lurched to the side in the wind, its top half decapitated. Ahead, red lights spun with more urgency. A dark traffic signal hung in midair, suspended by a single wire, while another power line drooped down to the sidewalk like a scrawny eel. Paul's leg slammed the brakes as his tires jerked over something in the road. His mind seemed to shut down. Figures milled around in the darkness in front of him. Flashlight beams bobbed up and down everywhere, illuminating a scene that made something stir inside of him. Yazlet looked as if a bomb had fallen on it. Yellow light swept over a pile of rubble nearby, making shadows warp around boards and debris. Police and firefighters crawled over it, searching for anyone who might be pinned underneath. The same scene stretched down the street, more piles of rubble disappearing into the darkness, a flashing ambulance with its back doors open, a car lying on its side against a tree. Paul squeezed his eyes shut to keep it out. It was all he could do. Got his mother, lying motionless against the kitchen table as he approached her, the television streaming the morning news into the room. "Mom?" Paul asked, tugging on her sleeve. No response. Only a small orange bottle fell to the floor. "Mom." His mother's eyes lay open, facing the living room and the television glowing within. He couldn't scream. He couldn't cry. Numb, in shock, Paul turned to face the glow of the morning news, his pajamas scraping the floor and nearly making him trip. "Paul." His father's voice erupted from the nearby bedroom as his footfalls drew closer. "You're not supposed to be watching that." His dad was coming to turn the TV off and shake his mother awake. He caught a glimpse before his dad's frame blocked the view, casting him in shadow. A newscaster, choking on his own words as he described the scene. Concrete slabs where houses had once stood. Debris scattered everywhere. The trees were stripped almost down to their trunks. Cars wrapped around mangled poles. Bold text on the bottom of the screen that read, "Possible EF5 tornado devastates Carroll, dozens feared dead." The television clicked off for the last time. "Paul, what have I told you about, Tanya?" "Tanya." His father rushed to the kitchen table. "Paul, call the ambulance. We need your help." Hey. We could use your help. Hello. Pounding on the van's door broke him from his trance. Devastation stretched out before Paul, as another distant flash of lightning lit the sky. Are you injured? If not, we need help. A firefighter stood on the other side of the glass with his pupils dilated, as if he'd emerged from a war zone. He had blue eyes, Paul noticed. Human eyes. Not like his. Not like his mother's the morning she had died. Paul had forgotten what was on their television that morning for the past several years. He shoved it down somewhere deep inside of him, hoping that it would never surface again. His mother had died looking at the devastation on the screen because she had done it. The guilt claimed her. Tanner had been right all along. Being an Outbreaker had killed her, but not in the way Paul had thought. Hello. You okay in there? Paul shoved open the van door, hopped down to the pavement, and started throwing up. He didn't know how long he faced the ground, retching his guts out. Eventually, the firefighter slapped his hand on his back. Hang in there, son, he said. Where's your family? His family. Tanner had been right to be angry at his father, and had brought him the truth he deserved. Motel, Paul managed. He didn't know how many were in this town. Where's the motel? My uncle's there. The firefighter turned and faced the rubble with the cops swarming over it. Underneath a chunk of black roofing, the back of a green van stuck out, the glass in its rear window blasted out. No. Paul's feet slapped against broken glass. His heart fluttered. A cop shouted something unintelligible as he pointed a flashlight down into the rubble of the motel. Someone's down here, the cop shouted, waving everyone over to the spot he was shining the flashlight into. I need help. You hear me, sir? Boards creaked under Paul as he rushed up them, tripping over splinters and pieces of roofing. A man called out from somewhere down in the destruction. The footfalls of others thumped up towards Paul as he followed the officer's gaze down through tangles of 2x4's torn wallpaper. And down to Tanner. Still wearing the same olive t-shirt and jeans he'd been in at lunch, he was lying in a bathtub in a fetal position. Tremors racked his body. Why was he in the bathtub? But then Paul spotted the 2x4 lying over the tub's rim. It had barely missed his uncle's head. Lying in the bathtub had saved his life. Tears of relief flooded his vision. Paul wiped them away. Uncle Tanner? His uncle turned his head the best he could. His pupils grew tiny under the flashlight beam. Paul. Is that you? Paul momentarily forgot about his mother, father, and even Leslie, sitting back in Mobley. There was a diagonal tunnel to reach Tanner, and Paul would only have to climb down 7 or 8 feet. Don't move. We're coming down to get you. I'm not injured. Go look for others first. He wasn't leaving his uncle down there. The rest of the motel could collapse at any second. Shut up. I'm coming down. Paul had his Outbreaker strength and his anger on his side. Hold on. I don't want you going down there alone, the cop said behind him. Paul crawled down through the opening, scraping his arm on a splinter. He could lift those boards better than the cops could. There was no way they would stop him. Blood throbbed through his ears. Paul was too angry at his dad. He hated Mobley, Thomas Kurt, and Cordelia too much. The world turned red as Paul seized the board 2 inches over his uncle's head. He didn't care if the Yazlet emergency personnel saw this. They'd chalk it up to one of those famous adrenaline rushes. Debris cracked and popped as Paul lifted the board, the muscles in his arms turning to stone. The air above the bathtub cleared as his uncle sat up and turned over on his hands and knees. Tanner didn't have much room to do anything else. Something popped above, sending a waterfall of dust down between them. Get out. Paul ordered, dust filling his nose and threatening to make him sneeze. His uncle did. Scraping sounds rushed past him as Tanner approached the cops waiting above. Board snapped. Debris popped. Paul backed away on his knees and let go of the board holding up the motel's roof. It crashed down on the bathtub with a deafening roar, sending dust into his eyes and nose. The rest happened in a blur. Paul must have climbed back up the incline that the fallen roof formed because fresh air finally filled his lungs. Someone brushed off the back of his shirt. Paul muttered thanks as his legs carried him down the pile of debris, barely keeping him upright as the cops and firefighters stared after him in amazement. "How did you do that, kid?" Paul's feet found the pavement. He stood next to Tanner's van, which lay half-crushed under the motel's roof. His uncle called out to him from somewhere, but a lake of panic closed in on all sides. It had been there since his father had ripped up the side of the prison, maybe even since he was 10 years old, but Paul had held it back. Now, the dam was breaking right down the middle. His people were murderers. He was a monster. Paul ran. He ran past fallen trees and ambulances until his lungs hurt and he couldn't go anymore. At last, he collapsed to his knees in a bed of wood chips, moisture soaking through his pants, not sure where he'd parked the van but knowing that he had to get out of there. These people didn't deserve to have an outbreaker among them. Not now. Paul. Stand up. Tanner. His uncle had followed him, and slowly the older man took Paul's arm. His body stood. He wasn't sure how. Distant lightning flashed again, turning the sky an alien orange color for a second. Paul couldn't look at his uncle. "I don't understand, Paul." Tanner sighed. Mobley was supposed to stop this from happening. It was supposed to help outbreakers stop this sort of thing. Paul faced his uncle, who stared down at the ground through the dust on his glasses. They were standing in front of a damaged gas station with a collapsed awning. His knees buckled, and he keeled over, putting his hands on them to steady himself. Tanner was suffering as much as he was. Paul couldn't bring himself to tell him that this hadn't been an accident, and Mobley wasn't what it seemed. Tanner glanced around to make sure no one had come within earshot. Firefighters crawled over another pile of rubble farther down the street as police officers shined flashlights on a half-collapsed house. Somewhere, someone shouted. In the panic of the scene, they'd forgotten all about Tanner and him. His uncle's legs started falling from under him, and he barely caught himself. "I don't understand," he repeated as shudders raced over his body. Paul found himself having to hold him up. By the time the sirens went off, all I had time to do was get in the bathtub. The motel exploded around me. Did I say something wrong at the diner? The roar, he muttered, lost. Something that got drowned out by police sirens. Come on. Paul took his arm. Tanner needed to sit more than he did. You need to go to the hospital? His uncle stared hard at him. No. No. Just shaken. You and me both, Paul wanted to say. It was the first coherent thought he'd had since getting here, but the panic inside him that had parted for a second started to close in again. No. He couldn't give in to it now. Tanner had to get out of there before another outbreaker decided to make an attempt on his life. Already, new flashes of lightning had started up in the west. Paul, Tanner said, breaking out of his grip. You have to drive us both back to Mobley. The words hung in the humid air. I can't. I'll drive you anywhere else. He wouldn't have another person hostage there because of the cops. He had to tell his uncle the truth. He deserved that. Some people in Mobley think you know what's going on there, due to a joke you made at lunch today. The mayor's not a good guy. Tanner, if you go there, they might try making you an outbreaker, because they wouldn't be able to kill you in town. That might make people think that something's up. Paul had to pause another bout of retching as he glanced at Yazlet. Who would ever want to become an outbreaker? Why did his father convert his mother? He could have eloped with his mom, so his grandparents couldn't complain about it. Then Paul would have had a chance of being born human and not this. His mother would still be here right now. Tanner stopped with his hand on the passenger door of the van. His blue eyes were wide and dilated with a new fear that he must have felt when his twin sister was turned. They're doing that in Mobley? How do you know this? Another flash of lightning raced across the sky, and it was a bit closer now. His uncle shifted. He'd explain in the van. I'll take you to the airport. Anything. Just tell me where to go." His uncle stared at the sky and back to him, as if Paul would morph into a werewolf at any second. "I'm not telling you to take us back to Mobley because of me. It's because of you. If you're anything like your mother, your one goal should be never to have an outbreak anywhere away from Mobley again." Chapter 15. Paul spilled everything to his uncle, on the way back to Mobley, to the tune of the highway clunking under them. It was the only thing he could do to keep the panic from taking him over completely. The distant lightning slowly drew closer, keeping every muscle in his body tense. He'd have to pull over if an outbreak started to come on. At least he was out in the middle of nowhere now, where his father had always kept him, and he couldn't hurt Mobley even if he tried. It eased some of the panic down as he spoke. Tanner didn't interrupt, though he shifted when Paul mentioned his first outbreak. Once Paul finished with his recovered memory, Tanner sighed and let his forehead fall to his hand. "I'm sorry, Paul." It sounded genuine. "It's not your fault." He gripped the steering wheel tighter. Another flash of lightning revealed the buildings of Mobley in the distance, rising from the horizon like rows and rows of swords. "We have to get Leslie out of there before they find her. She didn't deserve to suffer his condition." "No one did." "No. It partly is my fault." Tanner faced him and swallowed, eyes deep behind his glasses. "After Tanya turned, it was I who told her about Mobley. It was meant to be a safe haven for outbreakers who wanted to avoid hurting people or causing destruction because it was so far from other towns. Your grandfather, my father, had been getting brochures about it. However, he never planned to move there himself. He was old by then and had good control of his outbreaks. Your mother, on the other hand, couldn't control hers that well," Paul finished for him. The words felt like grains of sand scraping his throat as they came out as if he'd been screaming non-stop for days. Tanya was scared that she might hurt someone when she started having outbreaks, and wanted to move somewhere where she could never harm a soul. Anyone in Mobley who has an outbreak can't hurt anyone unless they travel from town. "Like whoever targeted Yazlet," Paul said. He gripped the steering wheel so tight that it started to warp. He'd kill whoever did it. People could be lying dead or critically injured back in that town. His uncle would have nightmares about it for life. "But if my mom knew she could hurt someone, why did she let my dad turn her?" He suddenly felt a flash of anger at her for saying yes, for asking to become an outbreaker. Getting the acceptance of his dad's parents hadn't been worth all this misery. It hadn't been worth her life, or the lives of the people she must have destroyed. Tanner stared ahead into darkness so thick that the sun might never reappear. A faint rumble of thunder came over them. "She loved your father so much that she was willing to do anything to be with him. Our own father didn't want her to go through with it. He knew there were dangers, but even he didn't know just how bad they were." Paul felt as if he were made of mud and would slide down the seat and soak through the floor to the road below. Beside him, Tanner scrunched down lower as if he were fulfilling his wish for him. Why didn't she just move somewhere where there's never any thunderstorms? Or not as many? "I should hightail it to Arizona." Another flash of lightning illuminated the landscape in an alien light. The panic rose in Paul's chest again. Next time he had an outbreak anywhere away from Mobley, he could cause a scene like the one in Yazlet. Once he escaped with Leslie, he would go to the desert with Tanner. His dad could think about what he'd done. What if his dad knew about the real Mobley after all, and he supported Cordelia and Thomas Kurt's upcoming war? "Didn't your father explain?" His uncle scrunched down lower as they prepared to enter town. "Explain what?" "He didn't tell me anything. I'm surprised he even told me what I am, to be honest. My mother probably made him." "I need to get down." "Cops. They're only pulling over people who leave. Keep going. I'll find a way out of town later." The marathon loomed ahead in yellow light and past it, the downtown. Paul felt terrible bringing him back to this place, but his uncle had insisted. His uncle waited until they'd gone by it to speak again. "Paul, your parents couldn't do that because if your kind can't have outbreaks for extended periods, your health starts to fail. It takes a toll on your body. Your immune system grows weaker, and your strength starts to wane and only worsens from there. If your parents moved to Arizona, you would not have either of them right now. Silence filled the space between them as the first lights of downtown rolled past. The horror of Paul's predicament weighed down slowly. If Tanner was right, and he had no reason to suspect that he was lying after all that had happened, Mobley was the only reasonable option at the time. It may still be the only option for you. The only reason your father took so long to move you here was money, and the fact that I knew about this place. For that, I take the blame. I was so angry for a while that I forgot about your welfare. But as you got older, he and I realized that coming here couldn't wait any longer, and we finally agreed on something. The best option? This place? Are you crazy? The steering wheel started turning into an oval in his hands. So, that was why his uncle and his father had stopped arguing recently. You heard me. Mobley's a lie. It's just an excuse to round up outbreakers and tempests and who knows what else for some war with humanity I don't want anything to do with. Downtown Mobley was mainly dark, with only the streetlights reflecting off the storefronts and windows. And the old siren, which towered over the fire department. Paul's stomach twisted again, but he had nothing left to retch up. It was something his uncle had said earlier. Those old Cold War sirens he'd seen in every town weren't Cold War sirens. They were for something else entirely. I can't deny that after what happened. His uncle stared straight ahead, lost in the events of that night. It's better to stay here, Paul, but don't tell anyone about your mother. Paul automatically turned to his house, barely missing a truck parked on the side of the road with a cabinet in the back. Others were moving in, oblivious to what was going on here. He wanted to scream at them to turn back, and to go anywhere but here. But where was there to go? Where could he go? The curtains were shut at his house, only letting out a blue square of light. Although the van's clock read 12:15, his father was still up past his usual 9:30, waiting for him to return. Paul had forgotten that he'd run past him on the way out without a word. A figure moved behind the curtains, parting them ever so slightly. A second shadow moved behind his father. Leslie. His father had discovered her, or she'd revealed herself. I left her here. I'm such a jerk. Paul threw open the van door and ran for the house. His uncle's footfalls came right behind. He wasn't ready for the blow-up that would come as soon as he opened the door. He'd hidden a girl in his room. He brought his uncle here, not to mention possessing forbidden technology. And if his dad was in league with Thomas Kurt. But behind the door, his father looked as bad as Paul felt. His plaid shirt was wrinkled and covered in oven grease. His stubble seemed to have grown in the past few hours, leaving a shadow on both sides of his face. Dark bags hung under his red eyes. Leslie stood behind him, clutching his new tablet. Her freckles looked brown on her cheeks, and she glanced down at the floor after meeting his gaze. His father stared on as Tanner came through the door behind him and closed it with a final click. There was no blow-up. No yelling. No throwing of punches, not that his dad and Tanner had ever sunk that low. His uncle was the first to speak. Paul helped pull me out of the rubble that was my motel over in Yazlet. Thanks to him, I'm alive and unhurt. His father seemed to crumble under the words. God. It sounds like you were right about this place, he said to Leslie, sinking into a kitchen chair. He might have fallen to the floor if it wasn't there. I didn't tell the police you were bothering us, Tanner. Just that I wanted the security system. I had no idea that they would do this. This isn't what Mobley was supposed to be about. So, Leslie had told his father everything. Paul looked at her and she nodded. He came down after you left and found me. He thought maybe you got a hold of a phone or something. I had to tell him everything. It's okay, Paul said. That saved a lot of explaining, and he was glad that she was here, and his father wasn't angry about that. Then Paul turned to his father. He hadn't turned Leslie in, which was a good sign. Well, Mobley is about killing people and more, Paul snapped. It was about time they landed on the same planet. I've made so many mistakes, his father continued, voice heavy and hurt. I let Thomas Kurt take advantage of this situation with you, Paul. He manipulated us. Me? Moving here was all about me. Paul moved to fill the kitchen and living room doorway, keeping his father and uncle apart. Tanner let Paul do it, while Leslie remained by the counter. It was a one-on-one time. His father looked up at him. Paul, sit down. No. His father didn't press him any further, but turned his gaze to Leslie. You can sit down if you want. Grab a drink. I'm sorry this place has put you through so much. His voice carried no anger. Leslie remained standing, as if she could endure this with Paul. Earl, we need to cut to the chase, like I told you to do years ago. Paul remembers why you threw all the electronics out, by the way. His uncle spoke behind him, his voice a hair below yelling. He was struggling to hold back the explosion. His father sounded like a child getting grounded, ready to accept his punishment. I was trying to protect him. Paul moved out of the doorway to stand in the middle of the kitchen. Hello. Dad. I'm right here. I know. You took me out the past 3 summers trying to make me have outbreaks, he said. You encouraged it. Oh yeah, and you forgot to mention that tornadoes always kill people and demolish towns. Why didn't you think to tell me that? I would figure it out eventually, especially after you did the number on the prison. That Cordelia woman you rescued is a lot less innocent than you think, by the way. I can't believe you haven't heard about the tempests yet. His dad's eyes met Paul's as another crack of thunder shook the house. Most tornadoes don't kill, he said. Only the ones that go through populated areas. The Outbreakers who can't control themselves, and those who do it purposefully. The words cracked as he spoke. I've never killed anyone, Paul. That's why many of us Outbreakers live in the Plains states. There's enough room to avoid accidents most of the time, and enough storms here to keep us healthy. Paul flinched. What Tanner had told him about his health was true then. But Paul, I kept taking you out every summer because I had to know. If you were like your mother. At the time, Mobley wasn't an option. Well, it still isn't. I'm leaving with Leslie and Tanner as soon as I can. They'll turn her if she doesn't get out of here. Leslie flinched. Paul wanted to take back his words, but they were the truth, so he rushed over and put his arm around her instead. She was shaking and quiet, despite her tough exterior. He wouldn't let them turn her. The thought of it made an ache rise in him. That left Tanner free to enter the kitchen, but Paul didn't think they'd fight anymore. You have to stay in Mobley, Paul. There's a good chance that you're too dangerous to live anywhere else. His father rose, voice rising as he stretched to his full height. I freed Cordelia from prison for that reason, and no, I wasn't certain she was innocent. But it was a necessary sacrifice. Without Thomas Kurt's discount, I could not have gotten you here. You have no idea what I'm saving you from. Footsteps came into the kitchen as his uncle appeared in front of him. Tanner's blue eyes were full of sympathy as he swallowed. Paul, do you know what the Fujita scale is? No. Tanner shot a glare back at his father before looking back at him. At the same time, Leslie wrapped her arm around his waist and squeezed. Her touch made the ache in his gut ease despite whatever news Tanner was about to give him. It's a scale humans use to measure how strong tornadoes are. Well, it's called the Enhanced Fujita Scale now. The ratings go from 0 to 5, with 5 being the strongest kind of tornado, capable of the most incredible destruction. 5 is also the rarest type, so much so that only 1 out of every 1,000 Outbreakers can achieve it. Do you understand what I'm saying? The wobble in his knees returned. Paul leaned onto Leslie. The destruction in Yazlet had been bad, but it paled compared to what he'd seen on TV the morning of his mother's death. My mother was that 1 out of 1,000, Paul managed, nearly choking. Tanner did the worst thing he could have done. He nodded with sad eyes. She already had some Outbreaker in her family when your father turned her. That may have been the cause. Even when I tried to talk her out of turning, I never anticipated this happening. Not to your mother. His father from somewhere, his voice tired and stretched in anguish. Paul, I never would have turned her if I'd known. Nor would she have asked me to do it. But this is why you need to stay here. It's likely that. She passed this to me, Paul finished for him. He felt faint. The roar of panic filled his head, growing louder. I'm the worst kind of outbreaker. Tanner shook his head. Don't call yourself. Another crash of thunder sounded overhead. The roar in Paul's head grew so loud that it drowned that out too. His legs went out from under him. The floor rose. Leslie's hands brushed his side as his heart raced, unable to hold him up. Beside him, his father slumped back into his chair, head lolling towards the table. Tanner rushed towards him, yelling his name. Paul was passing out. No, he cried. His head hit the floor with a thud, but he didn't feel it. Because he was having another outbreak. Paul. Leslie appeared over him, taking his shoulders. Hold on. Stay awake. You can do it. Stay with me. She cared. But why about a monster like him? Electric pulses raced through his body. He couldn't move. An invisible fist held him down and threatened to pull him away any second. Tanner said something, but it was lost in the air. His father lay slumped over the table behind him. Nobody could help him. There was no stopping this. Paul. Leslie. Her green eyes were beautiful as she leaned down towards him, flashing for a split second before she pressed her lips to his. The roar in his head quieted briefly, and the sun warmed his chest, dispelling the storm inside him. It seemed as if his outbreak had stopped, and Leslie's kiss was chasing it away, making him human, freeing him from this curse and telling him everything would be all right. The relief was short-lived. Even before Leslie pulled away, the roar returned. The pulses intensified, and the last thing he saw before the storm's hand pulled him away was Leslie's red hair as she hugged him tight, as if trying to hold him in place. Chapter 16. Paul lay motionless on the kitchen floor, eyes shut, chest rising up and down in peace. Leslie scooted back on her knees, aware that Paul's Uncle Tanner was staring at her from behind. Paul's father snored away at the table, as another crack of thunder shook the windows. Paul's lips still tingled on hers. She expected Tanner to pull her away from Paul and ask her what she'd been doing. What had she been doing? Leslie had never been brave enough to just come out and kiss a human boy, let alone an outbreaker one. She'd been nervous about even holding hands with Todd last year at the movies. This wasn't like her. Leslie, he's gone, Tanner said. And so is his father. He won't wake up until it's over. Have something to drink and rest for a minute. Paul's going to need you when he wakes up. I'll get a pillow under his head. Paul's uncle left the room, footsteps fading down the hall. A door squeaked open somewhere. Leslie sat down next to Paul, watching him sleep. It was a deception. He wasn't dreaming. He was somewhere outside of town with his father, who knew how many other outbreakers were taking on a new, deadly form, one that didn't know her kiss or even his own name. That made the space under her heart hurt because it was wrong. And she was falling in love with him. Maybe she was trying to escape something. Whatever it was, she was on a crazy amusement park ride and couldn't get off. Tanner returned and handed her a pillow, which she slid under Paul's head. He breathed like a sleeping baby as the storm passed overhead, refusing to give him back. She lay on the cold kitchen floor beside him, snuggling close, glad his father wasn't awake to see this. Paul woke up maybe 10 minutes later as his father continued to snore on the table. His eyelids fluttered and came open, revealing the brown and black inside them, not swirling but solidified. His irises turned towards Leslie, softening. Paul. Leslie shifted and sat up next to him. Did you? Yes. He turned away, sat up, and wrapped his hands around his knees. Tanner rushed to his side. Away from people, I take it. Thankfully. There's nothing around here. It was all fields. Paul made a loud breathing sound. I still couldn't control myself. I really am dangerous. Dad's right. I need to stay here. Leslie couldn't bear to see Paul so defeated. He hadn't asked for his condition. No. We can work something out. She wrapped her arm around him, pulling Paul into a half-hug. There's lots of unpopulated places you can go. Until you learn how to control yourself. Paul had helped her so much. It was her turn to help him. Leaving him in this place was unthinkable. Your dad's still out there, Tanner said, slapping Paul's father on the back to get rewarded with a snore. The atmosphere is crazy. Outbreaks everywhere. Something just doesn't feel right. Paul lifted his head to stare out the kitchen window. That was my second outbreak since I got here. How many am I going to have? Even Dad never had more than a few every year, and he went looking for storms. Leslie hugged him tighter. Paul was cold and shaking. It's not your fault, Paul. There's been a lot of storms this spring. It's been happening every day. Paul faced her, blanching. I've never seen a spring this bad. It's like something's happened to the atmosphere in this whole area. It's blowing up. Something's not right. Tanner shook his head. It doesn't sound right to me either. There wasn't supposed to be any rain today, but it did anyway. Paul, I think your dad's stirring. Paul rose, and Leslie could barely keep up with him. I don't want to talk to him right now, he said, opening the basement door and holding it open for Leslie. I think Leslie had better sleep on the couch, Tanner said to everyone, forcing a smile. We all need sleep. Tomorrow, we will make a plan for getting her out of here. Paul spent half his night staring at the ceiling as images from that night raced through his head. Just above him, Leslie was on the couch. Which was understandable. He couldn't have her spend another night in his room with his dad and his uncle knowing, or even the basement. Paul turned his memory to her kiss instead. It had been like the sun, calm and warm, the opposite of what he was. But had she kissed him because she felt sorry for him? Perhaps, but most likely not. Something in him told him it was real, and that they could get through this if they thought this out. Leslie had saved him from an unbearable night of emotional agony. It was there, of course, in the form of that glowing TV from years ago, and those piles of rubble in Yazlet, but she was holding it back. Even his second outbreak, filled with raw power, dark fields and lightning flashes, paled in comparison. Holding on to her kiss as tight as he could, Paul slipped into unconsciousness as distant lightning continued to flash out in the night. Paul. Get up. Sunlight poured through his basement window, casting a square on his wall and his music collection right under it. For a second, he forgot about last night, and he was tempted to believe those images of destruction were only a bad dream. His father stood on the stairs to the basement, gripping the railing, as if Paul were going to tear into him at any second. But he didn't feel like doing any more yelling. Not right now, anyway. His throat was sore from that, and possibly from losing his lunch the night before. Exhaustion still filled his limbs like a parasite that refused to let go. We've just had a new development, his father said, glancing up the stairs. Are the cops here? He couldn't bear any more bad news. Paul couldn't tell if his voice was apologetic at all, or not. Quiet footsteps filled the kitchen above. Your friends are here. Brian and Dominic. I think you forgot they were coming. Also, they brought their car. His dad's words were so full of meaning. They brought their car. The executioner concert. I forgot. Paul shot out of bed, ignoring the ache in his limbs. It was all he'd been thinking about up until his father had broken Cordelia out of prison. In the past couple of days, it had flown from his mind. Leslie was already standing in the kitchen when he emerged from the basement, along with his uncle. Dominic's massive frame shifted in the hall as he fumbled with his wallet. He was wearing a black executioner shirt, one of the same ones that Paul had. Brian pushed around him and entered the kitchen, slugging him in the shoulder. Despite being brothers, Brian was pretty thin. How long were you going to sleep? Brian asked. We've got to be over in Oklahoma City by 6. It's 1:30. Paul glanced at the clock. He was right. It must have been 4 or 5 in the morning before he fell asleep last night. I was up late, he said truthfully. Tanner shot him a warning glance. It wasn't as if he would tell Brian and Dominic about Outbreakers. The less they knew, the better. Mobley would leave them alone if they were oblivious. I had to unpack some stuff. It's a lot of work. Man, we haven't seen you in a year. I think you would have gotten up a little earlier, Brian said. I've got your ticket, by the way. You owe me $34. That's fine. He didn't care about the money right now, or that Brian sounded like a jerk. He always sounded like that, but it was nothing personal. At least it was something familiar and sane. We'll also need to stop somewhere to eat, Dominic added. There's a bunch of fast food places in a town halfway there. Paul parted the curtains, the thought of food turning his stomach. Dominic had driven his old Buick over, which sat next to the van and the travel trailer in the yard. 2 vehicles. The cop waiting just outside of town couldn't pull 2 vehicles over at once, but he could still call for backup. They needed to think this out and well. Okay. I'll be ready in a few minutes. Paul glanced at Leslie, then down the basement stairs. Clearly, it was conference time. Something else bothered Paul entirely, and he had to know the truth. Leslie closed the door behind her, and they descended. Fortunately, neither his father nor Tanner tried to stop her. You didn't kiss me because you felt sorry for me. Paul asked, taking Leslie's arms. He had to know. Tell me the truth. Her response was more than he'd hoped for. Leslie threw her arms around him, squeezing so hard he could hardly breathe, and locking her lips with his once again. The glow inside him stayed this time, with no roar crushing it and no storm yanking him from his body. It remained even when Leslie finally pulled away. Paul couldn't suppress a smile. This was true then. We're leaving Mobley today. I guess my dad changed his mind. Footsteps echoed above them, growing faster and more impatient. Brian, probably. He could wait a few minutes. Your friends brought a car. Could we use them as a distraction? Leslie asks. The cops won't turn them. They shouldn't, anyway. Brian and Dominic don't know anything about Mobley, do they? It was exactly what he'd been thinking. I'll tell them we should take 2 cars. That I need to drop you off somewhere after the concert. By then, they'll be sick of driving. They drove 2 hours to get here, so I'm sure they won't complain. Especially Brian. He hugged Leslie close, smelling the shampoo in her hair. You should have your friend Janelle meet us in Oklahoma City. It's better than her coming to Mobley. Another thought struck him. You might be safe with her. Just don't go home. At least, not right away. Leslie stared up at him, realization stealing over her features. Paul, you're right. Cordelia already knows my address. She stole Janelle's phone one time and got it that way. Exactly. It pained him to tell her this, but he couldn't bear the thought of her getting hurt. Once you leave Mobley, I'm scared they might try something other than turning you. Something worse. Paul, we both might have to stay with Janelle. You can go to Alara. She'll understand. Leslie glanced around for something, probably the tablet. Were those tears starting to rim her eyes? I have to warn my mom. My neighbors. Tell them to get out of my neighborhood before something happens. He tightened his hug, careful not to suffocate her. She meant the same thing that had happened in Yazlet last night, and who knew how many other towns. Do a lot of tornadoes happen in Michigan? Not really. But there was one back in the 50s, just a few miles from where I live. Leslie buried her face in his chest. It was bad. I've seen pictures of what was left. Over 100 people died. Paul's heart thumped in his chest. Leslie wasn't safe even if she left Oklahoma. Was it a 5? Her silence answered his question and made his heart beat harder. Leslie, we can make Thomas, Kurt, and Cordelia think you're somewhere else. He ran his hand down her hair, hoping to ease her fear. And could we stay at Alara? I thought that video got leaked on the internet. The government could go there at any time. She looked up at him. We don't even know if it's real, or if anyone out there won't think it's a fake. The basement door creaked open, and footsteps started to come down the stairs. Paul and Leslie broke apart. His father came down the stairs, grave. Bags hung under his eyes. His skin looked like a mask over his skull, as if he'd been up all night. All the color he'd had when Brian and Dominic first arrived had vanished. I've made many mistakes, his father started, gripping the railing as if he was going to fall. With your mother. With you, the last of which I told you that you needed to stay here in Mobley. Paul stood frozen as his father approached. His skin had taken on a gray pallor. Something was eating him from the inside, so he needed to get it out. It made Paul want to remove all the yelling he'd done last night, but it was too late. But where do I go? Paul asked. The basement seemed huge and silent. Anywhere but here, his father continued. He stopped a few feet away. I forgot to tell you something last night. When I was planning with Thomas Kurt to move here, I thought he was understanding. I thought he wanted to help Outbreakers avoid hurting people. I explained to him our situation. Your situation. What? Paul exploded as fresh panic bloomed in his chest. He knows how powerful I could be. He knows about Mom. The gray under his father's eyes deepened. I thought I was doing the right thing for you, Paul. That's all I ever wanted to do. You have to leave. Leslie's voice rose an octave as she tugged at his sleeve. If Thomas Kurt knows, then Cordelia knows too. She'll come after you, and try to force you to work for her. And she loves to kill people. I've seen what kind of stuff she likes to force people like you to do. Her eyes shone with terror as Paul's guts twisted. Leslie wasn't lying or overreacting. He remembered her story about Janelle and Kenna. Was he about to join them in her memory? The thought was unbearable. His father clamped his hand on Paul's shoulder and they stared at each other. You can't ever kill anyone, Paul, even by mistake. It will make you go bad and gain an appetite for killing. What? We can start wanting to murder people? Paul couldn't imagine that horror. But perhaps that explained the mayor and the cop he talked to last night. His father looked ready to vomit. Your mother thought she took action to stop that. The basement seemed to close in as Paul choked on the silence and what his father meant. I'm going to make things right for you, Paul. His father loosened his grasp. The gesture made Paul's eyes water, but he blinked it away. Your chances are better out there, away from Mobley. You'll need to avoid towns and cities until you learn control. Tanner and I discussed this last night. Paul, you and Leslie are receiving the sums from both our bank accounts. Your uncle's now running to the ATM to get the money out for you. I gave him my card as well. Something felt wrong here. Dad, you don't have to give me all of your. Yes, I do, and I will. Don't argue with me. Besides, neither of us will need it after today. His father's stare grew more intense, boring into his own. What are you saying? Tanner and I will create a diversion for the police as you leave town. Take both vehicles. Leslie should ride with you. Send Brian and Dominic first, just in case there's still a cop left to pull them over. Dad? What are you planning? Paul's heart thumped. His father swallowed. Your uncle and I will rob the marathon at the edge of town. By the time they figure out we were trying to help you escape, you should be long gone. No. All the rage from last night returned to him. He separated from Leslie and kicked a box across the room. He had already lost a parent. There was no way he could do it again. You're not going to ruin your lives for me. Paul. Paul. His father's hand came down on his shoulder again, this time from behind. We both helped ruin your life. I promise you, we won't hurt anyone. We'll surrender before the police use force on us, and we're going to use masks. They won't know it's us until the arrests. We're taking my old pistols, which won't be loaded. Our cover story will be that we gambled all our money away and needed more. He whirled around to face his father, the father he was about to lose. But what if you get hurt? And the cops know you and Tanner hated each other just a few days ago. It won't work. For long anyway. I'll be fine, Paul. Who'd be able to mess with an outbreaker in prison? His dad smiled. Besides, we won't be there forever. And we'll make it a long standoff. The state police might get involved and be the ones to arrest us if we're lucky. And if I stay with Tanner, no one in Mobley will be able to outbreak and hurt him. But what if the local cops arrest you? They realize Tanner knows too much. Sadness stole over his dad's exhausted features, but the look in them told Paul that he was set. There was no swaying him from this. He accepts the risks. We all need to. Chapter 17. Leslie hated watching Paul take one final glance at his bedroom, as his father stayed by his side, silent. He stood with his back to her, no doubt trying to hide the emotions welling up inside. Her heart ached for him. They headed upstairs a minute later, silent. Paul's eyes were dry, but had they been when he looked away from her? Brian and Dominic had taken seats at the kitchen table, Brian tapping the keys on his phone. Tanner was back in the kitchen, opening his wallet and smiling at Paul. Leslie could see the nervousness in his eyes. I just checked the weather. They're predicting all sunshine today, so it should be a good drive. Also, you might want to buy some shirts at the concert, he said, handing Paul a wad of bills. A very big wad, Leslie noticed, enough for maybe 20 concerts. She had a feeling that the bills were all hundreds. Your father and I are heading out for a bike ride. You'll leave in about 20 minutes, so lock the house up. Thank you, Paul said, sounding very unenthused. Brian shot him a glance like he was crazy. But Paul didn't notice. He stuffed the bills in his pocket and swallowed as his father and uncle shuffled towards the door. Neither of them looked back as it opened and closed. He hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye. You ready? Brian asked. In a bit. Paul wandered towards the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Outside, his father and uncle mounted a pair of bikes away from the house. Paul's dad was wearing a coat even in the warmth outside. The thought of what he had hidden inside made Leslie shudder. They rode off, turned a corner towards downtown and disappeared. Leslie's heart pounded. The time to escape was almost here. What happened at the marathon would determine their fates. She and Paul had to time everything perfectly. Leslie forced herself to make small talk with Brian and Dominic, who had lived a mile down the road from Paul, on an Oklahoma farm for about 6 months. Paul had interested Dominic in executioner, and Brian thought they were okay. Still, he was mostly going to catch up with Paul. Paul stayed in the bathroom, trying to stall so the timing would be right. Minutes crawled by. Paul's dad and uncle were probably barging into the marathon now, guns drawn, ready to ruin their lives so she and Paul could escape and avoid his mother's fate. Paul had to feel terrible about this. Leslie knew that she did. Somewhere, police sirens sounded off. It was happening. Paul. Leslie hoped she didn't sound too desperate as she walked down the hall. I think we should get going. Your friends are waiting. He recognized the signal. The bathroom door flew open, and Brian and Dominic rose from their chairs, desperate to get to the concert on time. The police sirens grew louder as Paul wordlessly grabbed his keys and made for the front door. We'll follow you guys, he said, making for the van. Leslie's riding with me. I have to drop her off at her sister's place after the concert. Don't worry. I'll buy her a ticket. Brian was clearly relieved that they were taking off at last. Be sure to pull off at exit 243, he said, opening the door to his car. We're stopping for fast food there. See you then. The sirens got cut off, only to be replaced by another one from the direction of downtown. And another. It sounded like the entire Mobley police force was headed for the marathon. Would they shoot Tanner when they realized it was him? If the state police didn't get there, they'd get away with it. And what of Paul's dad? Paul started the van without a word as Leslie watched him. If these same thoughts were plaguing him, and no doubt they were, he wasn't showing it. There was determination in his eyes. Leslie wished she could find something to say to him, but nothing could help this situation. "I shouldn't have yelled at my dad," he said, following Brian and Dominic's car around a corner and onto Main Street. "Get down. Just in case." Red and blue lights flashed ahead of them, but they were headed away towards the marathon. There might not be a need to duck down, but she did. Paul's dad and uncle hadn't made this sacrifice for them to get caught. Paul hit the accelerator downtown, past the old tornado siren that didn't need to work. It stared down at Leslie as they passed, warning her out of town. "What's going on up there?" she asks. First, nothing from Paul. Then he spoke. "There's 4 cop cars at the marathon. Brian and Dominic are slowing down to gawk." His voice sounded hollow and dead. Leslie hoped she never had to hear him this way again. He stiffened. "No. There's a 5th one pulling them over. I can't believe this." Leslie's heart leapt. The Mobley police might have planned for something like this. The van's engine whined louder as Paul gassed it. He was going to try to get through. This was the only chance. Red and blue seemed to flash all around them, reflecting off the side mirrors and off the glass. Paul stared straight ahead, not shooting her a glance. The green of Brian and Dominic's car flashed past, stuck on the side of the road with a cop car on its rear like a parasite. "Stay down," Paul ordered. The van's engine whined higher. The reds and blues slid off the glass and out of the side mirrors. Paul's face grew redder. He was holding his breath between words. "Hold on. I've got to get us out of the township." Leslie held her breath too, praying to any good force out there that they'd make it out of Mobley, and that Paul would never outbreak and kill people, that history wouldn't repeat itself back in Flint, and that she wouldn't have to become an outbreaker herself. A minute stretched by, and then another. Paul didn't slow. At last, he nodded to her, the red in his face disappearing gradually. "I think you can sit up," he said. "I didn't see any cops leaving the gas station. I guess they can't. And they won't keep Brian and Dominic long." His voice was starting to go flat again. "Well, I'm on the road because of my dad and uncle again." "But at least they're helping you now," Leslie said. Ahead, the highway stretched into infinite fields and their future, whatever it would be. Paul didn't have anywhere to go after the concert tonight. And did she? Not as long as Cordelia knew her address. But they had escaped Mobley, thanks to the sacrifice those 2 men had made for them. "Paul," she managed at last, watching as the green of Brian and Dominic's car appeared in the rearview mirror, a tiny dot in front of the huddle of buildings that was Cordelia's secret base and not a small town. "Your family's amazing." He stared ahead at the road, blinking. "I know." Brian and Dominic cut ahead of Paul once they merged onto the freeway, giving Paul a view of Dominic's executioner stickers on the back. They were from another life of his, one that he was leaving after tonight. He hadn't even checked how much cash Tanner had handed him, but he could tell from the smoothness of the bills in his pocket that they must all be hundreds. His father's paltry savings and his uncle's earnings from programming so many websites. They'd given all that and their freedom up to save him. He couldn't look yet. Every bill he felt in his pocket made a sense of maddening guilt rise inside him. Leslie, leaning against him as he drove, was the only thing keeping him from breaking down. Paul put his arm around her, glad of her presence. He could tell her anything. Brian and Dominic could never know about this, and he would have to pretend that everything was all right around them tonight. He would have to pretend to enjoy the concert with all this happening in his head. After what happened to Leslie and Tanner, his friends had to be oblivious that anything strange was happening, even away from Mobley. The coming war could mean life or death to them, if it was real. "You should try to enjoy yourself tonight," Leslie told him as they weaved through a construction zone. "I know. Crazy, right? Hard to do when you're worried about so much." She turned on the tablet which sat on her lap. "Once we get to the fast food places, I must email Janelle again. I never got a chance at the house because your friends were there. I figured you didn't want them to know anything. Not that your friends are annoying at all." "Except Brian," Paul said, forcing a smile. The ache in him eased a bit. It was good to hear Leslie talk. He discovered she did that a lot when she wasn't in danger. It was the times she was silent that things were bad. They reached the town with the fast food places sometime later and pulled off. Brian and Dominic parked at Burger Planet, and as Paul predicted, Brian got out of the Buick cursing. "Didn't you see us getting pulled over back there?" he ranted, pulling open the door to the restaurant. "They thought we might be getaway drivers for whoever was robbing that marathon. I mean, hello. Someone's robbing the gas station. Shouldn't you be there instead? And why would anyone be stupid enough to be their getaway driver with 4 cop cars in the parking lot?" Brian fished for his wallet with one hand and smacked himself on the forehead with the other. Paul forced a smile as he slid his hand into Leslie's. "You're right. That's stupid. Did they give you a ticket?" "No. I would have taken it to court if they did." "Hey. I was the one driving," Dominic reminded him. "Chill out. You always get so freaked out about everything." He turned his attention to Paul and Leslie. "By the way, how long have you two been together? That's news I never heard last time you wrote." "A week," Leslie said before Paul could answer. It was close enough. Paul could feel a real smile coming on his face. "By the way, I must use the bathroom before we go." Leslie must have tapped out her email in the bathroom using Burger Planet's free Wi-Fi, as it was too risky to borrow Brian's or Dominic's phone or type it out in the open where they could see. Her smile made it clear as she got back into the van next to Paul that Janelle had received her message. "They're on their way to Oklahoma already," she explained as Paul started the van. "On a plane, I mean. It took them a while to get one, since they had to take a boat from Alara and land on one of the smaller Bahamian islands. They had to find a pilot to pay, since Janelle's normal one is trapped in Mobley now." Leslie cast her gaze down at her jeans. "All the Tempests are still there, Paul. In that apartment complex. What are we going to do about them?" She was right. And Paul didn't know. His dad and uncle hadn't done the standoff to have him go back there and get caught. "Your friend Janelle may have some ideas. I don't think Cordelia will hurt them. If she's right about her war, she'll want as many soldiers as possible." Leslie went pale. Except for Janelle's father. She won't want him. Her silence let the meaning sink in. "And the video. I checked YouTube while I was there. It really did get leaked, Paul. Someone recorded a Tempest girl moving the ocean." Paul stiffened. At least no one could record what an Outbreaker could do. There was no way to record it and convince the world about how it worked. So the world's going to know. She nodded. "They're going to suspect, at the very least." "Paul, the video already had 20,000 views. It's growing." They pulled back onto the freeway behind Brian and Dominic, the late afternoon sun beating in their eyes. Paul scanned the sky for anything suspicious, but only spotted a few puffy clouds behind them. One was bigger than the others. "Did you check the weather?" "Yes. Your uncle was right. It's supposed to be sunny with no chance of rain. Which means you probably won't have to worry about having an outbreak," Leslie added, probably seeing the confused look on his face. "We'll check it every day, Paul." He relaxed a bit. "It's just, I was getting worried." Paul rechecked the rearview mirror. Did that cloud grow a bit bigger? Paul thought now that he had time to calm down. "I think I still am, to tell you the truth. I don't believe Tempests and Outbreakers are supposed to be together like this. That might be what's making all these storms happen. Mobley's had daily storms since Cordelia and the other Tempests arrived. And there was a convenient one at the prison, where she was only a mile from us. Our species being around each other is doing something to the atmosphere. I know it is. I think we were kept apart for a reason." Kept apart? Now it was Leslie's turn to wear that look of confusion. "Like someone told you not to talk to each other." Sounds like she paused. "Paul, do your people have any legends? About who made you?" He kept staring at the expressway ahead. His father had told him some story about it when he was 8, but it seemed about as accurate as the cartoons he used to watch. We do, but it's silly. Most of us don't believe it. There's no way to prove whether it's just some story. What god or goddess do they say made you? It was a serious question. There was no sign of a laugh or sarcasm on Leslie's face. She meant this. Paul swallowed. The god they say made Outbreakers was actually a god of storms from some ancient civilization in Mexico. He paused as Leslie sat straighter beside him like she was onto something. And his name, she pressed, green eyes flashing. His mind went empty for a second, but he remembered. This is silly. But the god's name, I think it was Hurricane. Breakthrough. Her lips brushed his cheek, replacing all his other emotions with happy tingles. That's it. He made you and the tempests. It's like you each have a different set of abilities. And when you're together, it's like all that combines. That might be why it's causing all this crazy weather. You mean, Paul said, gasping for air, that the stupid legend is for real? Leslie shook her head. I wouldn't say it's stupid. This might be important. It could help us determine what Cordelia and Thomas Kurt are up to. The words slid into his ears and out again. Paul stared into the rearview mirror again, to the horizon behind the gray stretch of the freeway and the small army of cars on the road. The cloud was definitely growing larger, towering well over the others now. Paul would have thought it was following him if he didn't know better. Leslie, I don't think we can linger here long. As he pulled into the concert parking lot, Paul couldn't deny it anymore. The cloud behind them had bloomed into a full-fledged thunderstorm, complete with a wispy anvil top. His heart thudded at the sight. It was coming at them, despite the impossibility of it today. You're right, she said, glancing at the Energy Theater. The arena was so huge it had taken minutes for him to drive around it in search of a parking space. People weaved around cars wearing executioner shirts and hats. Paul barely missed some guy walking around trying to sell overpriced t-shirts. Brian and Dominic pulled into an empty space, narrowly beating another car. Headlights had just started to come on in the deepening twilight. How long do you think we have until it hits? Leslie asked. Paul studied the oncoming thunderstorm again as he parked next to the Buick. It was still far away enough to make out the individual folds in the cloud, and the yellow light reflecting off it in the setting sun. We have an hour before it gets here. If it gets here, that'll be long enough to make Brian and Dominic think we're attending the concert. Are Janelle and Gareth waiting yet? Leslie shrugged. Paul continued. If they're here and I'm here, that might be what's causing the storm. We should meet the two outside of the city instead. Man, I shouldn't have even come here. A flash of anger raced through Paul. His Outbreaker status had taken almost everything from him. His family. His home. Even the concert he'd been looking forward to for months. Oklahoma City was not the place to even risk an outbreak. There were tall buildings all around them, shining in the last of the sun. Too much traffic on the roads. Too many people could be hurt, or worse. Oh, Paul, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I told them to meet us before we figured out what's probably blowing up the weather. Leslie patted him on the arm. I'll find another hotspot and send them another email and tell them to head away. Maybe the storm will stop and you can still see the concert. Paul couldn't be mad at her. None of this was her fault. In fact, she had saved him from something far worse than this. Don't blame yourself. But let's try that. I still think we should leave the city after you send the message. I don't think the arena has any wireless hotspots though. Would it? Brian knocked on his window. Hello. You coming? It starts in 10 minutes. Yes. Go ahead without us. We'll be right behind you. Paul forced a smile and waved. It was a lie, but he couldn't pull his friends into this, even slightly. What would Cordelia and Thomas Kurt do to Brian and Dominic if Tanner's joke had nearly gotten him killed? He could catch up with them afterward. Say he and Leslie had to sit somewhere else during the concert, and then buy them dinner to apologize. The storm would be done and past by then. But what would they do after that? Paul couldn't just move in with them since it was too dangerous. Dominic waved as they weaved around cars and towards the entrance, where a line of people squeezed into the building. Paul wished he was with them, worried about nothing more than finding a seat. Leslie took his sleeve, interrupting his thoughts. She pointed to a sign advertising a restaurant inside the arena. I'll try that. That might have a hotspot. She gathered the tablet. It'll also let me see if Janelle's waiting at the entrance. I told her to meet us there. If she's there, I'll grab her and Gareth. Don't take more than 10 minutes. The storm cloud loomed a bit larger to the west, growing darker against the sun. The storm wasn't going to miss the city. Paul started the van. You know what? I'll drive you to the front. It'll save time. I might have to park farther out than here, but I'll sit on the van so you can see me. Once Leslie returned, getting back on the freeway and getting ahead of the storm would be easy. Getting Leslie anywhere close to the entrance was difficult, due to all the people still trying to get in, but still faster than having her walk. Paul shoved a $100 bill in her hand in case she got bothered with admission, cursing himself for wasting the money, but it was an emergency. At least the lines were much shorter now, allowing Leslie to vanish through the turnstiles within half a minute. He would have gone with her but couldn't leave the van in a no-loading zone. It might get towed, leaving them no escape. And there was a cop car parked against the side of the building. They might be searching for him to ask questions if they'd caught his father. They'd have Paul's license plate number for certain. Paul searched for a parking space, cursing each filled-up row he encountered. Thousands upon thousands had showed up to see Executioner. It might even be a sold-out show. At last, he found a spot near the edge of the parking lot and swung in, scrambling out the door and to the top of the van. It left a decent view of the front entrance. A low rumble, almost inaudible, met his ears. Paul shifted on the hot surface of the van, feeling oddly exposed. The storm still had a long way to go, but the hourglass was slowly draining. 5 minutes must have passed already, and no red-headed figure was coming out of those doors. She only had a few to spare, and they had to leave. Paul was so focused on watching the doors that he didn't hear the thumping behind him until someone grabbed hold of his shirt from behind and yanked him up. Paul gasped for air as he rose to his feet. The sea of cars spun as a figure barged in front of him, a blonde-haired guy about his age wearing such an intense scowl that the brown and black in his eyes were swirling. Another Outbreaker. Out here. Attacking him. No, there were 2 of them because the second was climbing the van ladder. Someone had him from behind. The mayor's sons. Robert, or was it Ronnie, growled and hauled off. Crushing pain exploded in Paul's stomach. He doubled over, gasping for air. The world dimmed to a ghostly gray color. There was no way he could straighten up or breathe. Don't hurt him too badly, another voice cut in as if through water. Bring him down. Quickly. Open the back doors. Something creaked somewhere. Another rumble of thunder sounded. Paul's feet dragged against the van's surface, making high-pitched squeals that matched the throbbing pain. We can stick him in the trunk, one of the twins protested. I won't have him suffocate. He's too valuable, a third voice, female, cut in, sharp and cold as a surgical knife. Van. Now. Thomas, grab the cuffs. No. Paul's feet hit the concrete, and the pain cleared enough to let him move and look up at his captors. Thomas Kurt, shifting through the trunk of his silver sedan, which he'd parked right behind Paul. Beside him, Cordelia held up a magazine open to a dog-eared page advertising the Executioner concert, the dark gray in her eyes matching the color of the approaching storm. The world seemed to stop. His Rolling Stone magazine. The same one she'd paged through on their way to Mobley. Paul had forgotten. The Mobley cops must have searched his house when they arrested his dad and uncle. I bet he's the one who punched me, one of the twins said, tightening his grasp on Paul's arm. And the one harboring that human girl, Thomas Kurt said with a nasty smile. He grabbed something shiny and metal from the trunk. Where is she? Why else did your father try to rob the marathon? A hole of horror opened in Paul's chest. They'd figured out everything. It was because of Cordelia and Thomas Kurt that the storm was coming, not Janelle and Gareth. They'd brought it with them. Paul had no chance to speak. The twins dragged him back, over the threshold of his van, along the carpet inside the back. Metal jingled somewhere. Thomas Kurt climbed in after them, sitting on Paul's legs, leaving him unable to move. "Cuff him to the seats," he ordered his sons. "Wait," Paul started, struggling to sit up and gasping for breath. Another rumble of thunder came, louder now. Paul couldn't stay here. And they might find Leslie. "Let me up." A cold metal ring closed around his wrists, then snapped shut somewhere else. Then another, and another. How many cuffs were they putting on him? "What are you doing? What are you doing?" the mayor demanded, the black spots in his eyes so dark they seemed bottomless. "You hid someone dangerous to Mobley. You and your father both. Where is she?" "I don't know. And she's not dangerous. Do anything to her and I'll kill you." Paul tugged at the cuffs that now chained him to the seats. His world turned red. He already wanted to murder them for Yazlet. For Tanner. And now his dad. Mobley must have them in custody. The cuffs held, even against his Outbreaker strength. He could feel at least 4 around each wrist. It would take too long to break through so many. "We don't have time to worry about her. She's probably in the arena," Cordelia said from behind him. "Thomas, we clear the area. Now." The mayor turned. "But what if your daughter is here? We need her tonight. If Leslie's here, then Janelle might be. She will be fine. Tornadoes can't hurt tempests. Her friend, on the other hand." "You leave her alone," Paul shouted so loud his throat burned. "Get out and shut the door." "No one's going to hear Paul out here," Cordelia ordered. "Well, until he has his outbreak. Then everyone's going to hear him." Thomas Kurt and his sons backed out of the van, leaving enough space for him to see Cordelia standing there, facing the Energy Theater, where 20,000 people gathered at this very moment. With a sickening twist in his insides, Paul understood what she meant. "No." Paul thrashed against the cuffs, kicking at Thomas Kurt. "You can't. You can't." His shouts were lost on them. Thomas Kurt smiled. "Got his keys, Ronnie? Good. He's not going anywhere. And after this, he'll come around to our side pretty quickly." Cordelia leaned into the van one last time. "We'll return when you're finished. You're too powerful to waste." Thomas Kurt slammed the doors to the van, sealing him inside. Chapter 18. Leslie felt her heart race as she rushed back out of the arena, pushing past some last-minute concert-goers and past the turnstiles. Janelle or Gareth didn't stand anywhere. Then again, she had yet to find a good Wi-Fi spot inside to message them. Texting would be so much faster. For all Leslie knew, the pair were still on their plane. Or the storm had delayed their landing. Leslie had little time. Her gut screamed at her to go, leaving the packed arena behind. Leslie must have been inside for 7 or 8 minutes, searching for her friend. She burst back outside and panic danced in her limbs. Gray and black filled the western sky. Mugginess clung to her skin. A distant flash of lightning lit the clouds. A low rumble of thunder followed almost 10 seconds later. How many miles did it mean the storm was away? She'd known how to count that back in elementary school, but she didn't stop to do the math in her head. Paul said he'd sit atop his van, waving to her. He wasn't, nor was he driving over to pick her up. Surely he would have been watching the door. And he wouldn't have left yet, because the expressway ramp was right by the parking lot. They could still easily escape. The sea of vehicles stretched before her, and the gray van wasn't anywhere among the closer rows. Something was very wrong. But it was getting close. It would be too late if Leslie and Paul didn't leave within 15 minutes. "Paul." She broke into a run, past rows of parked cars and past a few stragglers headed into the Energy Theater. A cheer erupted from the building behind her. The concert had started. "Paul." Leslie ran up and down the rows. She passed a black van and then a gray van, but not Paul's. Maybe he really had left. But Leslie couldn't be sure. Another rumble of thunder went off, closer. Low dark clouds started to roll over her head, changing shapes and appearing and disappearing like wisps of dirty smoke. How many minutes had she been running through the parking lot? Paul. Desperation almost clogged her voice. Lightning flashed so close she could see the bolt against the darkness behind it. Then another crack of thunder shook the air. There was very little time. A raindrop fell on the top of her head, and a wind kicked up, blowing her hair in her face. Rubbery panic took over her limbs. She could run back into the building in case something was about to happen. It was reinforced with concrete. But it also had a dome roof that could be ripped off, and all the people under it could be. Where are you? A new sound echoed over the parking lot, a low one that grew higher in pitch as it got louder, a scream that she'd heard several times back home during storms just like this. A siren. A burst of terror seized her heart and she froze in the lot, holding down a scream. Was it too late? Paul might already be having his outbreak. She searched through the clouds around her. Nothing suspicious yet. Then she remembered that they sometimes issued warnings for even the potential of a tornado. There might still be time. Rain blasted down, soaking her clothes in the freezing cold. Its roar nearly drowned out the siren. The curtains of it grew thicker around her in seconds, but not quickly enough to hide one of the vehicles parked in a far row, Paul's gray van. Paul had never heard one before, but the sound was unmistakable. A siren wailing somewhere in the city, ebbing and growing in sound over the beating of the rain on the roof of the van. A tornado siren. He swore and tugged at the cuffs again. He'd gotten 2 to snap off in the past 10 minutes, but several were to go. Pain dug into his forearms, but Paul ignored it, grunted, and pulled again. A third chain snapped, giving his left arm a bit more movement. The cuffs weren't meant to keep him here forever. They were only meant to slow him down enough so he couldn't escape the storm. And his van keys were gone. The twins had taken them. Paul was stranded there. The rain kept beating down on the van. Thoughts raced through his head. He didn't feel woozy yet, but he would. Very soon. If he broke the rest of the cuffs, he could run inside the energy theater. If he was in there when he had his outbreak, at least he couldn't hit that building. The concert would be safe, at least. But everyone else. Paul. You in there? A voice. A beautiful voice. Leslie. I'm in here. Open the back door. The back doors clicked open, letting in a torrent of rain. Leslie crawled in with it, soaked from head to toe. Her red hair stuck to her head, dripping on him. Paul. She wrapped her arms around him. You're still awake. They followed us. Cuff me here. He pulled again, to be rewarded with another snap. Paul glanced to see 2 cuffs still on his right arm, one on his left. The siren continued to wail away, urging him to hurry. You've only got a couple more. Where's your keys? I'll drive. Leslie fished in his pockets as her eyes widened, voice rising several octaves. Where's your keys? Who did this? There was no time to explain. The twins took them. The beating grew louder in the van. Leslie glanced at the windshield. Paul followed her gaze as best he could. Small chunks of ice slid down the glass. Hail. The storm was moving fast. The best chance to have an outbreak was at the back of the storm after the hail had passed. Paul yanked at the last 2 cuffs, but his arm pulled weakly against them this time. Heaviness crept over his body, working its way under his eyelids and forcing a yawn to escape his throat. Near him, Leslie scraped her hands along the floor in a panic, searching for any keys that might have been dropped. It was futile. The twins had taken them. The first electric pulses started to race through his legs, paralyzing them. He wanted to scream and pound his fists on the floor. It was done. There was nothing he could do. He was about to become the slaughterer of thousands. Then he'd develop that appetite for killing his father warned him about. He didn't deserve Leslie. Even her kiss couldn't hold him here. He really was a monster. Leslie, he got out through the despair weighing down his insides. It's too late. It's happening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She froze, stiffening and staring at him with those beautiful green eyes. They were starting to rim with tears. Paul, don't give up. She sucked in a breath and let it out as his eyelids drooped, threatening to take him away from her and towards the arena as a whirling column of death. Paul. There's a way to stop this. Leslie's stomach turned with the horror of what she had to do. She couldn't. But there were no other choices. 20,000 lives depended on it. They had no keys to the van. Paul still lay there, chained, no longer struggling. The black flecks in his eyes turned to bottomless pits. He had a minute at most before he took his other form. Leslie, stay with me. I can't hurt you here, Paul managed, voice tired and weighted down with defeat. The coming outbreak was forcing his eyes shut, hiding the black flecks within. Tell Brian and Dominic's family I'm sorry. Don't talk like that. She slapped his cheek. His eyes flew back open as he gazed at her, the black of his pupils molding into brown. It was a temporary fix because they started to close again. I won't let this happen. We can stop your outbreak. Give me your breath. Paul blinked and stared up at her. The color in his eyes swirled and deepened. It was close. No. I won't turn you. Please. She shook his shoulders, trying not to look at his eyes or think about what she was about to become. If she did, she might back out and thousands would die. She remembered the twins' words. It'll drain your powers and stop you from having outbreaks for months. Leslie, no. Outside, the hail stopped, leaving only the sound of the siren wailing outside. The calm before. Paul's eyes slid shut. Paul. I'll never forgive you if you don't. His eyes opened again, only halfway this time, but enough to show the maelstrom inside, swirling with rage. Leslie was staring into something no longer human. A screaming wind filled her head, growing deafening in less than a second. It was Paul's desperate yes. Leslie leaned down and pressed her lips to Paul's. It was nothing like their last kiss. Their mouths opened and the screaming filled Leslie's whole world, paralyzing her. She could taste the rain. Dust. Spring and summer. Muggy afternoons. They filled her lungs, spreading to her fingers and toes, suffocating and invigorating simultaneously. Paul. He released her and the storm's grip broke. Silence replaced the howl in her head. Leslie fell back, the strength gone from her body, as Paul sat up beside her, eyes solid. A chain snapped as he broke his arm away from the seat, leaning over in time to catch her before she hit the floor. The ceiling of the van tilted around her. She was passing out. Leslie. Paul hugged her with his free arm as darkness closed in, the distant siren screaming that she just made the biggest mistake of her life. Chapter 19. Leslie woke to the sound of a heartbeat. A solid but nervous heartbeat thrummed against her ear. Paul's. No siren wailed outside. No emergency vehicles blew their horns. No one cried and ran around searching for lost loved ones. Leslie's body trembled like she'd just recovered from a long illness. Leslie forced her eyes open. She was sitting up. Paul had his arm, no, both arms around her, warm and safe. He'd freed himself and his eyes showed no sign of swirling rage. Take it easy. He gave her a smile, but it seemed forced, like Paul was in the process of getting the world's most painful shot. You might be shaky for a little while. Did it work? She had to know. Paul looked out the van's back window to the setting sun's red glow. The storm had passed. Yes. The arena's still there. She took in a breath. They'd done it. The energy arena was safe, and there was no bloodbath. Paul's friends would make it home. But Leslie couldn't smile, not even with Paul holding her close and one nightmare averted. There was another. Paul, she asked, meeting his gaze again. How long was I out? About 15 minutes. He wouldn't look right at her. She swallowed and coughed. Am I her throat locked up before she could finish. Paul held her closer, kissing her forehead. His words trembled. "I swear I'll never forgive myself. I'll make this up to you, Leslie, if it takes the rest of my life. I'll make sure what happened to my mom never happens to you." His words settled inside her like a stone. Tremors raced through her limbs and had nothing to do with fatigue. It was done. There was no going back. But Leslie couldn't break down now. Paul must feel worse than she did. She'd made him do one of the last things he wanted to do to her. "This isn't your fault. I made you do this. If it's anyone's, it's mine." How would she explain this to her mother? How could she even go home like this? What about college? Guess I'd better get used to the boondocks, right? Paul stared at the carpeting on the van's floor. It could be months before you even start having any outbreaks. Same with me. We've got time to figure this out. Leslie needed to get out of the van, away from those words. They didn't apply to her. She was just regular Leslie, not some. "Paul, I need air." She kicked the van's door open, surprised at how easily it swung out. The evening air, cooler after the storm, washed over her skin as she staggered to the pavement. "Leslie, are you sure you can stand?" The van lurched as Paul climbed out after her, not bothering to close the door. His arm wrapped around her middle, holding her up. "Well, I guess you have to. Cordelia and Thomas Kurt are returning soon to get me, and I don't think we need to be out here." All the noises around her, the cars rolling through the intersection, the birds chirping in the last of the light, sounded amplified. Paul's words hit. "They're here. They're the ones who handcuffed you." She looked up at him as he nodded, pulling her along. They hadn't moved fast enough. "Yes. We need to blend in and fast." Everything blurred. All Leslie could remember about her walk through the parking lot was Paul's arm supporting her. Without it, she would have toppled to the pavement. Paul must have found a way inside the arena without being stopped, because when she looked up next, they were standing in a lobby, overlooking an enormous bowl of seats and a concert stage decorated with fake guillotines, maces, and medieval torture devices. But there wasn't a band performing on it, and it seemed like everyone was standing up, milling around the balconies and the aisles between seats. Thousands of people. Thousands of lives all floating around her. Leslie had never seen so many. She stood taller to take in the scene, enough for Paul's grip on her to loosen. "Where's the band?" Paul started, staring at the scene. "Where have you been?" Two guys cut through the crowd around them. Brian and Dominic trailing close behind. Leslie barely paid attention. "You missed the opening." Paul started next to her. "And the evacuation," Dominic added. "It was crazy. Right after the first song, they turned all the lights on and told us all over the intercom to get down to the lower level. I guess there was a tornado warning. They only let us come back up 10 minutes ago." People were freaking out. You could hear the hail hitting the roof. I waited it out in the van," Paul said, shifting beside her. "Bad idea, man." Brian glared at him. "You would have been better off laying flat on the ground. Or coming in with us in the first place. Well, at least you didn't miss half the concert. We saved you guys some seats. And we can see this without nearly dying this time," Dominic said. Brian smiled. "Man, that would suck if we were just sitting there watching the concert and some tornado just rips off the roof and starts impaling people with boards and throwing them." "I have to go use the bathroom," Leslie said, separating from Paul and heading to the door marked women. She cut through the thinning crowd as the arena lights dimmed behind her. The door flew open as she rammed into it, barely missing a girl with red-streaked hair who was rushing out. There were mirrors here, and Paul couldn't follow. Her hair hung in strings along the sides of her face, half dry. The freckles lining her cheeks had taken on a darker color, against the paste that was her skin. And her eyes. Brown flecked with pure black. Her chest exploded with panic. Leslie staggered back, hit a wall, and slid down as her legs gave out. An uncontrollable sob burst from her throat. A knock sounded on the bathroom door, and Leslie ignored it. A roar from the crowd followed as the concert started again. Another knock. It had to be Paul. Paul was undoubtedly going through as much pain as she was, if not more. She'd forced him to do the same thing his father had done to his mother. Leslie stood. She could and would have her cryfest later when she found some solitude. Now wasn't the time. If Paul saw her like this, it would kill him even more than he'd already died. She flushed a toilet to hide her real purpose for ducking in there, wiped the moisture from her eyes and returned to the world outside. Cheering subsided as flames belched on stage and light beams swung through the air. A guitar riff shook the floor under her feet. Paul caught her as she staggered over the threshold. "You okay?" he asked. His brown and black eyes were soft, relieved and terrified but solid. Paul was safe from having outbreaks for a while to come. But when would she have her first? And where? "Yes. I think so." The look he gave her said he knew she was lying. "I'm sorry it came down to this, Leslie. We'll work something out." "I know." Lame thing to say. "Paul, it's not like you knew this was going to happen." He stared down at the floor, hair shielding his face from view. Shame seemed to be pulling him towards the ground. "I didn't. But I should have." "Stop blaming yourself," she shouted over the music. The world around her started to blur again. The tears and the heaving sobs were coming despite her efforts to hold them back. "If it's anyone's fault, it's mine." Paul straightened up and tightened his grip around her, forcing her to do the same. "Look at all this," he shouted over the music, facing the arena and the thousands packed into every available seat. "All these people are still alive because of what you did. I want you to remember that for the rest of the night and your life." They made their way to the balcony, where Brian and Dominic sat. Paul had suggested they stay for the rest of the concert, though she'd barely heard, and Leslie agreed without saying anything. "Cordelia and Thomas Kurt are probably out there," he explained. "We should leave with the crowd." "I agree." She felt she wouldn't drop off Cordelia's hit list because of her transformation. If anything, her stopping Paul's outbreak would infuriate her more. Or worse, she might shift the same attention she'd given Janelle and Kenna over to her. Since Paul had turned her, what kind of outbreaker would she be? The worst kind? Like the one who must have visited her city so many decades ago. She chased the thought away and focused on Executioner doing a song about the end of the world. The lights dimmed to an eerie red, and a slow guttural beat echoed through the arena. The earth trembled, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis washed over the coasts. Violent winds swept over the lands. Floods overtook cities. Millions died. Leslie's hands grew tighter on the handrail. She belonged in that song now, right alongside Janelle and Kenna. But at least Paul was there too. Paul leaned closer to her, enough so that she could feel the heat of his body. It was as if he could sense the shivers of revulsion racing across her skin and wanted to chase them away. "We also need to stay here to protect these people. Outbreakers can't hurt each other, so a tornado cannot hit this building as long as we're in it." The shivers left, but he was right. Cordelia and Thomas Kurt might try to finish the job that Paul still needed to do. There was plenty of time left in the concert. It wouldn't take those too long to make another thunderstorm appear. Another rumble of thunder swept over the building. There was definitely a tempest around, causing this reaction again. She shuddered as a panic swept over her. What did it feel like to have an outbreak? Tiring? Like you were going to pass out. But Leslie didn't feel like that. Maybe Paul was right. There was safety from that horror for a while yet. A new voice cut into her thoughts. Leslie. She'd forgotten. Janelle and Gareth were supposed to meet her here. An ache seized her chest. She couldn't let them see her like this. Leslie. A figure bolted out of the darkness, pulling her away from Paul and wrapping her in a hug. She stiffened. Janelle. She had traveled up here to get Leslie out of this mess. How could she tell her best friend that she was too late? "I can't describe how glad I am that you got out of that town. That place must have been hell. Did you see my dad again before you left? The sobs started to force their way up Leslie's throat again, but she swallowed them down through the pain in her chest. How do I? Leslie. You're not talking like an auctioneer. Normally, I'm the one that listens to you and can't get a word in. Janelle loosened her hug and leveled a look of concern at her. Leslie tried to turn away, to hide her eyes in the darkness. Still, a spotlight swept over them as the song ended, highlighting Janelle's storm-gray eyes and Leslie's own. It was out. Janelle's eyebrows lifted as the dawning horror came over her features. Oh no. The hug returned with a vengeance, so much so that Leslie could barely breathe. Who did this to you? I'll murder them. I swear I will. A hint of a growl crept its way into Janelle's voice. But how was that possible so far from the ocean? Leslie gasped for breath, aware that Paul was standing beside her in the darkness. She could feel the anxiety and the shame rolling off of him, murky and thick. It was Thomas Kurt, she managed, returning the hug. Mobley's mayor. In the parking lot. He's around here with, Leslie didn't need to finish, and she couldn't with her throat locking up. Beside her, Paul drew closer, breathing a sigh she could hear over the intro to the next song. Somewhere nearby, another voice asks, You found her. Gareth. But she barely took notice. All she could do while the guys stared on was lean on Janelle's shoulder and let a silent flood of tears wash out of her like a baby. Leslie leaned back on the bench as the last song played on the stage below, locking hands with Paul. His presence and Janelle's helped ease the ache inside of her, even if he hadn't spoken much in the past few minutes. She squeezed his hand to tell him it would all be okay. It was a lie. How could she tell him this would all work out when she doubted that herself? Paul returned it and leaned closer as Janelle turned away to stake out the balcony. Thanks. For not telling Janelle it was me. She's nice. Just upset right now. Leslie would tell the truth later, once they had all calmed down. A fight between her best friend and her new boyfriend would only worsen matters. And more awkward, if that was even possible. Paul hadn't spoken to Janelle and barely shaken her hand. She checked to make sure Janelle and Gareth had stepped out of earshot. They were talking near the water fountain while Dion stood by and listened. Paul, make me a deal. I want you to stop feeling bad about this, in exchange for me feeling good that all these people are still alive. Can you do that? He smiled. It was a weak smile, but a smile, a real one. I'll try. You're right. We must figure out what to do about all this, instead of feeling sorry for ourselves. He glanced at Janelle and back. She looks so much like Cordelia. Leslie frowned. Don't tell her that. Another weak smile. Didn't plan on it. And her boyfriend, Gareth. He's a tempest, too. Paul's eyebrows lowered as he tried to understand. Well, yeah. The two met right when Janelle found out what she was. Leslie paused to let a group of guys in executioner shirts walk past. Just so you know, Gareth can be a little bit blunt sometimes. He just tells everything how it is. Don't take offense. Paul's eyes shot to the side and back to her. They're coming back. Leslie. Paul. Thanks for hiding her, by the way. Janelle leaned down and hugged Paul quickly as the final cheer erupted from the stands below. He returned it, tense, barely tapping her back, but she didn't notice. We've got to figure out where to go after here, and how to break the others out. I got Dion to rent a car. We can always find a hotel for tonight. Leslie, you'll want to call your mom. Her mom. Back home, a place she couldn't return to. How do I explain this to her? I can't go back there right now. She's right, Gareth said, pulling Janelle closer. Another crack of thunder sounded overhead. Certain people know her address. We might have to get her mother to move. So she wasn't the only one worried about it. Leslie could hide her new status from her mother easily enough. It would just be a matter of colored contact lenses, but the rest couldn't be ignored. The crowd started spilling through the aisles and onto the balcony, vanishing into bathrooms, lining up near the water fountains, and heading out the exit doors. Leslie stood with Paul, leaning against him as they backed up against the wall to avoid the moving bodies. Paul said goodbye to Brian and Dominic, barely audible over the chatter in the arena. Brian slugged him on the shoulder again, smiling. Still, his eyes betrayed his irritation that he'd spent the whole concert with Leslie instead of them. Paul pulled Leslie closer. We should go before the crowd thins too much. No one protested. Leslie and Paul had stayed here long enough to protect the crowd. Now it was time to protect themselves. Her heart thumped. Brian and Dominic disappeared into the crowd ahead. Leslie leaned on Paul as they made their way to the exit, Janelle and Gareth leading the way through the river of people. What would she say to her mom on the phone? No excuse would fully cover up for her inability to go home. And she couldn't explain to her that her best friend was a Tempest, her new boyfriend was an Outbreaker, and now she was one too. Her mother would freak. And then what? If she somehow got the money, could she attend college without endangering everyone around her? The crowd thickened around the door, so much that she couldn't see the back of Gareth's head anymore. Paul leaned over and kissed her forehead, chasing those horrible thoughts away for a few seconds. She was headed out those doors to an uncertain future, but at least he, Janelle and Gareth were in this with her. It was raining outside. Thundering a little too. Paul tensed beside her, studying the dark sky, blinking against the raindrops. I don't feel anything, he said at last, letting his shoulders slump. But it still makes me nervous, you know. The crowd dispersed around them as people got into cars, headlights came on, and cars started to navigate the parking lot maze. Leslie scanned the lot in front of them for Janelle and Gareth. Paul, she asked, a sinking feeling taking over her body. You see them? He scanned the lot, waving again to Brian and Dominic. No. You. They came out ahead of us. Every muscle tensed through her body. They should be here. They wouldn't wander off with everything going on. And they had Dion not too far from them too. She studied the lot in front of them again. A few girls hopped into a car nearby, and some guys walked past in a cluster, laughing at some joke. It was almost as if Janelle and Gareth had never existed. The rain poured harder, splattering on her face as her heart raced. Paul. This isn't right. Janelle wouldn't wander off like this. She's not an idiot. A hand clamped down on her shoulder from behind. Guys. Leslie whirled around, dragging Paul with her. Gareth stood there, hazel eyes big and darting side to side. Dion stood right behind him, but no Janelle. They'd been holding hands a few minutes ago. She couldn't imagine that they would have separated in that crowd. Where's Leslie started? If I knew, I wouldn't be searching everywhere around here, Gareth interrupted. 1 second she was with me, and the next, a couple of guys cut in between us. I haven't seen her since. Where, Paulax? His grip tightened on her hand as he joined Gareth in searching the parking lot. Before we came out. Dion shook his head. I got outside first and waited. I saw Gareth come out but no Janelle. Then she's still in the building. Leslie tugged Paul back towards the door. Her skin felt as if the raindrops were made of ice. What did those two guys look like? Gareth shrugged and twisted around to search for her again. Blonde. Fat. Might have been twins. Leslie bit her tongue. The twins. Paul swore as they looked at each other. Now it was his turn to tug Leslie back towards the door, and she joined him in running against the tide of people still coming out. We can't let them drag her out of there, he shouted over the noise. They'll take her back to Mobley for certain. Chapter 20. The small car sped down the expressway and out of the city, judging from the buildings and the exits growing farther apart in the darkness outside. Janelle kept her hands clasped together, trying to stay as far as she could from one of those twin boys sitting on one side of her, and Cordelia on the other. And the blonde man, who must be Mobley's mayor, driving in the front with his other son. She wasn't even sure how it happened. 1 second, she'd been holding hands with Gareth, ready to go out in the parking lot. The next, these twins had shoved themselves between them, breaking her hold and shoving her towards a side door, through a hallway lined with mops, and into this car waiting at the side of the building. Janelle had yelled for the others, but it hadn't been any use over the noise of the thick crowd. The vial of her ocean water poked at her leg in her pocket, as the mayor asked the twins for the fourth time where Paul was and if they'd seen him. The water had helped boost her strength like Gareth had predicted it would, and she'd even almost broken away from the twins in that maintenance hallway, but ultimately they'd won. The twins were Outbreakers on their turf. She was a Tempest 1,000 miles from hers. "We didn't see him, Dad." "I'm not sure where he could have gone," one of the twins protested. "He couldn't have gone far," the mayor said. "You should have looked harder. I swear I can't trust the two of you to do anything." The twin in the front seat sighed as thunder swept over the car. "Janelle," Cordelia started. "Don't talk to me. Just don't." She could not face the woman who had killed over 800 people in hurricane form alone, had murdered her grandmother, and had tried to murder her best friend. Or the man driving in front of her, who had stolen Leslie's humanity away forever. "Janelle, I'm sorry for forcing you into the car like this. We need you. I need you. We hoped you'd come to Mobley, but unfortunately it came down to this." Something flared inside of her. Cordelia had apologized for the twins dragging her here, yet she'd kidnapped her before and tried to force her to kill thousands. "It's a bit late for an apology, don't you think? What are you going to force me to do now? And what have you done with my dad?" She was beyond angry at this point. All the fear had left her since she'd seen Leslie's brown and black eyes, only to be replaced by a quiet fury that this monster had forced her into her life again. "Your father is fine, Janelle, and will continue to be. He doesn't even know I'm staying in Mobley, and it'll stay that way for a while. We've placed him in the same apartment complex as the other Tempests. They're all safe, I assure you, safer than they'd be at Alara right now. I don't consider your father a threat now, and definitely won't after tonight. I've moved on with my life." Cordelia nodded up to Thomas Kurt, who returned it with a smile. "There's no point in us fighting anymore, not when we're about to be discovered. It's time for us to band together. I regret not treating you as an equal in the past, Janelle." It was a lie. It had to be. Cordelia didn't regret anything or how she treated anyone. Yellowstone hadn't changed a thing. But Janelle wasn't going to leave her father alone. Not after he'd split with her when Janelle was a baby. Not after he'd attempted to drown her in that cage. "I'm sure you regret killing my grandmother, and everyone else too." Cordelia stared down at the carpet of the car. "She attacked me, Janelle. I had no choice. Because you were trying to force me into that cage. No, I should not have forced you like that, but time was short, and there was little opportunity to have you learn your full potential. With that video going viral on the internet, you'll know the real enemy soon enough. I'm thinking about you, Janelle. I don't want you to get hurt. Not after what almost happened at Yellowstone." She stared out into the darkness for a second, remembering. "You may think your human friend would never want to do a bad thing to you, but I thought the same about my mother before she learned what my father and I were. If you cared about me, you'd get out of my life." Janelle turned away and faced the boy on the other side of her, Robert or Ronnie, she didn't know which one, who shifted uncomfortably like he wanted out of the car. Well, he deserved it. He was one of those pigs who had tried to turn Leslie the first time around. But why did Cordelia refer to Leslie as human when she knew Thomas Kurt had turned her? She had to know that, right? But the mayor didn't correct her. He only cleared his throat and kept driving, as the engine whined against the rain outside. It had done nothing but rain since she'd gotten to Oklahoma City. Cordelia responded to her words after several minutes, or maybe an hour. "Janelle, after tonight, things will be different between us. No one will ever be able to hurt me or you again." Paul couldn't go back to Mobley. His father had robbed the marathon and given up his freedom so that he could have his. Returning would only betray him and his uncle. And yet, he was sitting in the back seat of a rental SUV with Leslie and Gareth. At the same time, their Bahamian driver, Dion, burned rubber merging onto the freeway he'd come down a few hours before. And yet, he had to help Leslie get her best friend back. If all the things he'd heard about Cordelia were true, and he was sure they were given the last week he'd had, then leaving Janelle with her would be the worst thing they could do. He owed it to Leslie, no matter what she said, even if Janelle was going to hate him when she found out he'd been the one to turn her. I still don't understand how they got her out of there without anyone noticing, Gareth said, scratching his chin. Frustration hardened his gaze as he stared at the back of Dion's head. I'm sure they'll be expecting us. They're not stupid. How are we supposed to get into this town? Just drive in, Paul said. Usually, you can get in okay. It's getting back out that's the hard part. Though I'm not sure what the cops will be doing now that this has come up. Mentioning them made his last memory of his father and uncle snap into his mind, of them riding away on bicycles towards a future behind steel bars. Or worse. Were they still in Mobley? Hopefully no. He had no way of knowing until he got there. Leslie shifted next to him. Well, there's nothing else I need to worry about now from the cops, right? I mean, what else will they do to me, right? Her voice was high, trying too hard to lighten the mood. They can force you to work for them, Gareth said, bringing the mood right back down again. Leslie had been right about the blunt thing. Paul hugged her closer as she shifted. He hadn't wanted her to come along, but he couldn't leave her in Oklahoma City. Besides, she hadn't given him a choice. Janelle had been her best friend since preschool, something she'd reminded him of numerous times when they searched the arena. Yes, he owed her. That fact reared up inside him, squeezing at his chest every time she glanced at him with her new eyes. They stopped for gas a town away from Yazlet as the sky lit and flashed in the distance. No one spoke as Dion filled the tank, and they all took turns taking bathroom breaks. They would cross the line into Mobley in about an hour, entering whatever Cordelia and Thomas Kurt had planned for them. Paul's stomach turned at the sight of the gas station around him, which ironically was a marathon. He was relieved to see it disappear behind them as Dion drove them away from the nameless town and back into the darkness that was the road ahead of them. The next hour passed too quickly as Dion sped along the state highway. At one point, lightning forked across the sky, lighting up something that looked suspiciously like a funnel cloud in the distance. Paul shook his limbs, ensuring no heavy feelings had come over him. Is that? Gareth started as the sky lit again, twisting in his seat to look over Leslie and him. At the same time, Dion braked. Yes. Paul pulled Leslie down to his shoulder to hopefully block her view. She didn't protest, but she didn't speak either. Another distant flash gave him a view of the tornado again, a bit bigger and more formed now, black against yellow-blue. It can't hurt us. Keep going. That's easy for you to say. Gareth continued to gawk. No, really? It can't even come over here. Not with me, and Leslie, he nearly added but stopped himself in time, in the car. We're perfectly safe. From that at least. From Cordelia and Thomas, Kurt was a different story. The two of them had to know that they were coming, but at least they wouldn't recognize this SUV. Lights appeared on the horizon, gathered into a small puddle against the darkness. Mobley. They'd arrived. Leslie stiffened next to him. You sure about this? Paul asked. My best friend is in there, she said, staring straight ahead at the place that had once been her prison, and could become her prison again if they weren't careful. His too. He had no doubt that the twins had also been hunting for him back at the arena. But for some reason, they'd wanted Janelle even more than him, and he couldn't imagine why. A tempest couldn't do much out here in Oklahoma. The Mobley Marathon glowed in the darkness. Paul studied it as Dion drove them past, stomach rising into his throat. No tape marked off a crime scene, and all the cop cars had cleared the area. A woman stood there, gassing up her vehicle. It settled the nervous shudders racing under his skin. No yellow tape meant that at least no blood had been spilled there. His father and uncle had left the gas station alive. But where were they now? Well, no cops, Leslie said, straightening up to look around. I think they might be waiting for us. I'm not sure where they would have taken Janelle though. Maybe back to their house. Or the Masonic Temple. That's where they took all the Tempests when they first brought them here. We can check, Dion said, hitting the brake as they entered downtown. They were driving a silver car, right? Yes, Paul said, as he remembered all too well. And is that it? He pointed and hit the brakes. The Masonic Temple was lit inside, yellow light pouring out of the windows and forming squares on the grass. In the parking lot sat a lone silver sedan, dark and empty. The front door to the temple was propped open enough to illuminate a sliver of concrete in the parking lot. Keep going, man, Gareth said. That's an obvious trap if I ever saw one. We've got to park somewhere else. Dion went past the driveway. Paul's skin crawled as he stared at the doorway of the temple. It reminded him of the light pouring out of a closet in a scary horror movie he'd seen when he was 7, before his father had thrown out the television. Something about it seemed unnatural, against the darkness that was in the rest of the town this late at night. We can't park too far away from this place, Leslie said. We might need to get away in a hurry. Luckily, I didn't see any cops when we came into town. We should turn the headlights off. Dion did. Good idea. They parked behind the same little market Paul had picked up some stuff from on the first day, in an alley far from the police station, and better yet, it had 2 exits out. A dog barked somewhere as they climbed out silently, closing the doors as quietly as possible. Gareth was right. Cordelia and Thomas Kurt had made this too easy. But a heavy feeling in Paul's gut told him there wasn't any time to waste. They didn't have time to think of a plan for this, except to go around the temple's front doors and try to get in the back. Dion popped the trunk. Gareth, we'll need to take some of this with us. He leaned down into the trunk to produce a jug filled with water. Paul couldn't help but stare. How's that supposed to? It's ocean water, Gareth explained as if Paul should know already. Keeping some of it with us keeps our abilities from being drained completely. It could be better though. It sure didn't help Janelle too much. And you won't need it. She was outnumbered, Paul said. Well, if the twins got her. Another flash of lightning lit the air, but no rain poured down. And we'll probably be outnumbered if they expect us. Paul stared at his group. Gareth and Dion looked ridiculous standing there and holding jugs of water, ready to go into battle. Exhaustion weighed on his limbs, making him want to collapse to the concrete and sleep in the alley. Leslie squeezed his hand from the side, standing taller, putting on that tough act. She glanced at him and back to Gareth. Well, they're not expecting me, are they? Chapter 21. There wasn't much noise from the Masonic Temple, just a shadow moving across the open doorway as they approached. Leslie stiffened and fought the urge to turn back and wait at the car like Paul had wanted her to. But she wasn't plain old Leslie anymore. Like it or not, those days were gone. If anything good was to come out of her new life, it would be helping her best friend, who had risked the same for her at one time. Paul waved them to the side of the building, and their feet thudded in the grass as they ran. A raindrop hit her forehead as she watched Paul creep up toward a long window. Let me try to see in there. I'm taller, Paul said, rising on his toes. Leslie held her breath as his eyes darted back and forth, straining to see inside. People are standing around. I see Thomas Kurt. And a cop. Great. How did I know they were going to be here too? No Janelle in there. Leslie asks. Don't see her. Maybe they don't have her here. I don't believe that. Gareth shuffled in to get a look, but the window was too high for him. Let's cut around to the back. See if there's another door. Leslie didn't believe that either. If they had Janelle, they'd hardly let her walk around with that door open like that. There was a back door, and it was clearly locked. Leslie only had to tug on it to realize that. Looks like it's going to have to be broken, she said, struggling to keep her voice from shaking. How are we supposed to do that without them hearing us? Dion cut in front and took the door handle. Like this. With a twist, something broke inside the lock with a snap. Now we wait to see if anyone heard us. No one seemed to have. Leslie braced herself to run, but after a full minute no one came to the door. I think they want us to go in, she said, hoping someone would devise a better alternative. But no one did. What were they supposed to do? Call the police. The dispatcher would send the Mobley cops, who were just down the street. There was silence as Paul, Gareth and Dion stared at each other, no doubt thinking the same thing. She took a deep breath. I can defend myself now. Maybe even better than Gareth and Dion could. Leslie opened the back door of the Masonic temple and slowly stepped into a darkened kitchen as her heart thudded. Doubt filled her chest. There were still faint smells of the food they must have prepared on their first day in Mobley for that meeting where Eric and Thomas Kurt had shown that video. A fridge hummed nearby, barely audible over a woman's raised voice out in the main room. Leslie strained her ears, but the muffled voice, no doubt Elise's, was barely too far off to make out. So she was here too. Gareth traded a grimace with her, and Paul drew closer, his gaze imploring her to return. But there was no going back now. Paul's breath blew on her neck as she drew closer to a second door, a drafty one that must have dated from a few decades ago, judging from all the peeling paint. There was a crack between it and the frame, just enough to let her see into the main room and to hear Elise enough to tell what she was saying. If I'd known. This is insanity. We're not sure what we're messing with here. A blur of pink appeared not too far from the door, back turned. Elise was wearing her puppy sweater again, which made Leslie think of her encounter at the police station. How are we supposed to know what an Outbreaker's breath will do to a tempest? It's never been done before. It could be fatal for all we know. I understand our species unifying Cordelia. These are desperate times. But I believe that Hurricane kept us separate for a reason. She muttered something that Leslie couldn't catch. If you were still young enough to have children, I would disapprove of your relationship. And besides, aren't you concerned about what this may do to your daughter? Gareth swore beside Leslie, gripping her shoulder with enough force to hurt. Leslie tried not to flinch as she let the news sink in. Some Outbreaker was going to give Janelle their breath. Her thoughts raced. What would that even do to a tempest? Would it even have an effect? Maybe. Maybe not. What would someone with both sets of powers be able to do? It wouldn't be good, whatever it was. Oh, stop touting your elder council talk. You're so tied down to tradition, Cordelia said from somewhere. This is necessary, Elise. It's the only way to ensure we're united under strong leaders, and I know that putting the pieces together like this is the answer. I've been seeking it for years. Besides, I'm going first. If I'm harmed, do not give the same thing to Janelle. And if I die, and I'm certain I won't, I expect all of you to defer to Janelle, as she will then be the rightful Tempest High leader. War is still coming, and even she will realize that. It was Leslie's turn to let silent profanity slip from her lips. Cordelia was going to take the Outbreaker breath first. Leslie crouched against the door to let Gareth and Paul see over her head. No, ma'am. I won't stand for this. I understand many of your points, but this goes too far. How do we know this will even work? There could be more pieces to this, for all we know. Leslie got a better view, as Elise stepped out of the way to reveal the main hall. Long tables were sitting out, and Janelle was tied to one with yellow cables. But her best friend wasn't moving or struggling. Her chest rose and fell, but she didn't lift her head to see what was happening. A few officers stood around her keeping guard, but overall the place seemed empty. This wasn't an event for the public. They must have her sedated, she whispered as Gareth brushed up against her to see. Great, he muttered, sucking in a breath. They do. We've got to get in there. She stared hard at him. He'd been the one insisting this was a trap. Gareth shook his head and glanced at Janelle again. Trap or not, they might not have a choice. Well, if there are more pieces, I'll find them, Cordelia snapped. Thomas. I'm ready. We can't wait for the kids to get here. I suppose we can find Paul later. Cordelia walked over to a table and lay down on top of it. Thomas Kurt appeared in Leslie's view, drawing closer as if he wasn't sure he wanted to proceed. Elise stepped forward but froze as Cordelia's glare landed on her. The air thickened. If Cordelia managed to get any more powerful, they might never get Janelle out of there. Leslie reached for the door. She owed this to Janelle after luring her here. They had to move. She nodded to Paul and Gareth, who unscrewed the lid on the jug of ocean water. The table, he whispered to Dion. Go for the table. There was no more waiting. Leslie sucked in a breath, ready to make the second biggest mistake of her life, and shoved open the kitchen door. Thomas Kurt jumped and spun around. Cordelia sat up, blinking at her in surprise. Leslie struggled for words but none came. She didn't have to speak. Water splashed behind her, bringing a salty smell, and a fierce wind blasted through the room as Gareth and Dion stared down at the table Cordelia lay on, shirts dripping with a bit of the ocean. Paul leaped out of the way and took her arm, trying to hold her down, but it wasn't needed. The wind snapped against their clothes, but she couldn't feel it pushing her. It was as if it was making a detour around her and Paul, leaving them standing there together in the storm that was making the fans above her head shake and spin. No, it was going right for the table Cordelia lay on and Thomas Kurt behind it. No one in the room moved in the blast. The table wasn't immune though. It flew out from under Cordelia with a horrible screech, ramming into Thomas Kurt and sending him staggering back, clutching his arm as she tumbled to his feet. From there it flew for the line of officers on the other side of the room, tilting until its legs pointed back at Leslie. There was a loud crash. Leslie couldn't help but smash her hands against her ears. A pair of blue trousers stuck out from under the table, still. A sick feeling filled Leslie's gut. Gareth and Dion might have killed that guy. Paul slapped her on the back. Your friend, he said, eyes darting to Janelle. I'll cover your back. Go. She bolted across the room. Janelle lay on the table, tied down, eyes closed. Behind her, Elise screamed and Thomas Kurt cried out in pain. She didn't have time to feel sorry for these people. They'd tried to murder Paul's uncle and nearly made him kill thousands at the arena. Janelle. Wake up. It's Leslie. Her friend's eyelids fluttered as Leslie shook her shoulders but didn't open all the way. Drugs. That had to be it. I'll untie you. Hold on. She was stronger now, right? If Paul had broken those cuffs, could she break these straps? Open your eyes. We have to go. Her hands took the first strap across her stomach and pulled, as she kept yelling at Janelle to wake up. The strap ripped apart in Leslie's hands. Janelle groaned and opened her eyes halfway. To the side, Paul shoved back Thomas Kurt and Gareth was wrestling with one of the cops. Cordelia struggled to get off the floor. Several other officers were gathered around their fallen comrade, eerily silent. The rain beat against the flat roof. Leslie ground her teeth and broke the second strap in her hands, freeing Janelle's legs. Sit up. Ha, her friend managed. It was better than unconsciousness but not much. Janelle needed to run. And fight. That gave Leslie an idea. Hold on. A half-filled jug of ocean water sat near the kitchen door, amazingly still upright after the blast of wind. She bolted across the room, foot going out from under her for a terrifying millisecond as she ran across a stray puddle. Then, a hand wrapped around her ankle. Leslie went down, pain surging through her elbow. A glance back at a head of brown hair growing into blonde confirmed it. Cordelia had tripped her, scowling. She was going for the jug, too. She wouldn't let her get it. Leslie shook her leg, breaking her grip and sending a kick into her shoulder. Cordelia drew back and sat on her knees, rubbing her shoulder and squeezing her eyes shut. Leslie turned and wrapped her hand around the handle, as someone's shoes squeaked on the linoleum. Then, she felt something cold push against the back of her head. Leslie's gut knew what it was before her brain did. She swallowed bile and froze, hand tightening around the milk jug handle as if an electric current were rushing through her arm. The sounds of struggle stopped, leaving a heavy silence. Janelle muttered something from the table she must still be lying on. "Up," a gruff voice behind her ordered. "You heard me. Now. Up." She had forgotten that there were armed cops in there. Leslie didn't have to ask what he had at the back of her head. It made that sick terror rise in her all over again, that same terror she'd felt when Cordelia's henchman, Kevin, had her restrained in front of Janelle, ready to snap her neck if her best friend didn't do what she said. Leslie swallowed. Her throat was dry. Her teeth hurt. But she rose, releasing the jug of ocean water that would surely make Janelle snap out of it and help. Janelle still lay on the table, free of her straps but unable to do anything more than raise an arm, which flopped back down onto her stomach. Paul stood almost opposite her, staring on in horror, his pupils dilated so much that it seemed to be squeezing the brown and black from his eyes, pushing the Outbreaker out of him. Thomas Kurt stood beside him, seemingly oblivious that Paul was still there. His gaze was focused on the blue trousers of the unlucky officer sticking out from under the fallen table. Gareth coughed somewhere to her side. Even the pink of Elise's sweater moved somewhere in her peripheral vision. Dion must be behind her, but Leslie didn't dare turn her head. She was the victim again. Paul's breath hadn't changed that after all. "Do not shoot her," Cordelia ordered, voice booming a few feet behind her. "I'd like to deal with her personally, after my procedure. I've got no need for her anymore." "Thomas, where were we? I prefer that they watch this." The mayor cleared his throat. A greenish tint had come over his cheeks, in the time he'd spent staring at the fallen officer. "It's a shame you didn't accept our gift," he managed, barely glancing at Leslie. "You would have enjoyed a good life here in Mobley. You've left us no choice but to deal with you differently. Sad, really." He cleared his throat as Cordelia sat on the floor next to him, stretching out on her back with her gray eyes cast lovingly up towards him. A tingle ran up Leslie's spine. They didn't know that Paul had turned her. No one noticed the supposedly still human red-headed girl running in the scuffle. Neither Gareth nor Dion spoke up to correct the mayor, and she didn't think that revealing the truth would get the cop to remove the pistol from the back of her head. This might be an advantage, she could move without getting shot. And move, someone needed to do. Thomas Kurt kneeled next to Cordelia, the color in his eyes starting to churn and spin around each other, just like Paul's had done back in the van. A faint feeling washed over her as the rain outside poured down harder, and a fresh crack of thunder shook the building as if anticipating the merger. Why couldn't the cop behind her fall over and have an outbreak? Or Thomas Kurt? "Don't try anything," the officer reminded her. But his words were lost as Thomas Kurt's lips met Cordelia's. There was no roar. Not that Leslie could hear, anyway. Cordelia's whole body seized up like she'd touched a live wire and couldn't let go, just like Leslie's had as Paul delivered his breath to her. A hole opened in Leslie's chest. It was done. It was working. Thomas separated from her, gasping for air, bending over with his hands on his knees. Cordelia let out a groan and slumped down unconscious. Her chest rose and fell in as the rain roared overhead. Thomas Kurt slipped his arms under her and lifted her head to his chest. She was still alive. Recovering, just like Leslie had in Paul's arms. Paul stared at the floor, refusing to look at the sight before him. Leslie tried to nod at him, telling him it would be okay, but he couldn't see her. Would it be okay? Leslie might not leave here alive, and Paul would need to go on without her, even if he made it out of here. Depending on what happened with Cordelia, it might not be possible. Her throat constricted. She wished she could run to Paul and wrap her arms around him. A flash of lightning lit the outside in electric blue, a deafening crash of thunder followed a nanosecond later, and the power went out. In the darkness, Cordelia groaned. Leslie blinked a bluish-gray afterimage from her eyes, but it wouldn't disappear. Strange. It almost seemed as if Cordelia were bordered in the color itself. She squinted. It wasn't an afterimage. The grayish-blue glow hugged Cordelia's body, rippling like waves and bending under an imaginary wind. A curse came from Gareth. Thomas Kurt made a strange noise, backing away in shock. Even the officer behind her lowered his pistol from the back of her head. Leslie had seen something like this before, back in Hawaii. An orange glow around Kenna the night she'd matured into. Run, Leslie managed, sure she'd fall to the floor. But something inside her, some ancient instinct, refused to let her move. The former Tempest High leader opened her eyes as the lights flickered back on, stinging Leslie's own and forcing her to squint. The glow seemed to disappear in the room's brightness, like the green light of those solar system stickers Leslie had on her door at home, but she was focused on something else. Cordelia's eyes were no longer gray, nor had they turned the brown and black of an Outbreaker. Her irises had gone the strangest bluish-gray color Leslie had ever seen, the same color as the glow that had been there in the darkness. They seemed to shimmer and roll from within like twisting storm clouds and rippling ocean simultaneously. Cordelia had brought two pieces together that had been apart for hundreds of years, to form a whole that the world hadn't seen since the days of bloody sacrifices and rising pyramids. A new goddess had been born. Chapter 22. The entire room felt electric, making the hairs on Paul's arms stand on end. He exchanged a glance with Leslie, who stood before the stunned officer, unaware he no longer had his pistol pointed at the back of her head. He wanted to yell at Leslie to run, but he couldn't do that without alerting the creature rising from the grip of Thomas Kurt. Whatever Cordelia had become, it was no longer a Tempest, and it wasn't an Outbreaker. Leslie's freckles darkened as she shot him a desperate glance. She seemed to know more about this than he did, which wasn't a good sign. He could create a diversion, so she could run out of here. But she wouldn't leave without him, or without Janelle, who continued to try to sit up on her table. It worked, Thomas Kurt said, rising beside Cordelia. He was trembling, Paul noticed. From exhaustion or fear? He couldn't tell. How are you feeling? Better than I ever have, Cordelia said. Her voice had changed somehow. Not louder but more penetrating, coming from outside and inside his head simultaneously. Dion and Gareth winced on the other side of the room, and Elise's eyes darted as if she wasn't sure where it was coming from. Cordelia turned to take in the room around her, at the scattered cops, Elise, Dion, and Gareth. She didn't bother to look at Leslie. That was good. The less attention paid to her, the better. There's nothing to fear from me. She smiled, but it was a predator's smile. There is nothing to fear from the coming war. The danger is about to pass, and we will all live safely. When Hurricane made Tempests and Outbreakers all those hundreds of years ago, I'm sure he didn't anticipate the dangers we would one day face in the human world. She rubbed Thomas Kurt's shoulder and began to pace around the room, passing Paul and making a slow circle around the cops, Gareth, Leslie, and Dion. Feet shuffled away as she passed, but she didn't seem to notice. Now we are slowly being discovered. Gareth turned back to human form in front of a small crowd once and then. Because you made me turn back in front of Janelle so you could find her, he butted in. It was brave of him. Paul had to admire that. Cordelia only smiled. I didn't expect her father to have taken her to a shelter, she explained patiently, as if Gareth were a 5-year-old. Then, we had the most recent incident with that video. It's my promise that I will remove Tempests and Outbreakers from this threat forever. Something heavy seemed to settle inside of Paul. This sounded ominous, and he wasn't sure why. She wouldn't kill them, would she? No. Cordelia liked to use people like them too much. But Cordelia had a strange glint in her eyes as she walked around the small crowd of officers, not bothering to glance at the fallen one under the table. It was the glint of someone who thought they had won. A slight tingle ran over Paul's skin as she neared him, smiling. It was nothing like the tingle he got when Leslie had kissed him. Paul, she said, her voice exploding inside his head and invading his ears. I would like to offer you something. A reprieve. The clouds in her eyes churned as the rain beat down on the Masonic temple. Cordelia glanced up at the ceiling, impatience growing over her features. All at once, the noise stopped. Paul shuddered. Had she actually made it stop somehow? The thought was insane, so Paul shoved it back and stepped away. He immediately regretted it. It was a show of fear. But Cordelia didn't seem to notice as her gaze landed back on him, and she spoke again, her voice clearer in the new silence. I don't know how you avoided having an outbreak at the energy arena, but now that the concert is over, I want to make you a deal. Now, you see what you are capable of. You can stop having outbreaks for several months if you do this one thing for me. Simply give my daughter your breath and the reprieve is yours. Behind Cordelia, Leslie stared at him. Paul didn't dare meet her gaze. Instead, he kept his on the woman in front of him, trying not to get sucked into those terrifying eyes. Janelle, he asked, sneaking a glance at the table she still lay on. Leslie's friend seemed to have given up and fallen back into unconsciousness. Only the best Outbreaker breath for my daughter, Cordelia continued. I was counting on you to show up here, Paul, since we learned you drove Leslie to Oklahoma City. It is for the best. Janelle will rule with me, and we will no longer have anything to fear. Paul's throat went dry as he looked at the floor. An awful feeling swept over him, like he was just a pawn in her game and that she knew everything about him. However, there was one thing that Cordelia didn't know, one secret that was still his. He already had that reprieve and didn't think he could give someone else his breath anytime soon. She couldn't manipulate him now. Not that he would. Although he'd only just met Janelle, he was pretty sure that Janelle wouldn't want to become whatever Cordelia was now. But this could buy them some time if he did this right. Your decision, she pressed. Paul spied the jug of ocean water on the floor, forgotten next to the kitchen door. Only a few birds chirped outside as gray light filtered through the windows. Early morning. Cordelia had dismissed that storm like she was in command of the weather. Like she was. Paul sucked in a breath of thick, humid air. Okay. I'll do it. But only if my friends are allowed to leave. I promise they will be able to leave. Cordelia nodded. She sounded flat. However, you must meet your end of the bargain first. No one protested. Leslie kept silent. Even Gareth didn't speak. But Cordelia didn't seem to notice. She approached Janelle's table, rubbing her arm as if soothing her. Janelle groaned and turned away at her touch, eyes still closed as if she could sense Cordelia's changes. It's okay, Cordelia said in a low voice that didn't reverberate in Paul's head. No one will ever be able to hurt you again. I promise. Paul's thoughts spun. He would pretend. He'd put his lips on hers, then hope that someone would do something while Cordelia wasn't watching. He owed an apology to Leslie and Gareth later, but now wasn't the time to feel awkward. This might be their only chance to do something. Janelle let out a slow breath, slumping against the table as if accepting her fate. Now. Before the sedatives wear off, Cordelia ordered, her voice gone from soothing to a thunderous crack booming in Paul's head. She leaned closer, ready to watch. Paul sucked in a breath and kneeled down. The next moment, water splashed over him on its way to Janelle, soaking through his clothes with the smell of the ocean invading his nostrils. Janelle coughed and sprang up from the table, her arm hitting Paul and sending him back. He slid on the wet floor, falling past someone in a pink sweater, on his way to the linoleum. The older Tempest woman held an empty jug. Out of everyone, she had come to Janelle's aid. Cordelia whirled around, eyes churning with more anger and power than Paul had ever seen. The air sparked, making waves of static electricity fizzle through his hair. But Cordelia wasn't focused on him. She turned all her anger to the woman. Leslie said her name was Elise. She froze before Cordelia of her, like a terrified prey animal. Behind her, Janelle scrambled off the table and back towards the crowd, dripping. She shouted something to Leslie and Gareth, but it was lost on him as he watched the horror unfold. Elise. Cordelia's voice might have made the building shake with its intensity. I thought you were with us. She took a step back. The makeup on her cheeks looked orange compared to the pallor of her skin. I am. Elise managed. But not like this. I see where you're going. You want to return to those pre-Tempest days. Huracan was a god consumed by power, and I'm afraid you'll go down the same path. The only reason he passed his torch to us was that no one was worshipping him anymore. God. Paul froze. Did that mean Cordelia had become a goddess? You mean the pre-Elder Council days, Cordelia corrected, lowering her voice. I see what you're saying. In a way, you're right, Elise. I'll be putting things back to the way they were, the way they should be. For your insight, you will be the first to experience it. Paul begged his legs to move away from whatever was about to happen, but he couldn't. The fizzling electricity in the air seemed to be holding him. No one else in the room moved either. Elise shuddered on the spot, as if the temperature in the room had dropped 50 degrees. And no. Dear, Thomas Kurt said, rushing up to Cordelia. He seemed like that tiny king at the heels of the evil queen from Alice in Wonderland. What are you planning? Why didn't you tell me about this? Hurt marred his features as he took her arm. You may want to back away for now, she said without glancing at him. I will be liberating tempests and outbreakers from their human forms, and you will finally be free from the dangers imposed on you. Thankfully, this will be easy, as we have brought many of the world's tempests and outbreakers here to Mobley. For that, I thank you. Paul swallowed as a lightning bolt of panic shot through him. No. In one horrifying moment, he imagined drifting around the world without a body, maybe forever, forced to become a whirling column of destruction whenever Cordelia wanted, wherever she wanted. Never remembering his name again, or the sacrifice his father and uncle had made for him, or Leslie's kiss. This was the fate he had doomed her to as well. Paul wanted to run for Leslie and carry her out the door if he had to, but he couldn't. All of his muscles had seized up. Janelle and Gareth also stood frozen with their arms wrapped around each other. Leslie stood smashed into the cop who had been holding her hostage a few minutes ago, unmoving. Cordelia gave no one time to even speak before she lunged forward and planted her palm on Elise's forehead. The older woman opened her mouth to scream, but it never came. Her form snapped into a wispy gray, keeping the outline of a woman for a second before breaking apart and scattering into the air, swept away by an invisible wind. Paul blinked. But Elise no longer stood there. It was as if she'd been erased from existence. Thomas Kurt backed away, tie flopping on his chest. Dear. Oh, don't worry, she said, slowly advancing on the small crowd before her. I'm not going to liberate you quite yet. Officer Chandler. Forward, please. She was getting close to them now. Close to Leslie. It wouldn't be long before Cordelia saw her eyes. Why wasn't she running? Why weren't any of them running? Paul couldn't move. Even Janelle and Gareth had frozen by the door, locked in each other's arms. The door outside was still cracked open on the early morning light. Leslie felt the officer brush past her, his shaky legs carrying him closer to Cordelia and her terrifying eyes as if she was bending his will with her gaze. She could be. Had to be. The electricity in the air could be paralyzing them all. Leslie's legs seemed to have turned to cement, and next to her Dion stared on, unmoving. Behind Cordelia, even Paul was having trouble. He shook an arm as if trying to break her spell, but she couldn't meet his gaze. Keep your face down. Keep your face down. If Cordelia saw her eyes, it would be all over. Any semblance of a human life anyway. She'd meet Elise's fate with a touch to the forehead. There was no trace of the elder council member in the building, not even in the form of gray mist. She'd scattered into the atmosphere above. You killed her, the officer managed, stopping before Cordelia with his gun hanging. You're going to kill us all. Relax. Elise is not dead. Impatience crept into the voice, exploding in Leslie's head. Only back where we all belong. Be happy I'm freeing you from this unnatural state. No one can hurt us ever again. I have a family. Kids. We're people, Cordelia. We're. And you'll see them again soon. She touched her hand to the officer's forehead, and his words died in his throat as he snapped into a tan mist, only to dissipate and fly out the door so fast Leslie wasn't even sure she'd seen it right. Someone whimpered next to her. Maybe another officer. Maybe Janelle. Too late, Leslie realized that she wasn't staring at the floor, and that Cordelia was advancing again. The speed of her pace told Leslie that the discovery had happened. No, she thought, trembling uncontrollably. No, no, no. She stared back down at the floor, but the electric feeling overtook her whole body, keeping her rooted to the spot. Cordelia's shadow fell over her, blocking out the lights above. Did I see what I thought I saw? Cordelia acts, each word a step higher into triumph. Look up at me, Leslie. Look up. The words were magnets, raising her chin until she stared into the swirling blue-gray. She had no control, not in the presence of this new goddess. Oh, I see what happened, Cordelia said, glancing back at Paul and back at her. That's how he stopped his outbreak. But don't worry. I'm not concerned. The energy arena wasn't all that important compared to this. It was merely an opportunity. Leslie couldn't make a sound. Her lie was out in the open. Not that it mattered. Nothing would matter ever again. Cordelia was about to steal the last of her humanity away for good. She wanted to collapse to the floor, but the electricity around her kept her upright. What? Janelle broke in. Paul, you were the one who. This is good. Very good. Cordelia clapped her hands together. You likely gained Paul's prowess as an outbreaker. I can feel it. She smiled and raised the palm of her hand towards her. Somewhere Janelle screamed, unable to move. Leslie could only whimper. It seemed even her lips were glued shut. This must have been how Paul felt back in the van. Leslie, go. Paul's voice, the most beautiful in the world, stomped out the tingling that held her in place instantly. He tackled Cordelia from behind, making her fall to the side, so close that her hand barely brushed Leslie's bangs. For a moment, Cordelia's focus fell off him. His paralysis had broken. The spell in the room broke, as the electricity fell away. Bodies moved everywhere. The door flew open as officers bolted out, shouting on radios. Janelle lunged forward and took her arm, yanking her towards the door with the strength of a freight train. Shouting molded together in a sea of confusion. Paul. She couldn't leave him. Leslie stopped, holding Janelle back. Paul rose from the floor as Cordelia fell on her face, his eyes begging her to run. Somewhere Thomas Kurt shouted, "Evacuate Mobley." He rushed past her, yelling orders lost in her ears. Paul. Leslie wrenched her arm from Janelle's grasp and took his as he scrambled towards her. Come on. Leslie broke into the open air, hand locked with Paul's, into the sun starting to peek over the horizon like a fiery half-eye. Thomas Kurt ran for the police station, suit flapping around him. Gareth pulled Janelle back towards the alley they'd come out of. And a horrible roar echoed from inside the Masonic temple as the double doors flew open so fast they came off their hinges. The electric feeling seized her again, forcing her legs to stop so abruptly that Leslie felt like she would break in half from bending forward. Paul stopped beside her, locking eyes with hers as a figure appeared in the doorway, only feet away. Neither of them could move, and no footfalls came from Janelle and Gareth either. The spell had returned, and now that Paul was back in Cordelia's gaze, there would be no breaking it. Cordelia took a step outside, silent, only feet away. Her eyes swirled with a rage so intense it looked like it might break out of her and consume the world. No. Leave Leslie alone. Janelle begged from somewhere. I promise I'll do whatever you want. Please. Her shouts were lost. Leslie stared into the softness of Paul's eyes, hoping that he knew that she didn't regret her decision to take his breath, that she didn't regret anything. Goodbye, she said. Chapter 23. Then there came a scream. An agonized scream. Every muscle in Paul's body seized at the sound. It wasn't Leslie's. Or Janelle's but Cordelia's. She stood frozen in the full brunt of the morning light, shielding her face against its light. Her eyes were shut tight in anguish. Her form wavered, snapping in and out of reality like a distant radio station, and her scream pierced every bone like a million knives, rattling Paul so much that he leaped back, free of her spell once again. Leslie crashed into him, hands over her ears. Her force sent him to the ground, to the concrete of Main Street. A white flash cut across his vision. Cordelia rushed back towards the shelter of the building, but she didn't make it. Her legs fell out from under her as she continued to scream. She shifted to a blur against the backdrop of Mobley and the Masonic temple where he and Leslie had met, writhing on the ground and sending a small flock of birds into flight. And then she was gone from the ground the next time he blinked, leaving only an indistinct hint of motion against the orange sky. Paul blinked again as Leslie groaned and sat up next to him. Barely, just barely, he made out a dot shooting for the nearest stack of gray clouds. This thunderhead looked to be 100 miles away before it disappeared into the early morning sky. Paul flinched, trying to shake away Cordelia's jabbing scream as he sat beside Leslie, embracing her. He stared at the sky before him, trying to process whatever had happened. At last his brain started to work again, and a thought formed inside him. The new goddess had made a mistake, dismissing the storm a few minutes ago. It turned out that Cordelia had a weakness just like Kenna, who couldn't touch water. Fortunately for them, it was the sun itself. As the sun rose, the only thing keeping Janelle from launching herself at Paul and wrapping her arms around his neck was the fact that he had tackled Cordelia and saved everyone, well, almost everyone, in the Masonic temple from a horrible fate that she would have shared if Leslie hasn't freed her from that table. Instead, she nodded at him as he held Leslie close in the street, hoping there was still enough of that ocean water on her for her eyes to hint at her other nature. As much as she hated that, now was the time to let Paul know what she was. He should have understood exactly what he had doomed Leslie to for the rest of her life. Janelle didn't even care about how Cordelia had disappeared, fleeing the sun as if it were acid. She wouldn't come back here if the sky stayed blue. She marched across the temple lawn as Paul waited for his fate. Janelle, it's okay, Leslie said, moving before him. Why? Janelle thought. I asked him to turn me because it drains an Outbreaker's powers for a while. He would have had an outbreak and hit that stadium if I hadn't. Cordelia and Thomas Kurt had him handcuffed in his van so he couldn't escape. I'm sorry I lied to you. I couldn't tell you back at the concert. That's my fault. Leslie, move. A hot wave of anger coursed under Janelle's skin, curling her fingers and chasing away every thought of Paul tackling Cordelia. A monster had been born inside of her, one that had been incubating for a long time underneath her uncomfortable business suits and the mask she'd had no choice but to put on the surface. It was the anger, grief, and rage she hadn't had time to feel since that day on the beach where Gareth broke the truth. Janelle barreled around Leslie and towards Paul, who backed away, hands down and refusing to meet her gaze. No. Stop, Leslie yelled, pushing between them. It wasn't an easy decision. If we hadn't done this, thousands of people would have died. Leslie took her arms. She was strong, holding Janelle in place with a stone grasp. You know what it's like to choose like that. Janelle stopped pushing, staring at her. Yes, she did. The transformation she'd had to undergo to keep the world's weather in check so millions wouldn't die in horrible droughts. The sacrifice she'd had to make. Now her best friend was enduring the same thing, and she wasn't improving matters. Leslie, she said, her throat still so locked with anger that she couldn't apologize. I need to go think for a minute. Janelle eyed the distant storm cloud. Cordelia seemed to have fled to it. Thomas Kurt was gone. They were safe for the moment. Gareth met her with a hug on the lawn of the Masonic temple as the wet ground soaked through her shoes. They stepped away, and Janelle couldn't hold back. I'm such a jerk. All I'm doing for Leslie is making it harder on her. It's okay to feel like this, he said, running his hand down her back. You don't have to hold it in all the time. I don't care what your dad says. But I have to, Gareth. Now that she was away from Paul, the situation came crashing down on her in an avalanche of panic. Cordelia had found a way to become a goddess. She was on the loose, ready to strip every Tempest and Outbreaker alive of their human forms forever. Only then would they truly be her slaves, forced to come to life as destructive forces of nature whenever she wanted. I'm the Tempest High Leader. People are going to need me. Gareth didn't have an answer for this. She was right, and they both knew it. It wasn't just about them anymore. It was about everyone. Then, out of nowhere, she uttered, "She wanted to make me a goddess too, right? That's why she had Paul leaning over me." Again, nothing. "Gareth, you always tell me the truth." His grip tightened. Yes. Cordelia was. Thomas Kurtz, the one who gave her his breath. You must have overheard it. Janelle nodded, brushing her chin against his shoulder. I don't even remember how they drugged me. It must have been in the car. I remember bits and pieces until Leslie revived me with that ocean water. No. Elise did. Elise did. She was shocked as she released Gareth, staring hard at him. I guess she knew she was getting in over her head. He shrugged, staring at the wispy clouds passing through the sky. Kind of makes me feel bad for her. Wonder if she's up there, drifting around with nothing to do. That's not funny. That could happen to everyone in this town as soon as the sun went away. To Leslie. To Gareth. A few puffy thunderheads were forming to the west, like a line of soldiers against the sun. If one came rolling over, Cordelia could return in its shadow. Down the street, several police cars pulled out of the station, windows rolled down. A cop with a loudspeaker leaned out of one, ready to blare a message at the closest subdivision. Thomas Kurt sat in the driver's seat of the last cruiser, probably the one that had belonged to Officer Chandler. His gray suit looked rumpled and his face red. Two blonde boys sat in the back. His sons. They'd be leaving his dream town with the clothes on their backs. Janelle almost felt sorry for them. Almost. Gareth joined her in watching after them. They're going to evacuate this place. Janelle's stomach lurched. She scrambled through her mental notes, the information Leslie had given her about the other Tempests and where they were being kept. My father. Your mother. We have to go find them. Paul couldn't even care how angry Janelle was with him. He'd have to deal with it when they met at the SUV. Hand in hand with Leslie, he ran for the police station, heart pounding, praying that two of the cells there were occupied. Somewhere, a loudspeaker blared, but he couldn't make out the words. He could imagine the message. Insane goddess on the loose. Leave town before the sun goes back in. The police station looked empty. There wasn't a single cop car left in the back lot. Thomas Kurt was serious about evacuating the town, and they had little time. The new line of thunderstorms grew higher in the west. When they arrived, Cordelia could return, assuming all she needed was cloud cover. Leslie hesitated at the back door before him, fingers pale around the handle. But it wasn't for long. I'll go in first, she said, disappearing inside. Paul went right behind her, his heart in his throat. Leslie weaved ahead of him, peeking into doorways and making her way down the hall. Mr. Collins. Tanner. They're not here. The woman's voice seemed to come from the front of the station. Paul ran, scanning the open rooms around him just in case. A meeting room with a dusty TV inside that Leslie had rushed past. Another with a pair of computers. He found Leslie standing over a woman at a phone with makeup running down one side of her face, and a phone held to the other. What do you mean they're not here? Paul slammed his hands down on her desk. What did you do with them? I can't put anything past you. I'm assuming you're Earl's son, the woman said, slamming the phone down on the desk and staring hard at him with an intense gaze that the color in her eyes threatened to move and swirl. Your father and uncle were taken into custody by the state police, fortunately for them. They're in the county jail. Now, if you'd excuse me, we have an evacuation. Of course, I know how much you care about this town. Something flared inside of him. And I know how much you cared about Yazlet. The only thing keeping him from taking her desk and flipping it over was the phone she used to get people out of there. Most people in Mobley didn't deserve to be punished like this, or did they? He couldn't tell anymore. Don't worry about me getting out, because I'm never returning here again. Janelle ran. There wasn't a cop guarding the apartment complex like Leslie had warned her about in her emails. They were all out around town, blaring messages through loudspeakers. Janelle caught a few words here and there echoing between houses: leave town, immediate, mandatory. With no one guarding the place, several people were already outside the building as she and Gareth approached with Dion on their heels. The complex had been easy to find, as it was maybe a minute from the police station and downtown. Dad. He was standing on the lawn of the apartment building with Mel, straining to hear whatever the police were blaring. He barely had time to face her before she wrapped her arms around him. Are you okay? How's everyone? We have to get out of here. Honey, he managed, returning her hug. She'd never loved his hug so much before. I didn't want you to come here. They'll want you for something, I know it. There's a cop that's always outside this place, but I don't know where he went. She felt the tears rising and heard footsteps approaching her at all sides. Doors opened and closed at her arrival. Janelle wanted to spill out the scene at the Masonic Temple, where Elise and that officer had disappeared in that horrible way, and where Cordelia had exacted almost complete control over everyone in the building. But it was time to pull in her emotions again, like she had so many times before. I'll explain what happened, Gareth said, wrapping his arm around her waist as she separated from her father. Janelle still feeling a little woozy. Then, we need to go. Leslie saw Janelle and Gareth standing on the front lawn of the apartment complex where she'd been a prisoner only a few days ago. More people, all of them the Tempest prisoners, were gathering on the lawn in front of them. She squeezed Paul's hand as she ran, aching that they hadn't found his father and uncle. Janelle's father stood nearby with Dion, as Gareth gesticulated to everyone. The megaphones of the cops got fainter. Thomas Kurt might have wanted to evacuate Mobley, but they were still alone. It was obvious, from the pale faces of everyone standing on the front lawn and now staring at the line of tall clouds approaching, that Janelle and Gareth had told them everything. Now, how will we get everyone out of here? Gareth's question was directed at Paul, who flinched. As did almost every Tempest on the lawn, Janelle and her father turned to face him. A kid. Gareth's mother. Even Eric trembled as he stood there, eyeing the sky and no doubt regretting his part in this. It was a good question. Leslie glanced at the parking lot, where not a single car or even a bicycle stood. The Tempests were stranded, just as Cordelia had wanted them. She'd fooled even Eric and Thomas Kurt into doing this work for her. Maybe she'd even released that video onto social media. Paul swallowed next to her. He clearly didn't have an answer, and neither did she. They could only fit an extra person or two in the rental SUV. To get everyone out of here in time, they'd need. Paul, there's a school here, right? And buses. He jumped, facing her. Yes. There should be. He opened his eyes wider, getting it. Turning, he asked, Dion, can you drive us there? The simple part was breaking into the bus garage. Though Paul had already given Leslie his breath, he still had most of his strength, so there was no trouble breaking the gate open, especially with her helping him. A cop car rolled past them as they worked, but it didn't stop. The police weren't their enemies anymore. Right now, everyone was united against a common enemy, one that was drifting closer in that line of storm clouds. I'll check the building for the keys. Dion rushed away, and the sound of shattering glass followed. An alarm blared, but the cop didn't come rolling back. Instead, a short line of cars rushed past the gate, headed out of town. Paul sent them a silent blessing. The more people that got out of the Outbreaker community, the better. He knew what would happen to those who didn't get out in time, which hurt his stomach. By tonight, Mobley would be a ghost town. As they broke through the gate, he took her arms and planted a kiss on her lips as if he'd never get to again. It was still sunlight. Gold, despite the new color of her eyes and the outbreaks waiting for them both in only a few months, provided Cordelia didn't get to them first. They didn't break apart until Dion got back with the keys. The hard part was finding a bus with a decent amount of gas, and one that sounded like it would run for more than a few minutes. Paul struggled to back it out of its spot and not hit Dion's SUV as he led the way, unable to take his gaze off the storm clouds rushing towards town. They were taller now, and the gray of their bottoms was visible through the trees. They avoided a lot of near accidents as they headed back to the complex. Every four-way was crowded and rushed. Every street had cars on the side, filling with luggage and bodies. Paul didn't park the bus right inside the apartment complex. He wasn't sure he could get it out again with its narrow entrance. Leslie popped open the sliding door, which he was clueless about how to do. It was his first time on a school bus in his whole life. People lined up and piled on as Janelle and Gareth stood outside and directed the other Tempests. All the seats filled behind him and no one spoke. Everyone wore the same question on their faces: where were they going to go from here? Janelle came on last in her wrinkled lavender suit. Paul tensed in the driver's seat, waiting for her to slap him across the face or otherwise tear into him again. Instead, she smiled. It was a tired, strained smile, but still a smile. "Thanks, Paul. We have everyone out of there. Let's go." Hours passed, and slowly Paul let his shoulders down. They beat the line of storms and a stream of cars leaving Mobley. A lot of people had listened to the evacuation warnings. When Paul reached the freeway, he noticed many cars taking opposite directions, some on the northbound ramp, some on the southbound ramp. Mobley's residents were splitting up. It may be better that way. Paul glanced back at the thunderhead that seemed to be parked over where Mobley should be, but at least it didn't seem to be following them. Then he studied the tired faces of the Tempests who took up all the seats. Maybe Tempests and Outbreakers aren't causing storms to blow up when they're together anymore? He asked Leslie, who sat in the first passenger seat opposite him with Janelle. Now that Cordelia's in charge of it all? Gareth slugged the back of his seat. Yeah. Maybe. I'm wondering if Cordelia can still find us though. Track us and appear whenever we're not in the sunlight. His words made some murmurs rise up from the people behind him. Leslie cringed, squeezing her eyes shut as though she was afraid Cordelia could appear and see them again. Paul couldn't stand to see her like that. But the decision that they'd made would be with them for the rest of their lives. "Everyone calm down," Janelle said, standing in the aisle. "If she could do that, she would have gotten all of you while you were indoors at the apartments. At least now she doesn't know where we are." Janelle didn't sound so sure, but Paul hoped she was right. If she wasn't, there would be no escaping her after night fell. It's ironic," Gareth said. "Cordelia was going on and on about wanting to keep Tempests safe, and how everyone else is our enemy, and look at what she's doing. It's not my idea of safety." Janelle interrupted him. Clearly, she hated hearing about Cordelia. "Paul, can you drive us to a campground?" "Yes." He kept his eyes on the freeway, only glancing at Leslie every once in a while. Each time she returned his glance with a smile. He was home, on the road again, but at least she was in this with him. "How come?" "We need a place where we can start a campfire." She smiled. This time it was without that anger from the morning. "As soon as she's done with her trip with her dad, I'll call Kenna. I feel she's the only one who can help us if Cordelia returns. We're going to need all the hands we can get." End of Outbreak, Destroyers Book 3.